"2 Years Before the Mast" by Richard Henry Darner. Side 1. The 14th of August, 1834, was the day fixed for the sailing of the brig Pilgrim, on her voyage from Boston round Cape Horn to the western coast of North America. As she was to get under way early in the afternoon, I made my appearance on board at 12 o'clock, in full sea rig, with my chest containing an outfit for a 2 or 3 years' voyage, which I had undertaken from a determination to cure, if possible, by an entire change of life, and a long absence from books, a weakness of the eyes, which had obliged me to give up my studies. The change from the tight frock-coat, silk cap, and kid gloves of an undergraduate at Harvard to the loose duck trousers, checked shirt, and tarpaulin hat of a sailor was soon made, and I supposed that I should pass very well for a jack-tar. But it is impossible to deceive the practised eye in these matters. A sailor has a peculiar cut to his clothes, and a way of wearing them which a green hand can never get. With all my imperfections on my head, I joined the crew, and we hauled out into the stream and came to anchor for the night. The next day we were employed in preparation for sea. On the following night I stood my first watch. I remained awake nearly all the first part of the night from fear that I might not hear when I was called, and when I went on deck I walked regularly fore and aft the whole length of the vessel, looking out over the bows and taffrail at each turn, and was not a little surprised at the coolness of the old seaman, whom I called to take my place, in stowing himself snugly away under the longboat for a nap. That was a sufficient lookout, he thought, for a fine night at anchor in a safe harbor. The next morning was Saturday, and a breeze having sprung up from the southward, we took a pilot on board, hove up our anchor, and began beating down the bay. I took leave of my friends, and had barely opportunity for a last look at the city and well-known objects, as no time is allowed on board ship for sentiment. As we drew down into the lower harbor, we found the wind ahead in the bay, and were obliged to come to anchor in the roads. We remained there through the day and a part of the night. My watch began at 11 o'clock at night, and I received orders to call the captain if the wind came out from the westward. About midnight the wind became fair, and having summoned the captain, I was ordered to call all hands. How I accomplished this I do not know, but I'm sure that I did not give the true hoarse boatswain call of "All hands! Up anchor, ahoy!" In a short time everyone was in motion. The sails loosed, the yards braced, and we began to heave up the anchor, which was our last hold upon Yankee land. I could take but small part in these preparations. Unintelligible orders were so rapidly given, there was such a hurrying about, that I was completely bewildered. At length those peculiar long-drawn sounds, which denote that the crew are heaving at the windlass, began, and in a few minutes we were under way. The first day we passed at sea was Sunday. As we were just from port, and there was a great deal to be done on board, we were kept at work all day, and at night the watches were set. When we were called aft to be divided into watches, I had a good specimen of the manner of a sea captain. After the division had been made, he gave a short speech, walking the quarter-deck with a cigar in his mouth. Now, my men, we have begun a long voyage. If we get along well together, we shall have a comfortable time. If we don't, we shall have hell afloat. All you've got to do is to obey your orders and do your duty like men. Then you will fare well enough. If you don't, you will fare hard enough. That's all I've got to say. Go below the larboard watch. I, being in the starboard, or second mate's watch, had the opportunity of keeping the first watch at sea. Stimson, a young man making like myself his first voyage, was in the same watch, and as he was the son of a professional man, we found that we had some acquaintances and topics in common. We talked these matters over, until he went to take his turn at the lookout, and left me to myself. I had now a good opportunity for reflection. But my dreams were soon put to flight by an order from the officer to trim the yards, as the wind was getting ahead, and I could plainly see by the looks the sailors occasionally cast to windward that we had bad weather to prepare for. In a few minutes 8 bells were struck, the watch called, and we went below. I now began to feel the first discomforts of a sailor's life. The steerage in which I lived was filled with coils of rigging, spare sails, old junk, and ship's stores. There had been no berths put up for us to sleep in, and we were not allowed to drive nails to hang our clothes upon. The sea, too, had risen. The vessel was rolling heavily, and everything was pitched about in grand confusion. There was a complete hurrah's nest, as the sailors say. A large hawser had been coiled away on my chest. My hats, boots, mattress, and blankets had all fetched away and gone over to leeward, and were jammed and broken under the boxes and coils of rigging. To crown all, we were allowed no light to find anything with, and I was just beginning to feel strong symptoms of seasickness. I laid down on the sails, expecting every moment to hear the cry, "All hands ahoy!" In a few minutes the slide of the hatch was thrown back. The cry of, "All hands ahoy! Tumble up here and take in sail!" saluted our ears. When I got upon deck, a new scene and a new experience was before me. The little brig was close-hauled upon the wind, and lying over nearly upon her beam-ends. The heavy sea was beating against her bows with the noise and force of a sledge-hammer, and flying over the deck, drenching us completely through. The wind was whistling through the rigging, loud, and to me unintelligible orders constantly given, and the sailors singing out at the ropes in their hoarse and peculiar strains. In addition to this, I was dreadfully seasick, with hardly strength enough to hold on to anything, and it was pitch dark. This was my condition when I was ordered aloft, for the first time, to reef topsails. How I got along I cannot now remember. I laid out on the yards and held on with all my strength. I could not have been of much service, for I remember having been sick several times before I left the topsail yard. Soon all was snug aloft, and we were again allowed to go below. This I did not consider much of a favor, for the confusion of everything below and that inexpressibly sickening smell, caused by the shaking up of bilge water in the hold, made the steerage but an indifferent refuge from the cold, wet decks. When we were on deck we were not much better off, for we were continually ordered about by the officer, who said that it was good for us to be in motion. Yet anything was better than the horrible state of things below. This state of things continued for 2 days. Wednesday, August the 20th. When we came on deck at 4 o'clock, we found things much changed for the better. The sea and wind had gone down, and the stars were out bright. I experienced a corresponding change in my feelings, yet continued extremely weak from my sickness. I stood in the weather side, watching the gradual breaking of the day. I was aroused by the order from the officer. "Forward there! Rig the head pump!" Having called up the idlers, namely carpenter, cook, and steward, and rigged the pump, we began washing down the decks. This operation takes nearly 2 hours, and I had hardly strength enough to get through it. After we had finished, swabbed down decks, and coiled up the rigging, I sat on the spars, waiting for 7 bells, which was the signal for breakfast. The officer, seeing my lazy posture, ordered me to slush the mainmast from the royal masthead down. The vessel was then rolling a little, and I had taken no food for 3 days. I took my bucket of grease and climbed up to the royal masthead. Here the rocking of the vessel, which increases the higher you go from the foot of the mast, and the smell of the grease upset my stomach again, and I was not a little rejoiced when I had finished my job, and got upon the comparative terra firma of the deck. 7 bells were struck, the log hove, the watch called, and we went to breakfast. I cannot describe the change which 1/2 pound of cold salt beef and a biscuit or 2 produced in me. I was a new being. I got a huge piece of strong old salt beef from the cook, and kept gnawing upon it until 12 o'clock. When we went on deck, I felt somewhat like a man, and could begin to learn my sea duty with considerable spirit. At about 2 o'clock, we heard the loud cry of "Sail ho!" from aloft, and soon saw 2 sails to the windward. This was the first time that I'd seen a sail at sea. I thought then, and have always since, that no sight exceeds it in interest, and few in beauty. Thursday, August the 21st. This day the sun rose clear. We had a fine wind. I had now got my sea legs on, and was beginning to enter upon the regular duties of a sea life. The captain stands no watch, comes and goes when he pleases, and must be obeyed in everything. The Prime Minister is the chief mate. He is first lieutenant, boatswain, sailing master, and quartermaster. The captain tells him what he wishes to have done, and leaves to him the care of overseeing, of allotting the work, and the responsibility of its being well done. The mate, as he is always called, par excellence, also keeps the logbook, for which he is responsible to the owners and insurers, and has the charge of the stowage, safekeeping, and delivery of the cargo. The second mate is neither officer nor man. The crew call him the sailor's waiter, as he has to furnish them with spun yarn, marline, and all other stuffs that they need in their work, and has charge of the boatswain's locker, which includes serving boards, marline spikes, etc. He is expected by the captain to maintain his dignity, and to enforce obedience, and still is kept a great distance from the mate, and obliged to work with the crew. His wages are usually double those of a common sailor, and he eats and sleeps in the cabin. But he's obliged to be on deck nearly all his time, and eats at the second table, that is, makes a meal out of what the captain and chief mate leave. The steward is the captain's servant, and has charge of the pantry. These distinctions usually find him an enemy in the mate, who does not like to have anyone on board who is not entirely under his control. The cook, whose title is doctor, is the patron of the crew, and those who are in his favor can get their wet mittens and stockings dried, or light their pipes at the galley in the night watch. These two worthies, together with the carpenter and the sailmaker, stand no watch, but being employed all day, are allowed to sleep in at night, unless all hands are called. The crew are divided into two divisions, called the watches. Of these, the chief mate commands the larboard, and the second mate the starboard. They divide the time between them, being on duty and off duty, every other 4 hours. The 3 night watches are called the first, the middle, and the morning watch. Nothing is more common than to hear people say, "Are not sailors very idle at sea? What can they find to do?" This is a natural mistake, and one which every sailor feels interested in having corrected. In the first place, the discipline of the ship requires every man to be at work upon something when he's on deck, except at night and on Sundays. At all other times you will never see a man on board a well-ordered vessel standing idle on deck. It is the officer's duty to keep everyone at work, even if there is nothing to be done but to scrape the rust from the chain cables. When I first left port, and found that we were kept regularly employed for a week or 2, I supposed that we were getting the vessel into sea trim, and that it would be soon over. But I found that it continued so for 2 years. A ship is like a lady's watch, always out of repair. When first leaving port, studding sail gear is to be rove, all the running rigging to be examined, that which is unfit for use to be got down, and new rigging rove in its place. Then the standing rigging is to be overhauled, replaced, and repaired in 1,000 different ways. And wherever any of the numberless ropes or the yards are chafing or wearing upon it, there chafing gear, as it's called, must be put on. This chafing gear consists of worming, parceling, roundings, battens, and service of all kinds, rope yarns, spun yards, marline, and seizing stuffs. All the small stuffs which are used on board a ship, such as spun yarn, marline, seizing stuff, etc., are made on board. The owners of a vessel buy up incredible quantities of old junk, which the sailors unlay, and after drawing out the yarns, knot them together and roll them up in balls. These rope yarns are constantly used for various purposes, but the greater part is manufactured into spun yarn. For this purpose, every vessel is furnished with a spun yarn winch, which is very simple, consisting of a wheel and spindle. This may be heard constantly going on deck in pleasant weather. If we add to this all the tarring, greasing, oiling, varnishing, painting, scraping, and scrubbing which is required in the course of a long voyage, in addition to watching at night, reefing, furling, bracing, making and setting sail, and pulling, hauling, and climbing in every direction, one will hardly ask, what can a sailor find to do at sea? If, after all this labor, the merchants and captains think that the sailors have not earned their $12 a month, out of which they clothe themselves, and their salt beef and hard bread, they keep them picking oakum, ad infinitum. Sunday, September the 7th. Fell in with the northeast trade winds. This day was spent like all pleasant Sundays at sea. The men are dressed in their best white duck trousers and red or checked shirts, and have nothing to do but to make the necessary changes in the sails. They employ themselves in reading, talking, smoking, and mending their clothes. If the weather is pleasant, They bring their work and their books upon deck, and sit down upon the forecastle and windlass. This is the only day on which these privileges are allowed them. To enhance the value of Sunday to the crew, they're allowed on that day a pudding, or as it's called, a duff. This is nothing more than flour boiled with water and eaten with molasses. It's very heavy, dark, and clammy, yet it's looked upon as a luxury, and really forms an agreeable variety with salt beef and pork. September the 22nd. Upon coming on deck at 7 bells in the morning, we found the other watch aloft, throwing water upon the sails, and saw a small clipper-built brig with a black hull heading directly after us. We put all the canvas upon the brig which we could get upon her, and continued wetting down the sails, until about 9 o'clock, when there came on a drizzling rain. The vessel continued in pursuit, changing her course as we changed ours. The captain, who watched her with his glass, said that she was armed and full of men, and showed no colours. Early in the morning she was overhauling us a little, but after the rain came on and the wind grew lighter, we began to leave her astern. All hands remained on deck throughout the day, and we got our firearms in order. But we were too few to have done anything with her if she proved to be what we feared. Fortunately there was no moon, so that by putting out all the lights on board and altering our course 4 points, we hoped to get out of her reach. We removed the light in the binnacle and steered by the stars. At daybreak there was no sign of anything in the horizon, and we kept the vessel off to her course. Wednesday, October the 1st. Crossed the Equator in longitude 24 degrees 24 west. I now, for the first time, felt at liberty to call myself a son of Neptune. It had been obvious to all hands for some time that the second mate, Foster, was an idle, careless fellow, and that the captain was exceedingly dissatisfied with him. He used to hold long yarns with the crew, and talk against the captain, and play with the boys, and relax discipline in every way. Among other bad practices, he frequently slept on his watch, and was told that he would be turned off duty if he did it again. The second night after crossing the Equator, we had the watch from 8 till 12, and it was my helm for the last 2 hours. There had been light squalls through the night, and the captain told Mr. Foster to keep a bright lookout. Soon after I came to the helm, he stretched himself on the companion and went fast asleep. Soon afterwards the captain came softly on deck, and stood by me for some time looking at the compass. The officer at length became aware of the captain's presence, but, pretending not to know it, began humming and whistling to himself to show that he was not asleep, and went forward and ordered the main royal to be loosed. On turning round to come aft, he pretended surprise at seeing the master on deck. The captain was too wide awake for him, and gave him a grand blow-up in true nautical style. "You're a lazy, good-for-nothing rascal. You're neither man, boy, soldier, nor sailor. You don't earn your salt." After the poor fellow had taken this harangue, he was sent into his stateroom, and the captain stood the rest of the watch himself. In the morning, all hands were called aft, and told that Foster was no longer an officer, and that we might choose one of our own number for second mate. Our crew refused to take the responsibility of choosing a man of whom we would never be able to complain, and left it to the captain. He picked out an active and intelligent young sailor, and proclaimed him in the following manner. "I choose Jim Hall. He's your second mate. All you've got to do is to obey him as you would me. And remember that he is Mr. Hall." Foster went forward into the forecastle as a common sailor, and lost the handle to his name, while young foremast Jim became Mr. Hall, and took up his quarters in the land of knives and forks and teacups. Sunday, October the 5th. It was our morning watch, when soon after the day began to break, a man on the forecastle called out, "Land ho!" As we ran in towards the coast, we found that we were directly off the port of Pernambuco, and could see the roofs of the houses, and one large church, and the town of Olinda. After taking a new departure from Olinda, we kept off on our way to Cape Horn. We met with nothing remarkable until we were in the latitude of the river La Plata. Here there are violent gales from the southwest, called pamperos. They're usually preceded by lightning. The captain told the mates to keep a bright lookout, and if they saw lightning at the southwest, to take sail at once. We got the first touch of one during my watch on deck. It was very black in the southwest, and in about 10 minutes we saw a distinct flash. The wind had now left us, and it was dead calm. We sprang aloft and furled the royals and topgallant sails, and took in the flying jib, hauled up the mainsail and trysail, squared the after-yards, and awaited the attack. It came upon us at once with a blast, and a shower of hail and rain which almost took our breath from us. The hardiest was obliged to turn his back. We let the halyards run, and fortunately were not taken aback. The little vessel paid off from the wind, and ran on for some time directly before it. This was the first blow I had met, which could really be called a gale. As I had now become used to the vessel and to my duty, I was of some service on a yard, and could knot my reef point as well as anybody. I obeyed the order to lay aloft with the rest, and found the reefing a very exciting scene. All hands are engaged upon it, and after the halyards are let go, there's no time to be lost, no soldiering or hanging back then. If one is not quick enough, another runs over him. In reefing, the yard arms, the extremes of the yards, are the posts of honor, but in furling, the strongest and most experienced stand in the slings, or the middle of the yard, to make up the bunt. We remained for the rest of the night, and throughout the next day, under close sail, for it continued to blow very fresh. And though we had no more hail, yet there was a soaking rain, and it was cold and uncomfortable. The more so because we were not prepared for cold weather, but had on our thin clothes. We were glad to get a watch below, and put on our thick clothing, boots and sou'westers. Towards sundown, the gale moderated a little, and it began to clear off in the southwest. We'd now made up our minds for Cape Horn and cold weather, and entered upon the necessary preparations. Tuesday, November the 4th. At daybreak, saw land upon our larboard quarter. These were the Falkland Islands. We'd run between them and the mainland of Patagonia. At sunset, the second mate, who was at the masthead, said that he saw land on the starboard bow. This must have been the island of Staten Land, and we were now in the region of Cape Horn. Wednesday, November the 5th. We had a clear view of the Magellan Clouds and of the Southern Cross. The Magellan Clouds consist of 3 small nebulae in the southern part of the heavens. 2 bright, like the Milky Way, and 1 dark. They're first seen just above the horizon, soon after crossing the southern tropic. The Southern Cross begins to be seen at 18 degrees north, and when off Cape Horn is nearly overhead. It's composed of 4 stars in that form, and is one of the brightest constellations in the heavens. During the first part of this day, the wind was light, but after noon it came on fresh, and we furled the royals. We kept the studding sails out, and the captain said he should go round with them if he could. Just before 8 o'clock, the cry of "All hands ahoy!" was sounded, and hurrying upon deck, we found a large black cloud darkening the whole heavens. "Here comes Cape Horn," said the chief mate, and we hardly had time to haul down and clew up before it was upon us. In a few minutes a heavier sea was raised than I'd ever seen, and as it was directly ahead, the little brig plunged into it, and all the forward part of her was under water, the sea pouring in through the bow ports and hawse holes, and over the knightheads, threatening to wash everything overboard. In the lee scuppers it was up to a man's waist. We sprang aloft, and double-reefed the topsails, and furled the other sails, and made all snug. But this would not do. The brig was labouring and straining against the head sea, and the gale was growing worse and worse. At the same time, sleet and hail were driving with all fury against us. We clewed down and hauled out the reef tackles again, and close-reefed the foretopsail, and furled the main, and hove her to on the starboard tack. Here was an end to our fine prospects. Throughout the night it stormed violently. At daybreak the deck was covered with snow. The captain sent up the steward with a glass of grog to each of the watch. Thursday, November the 6th. It continued more pleasant through the first part of the day, but at night we had the same scene over again. This night it was my turn to steer. Inexperienced as I was, I made out to steer to the satisfaction of the officer, and neither Stimpson nor I gave up our tricks all the time we were off the Cape. This was something to boast of, for it requires a great deal of skill and watchfulness to steer a vessel close-hauled, in a gale of wind against a heavy head sea. Friday, November the 7th. Towards morning the wind went down, and during the whole forenoon we lay tossing about in a dead calm, and in the midst of a thick fog. The calm of the morning reminds me of the night that we passed between the Falkland Islands and Staten Land. We had the watch from 12 to 4, and coming upon deck, found the little brig lying perfectly still, enclosed in a thick fog, and the sea as smooth as though oil had been poured upon it. We were surrounded far and near by shoals of sluggish whales and grampuses, which the fog prevented our seeing, rising slowly to the surface, heaving out those lazy, deep breathings which give such an impression of supineness and strength. I stood leaning over the bulwarks, listening to the slow breathings of the mighty creatures, until the low and regular swell seemed the heaving of the ocean's mighty bosom to the sound of its own heavy respirations. Towards the evening of this day, the fog cleared off, and we had every appearance of a cold blow. And soon after sundown it came on. Snow, hail, and sleet were driving upon us most of the night, and the sea was breaking over the bows and covering the forward part of the little vessel. Sunday, November the 9th. Today the sun rose clear, and continued so till 12 o'clock, when the captain got an observation. We got time to clear up the steerage and forecastle, and set things to rights, and to overhaul our wet clothes. But this did not last very long. Between 5 and 6, the cry of "All starbowlines ahoy!" summoned our watch on deck, and immediately all hands were called. A true specimen of Cape Horn was coming upon us. A great cloud of a dark slate color was driving on us from the southwest, and we did our best to take in sail before we were in the midst of it. We were just mounting the fore-rigging when the storm struck us. In an instant the sea was running higher and higher, and it became almost as dark as night. We were longer taking in sail than ever before, for the sails were stiff and wet, the ropes and rigging covered with snow and sleet, and we ourselves cold and nearly blinded with the violence of the storm. By the time we got down upon deck again, the little brig was plunging madly into a tremendous head sea, which at every dive rushed in through the bow ports and over the bows. At this instant the chief mate called out, "Lay out there and furl the jib." This was no agreeable or safe duty, yet it must be done. John, a Swede, sprang out upon the bowsprit. Another one must go. I threw the downhaul over the windlass and jumped between the knightheads out upon the bowsprit. The crew stood abaft the windlass and hauled the jib down, while John and I got out upon the weather side of the jib boom, our feet on the foot-ropes, holding on by the spar, the great jib flying off to leeward and slatting so as almost to throw us off the boom. For some time we could do nothing but hold on, and the vessel, diving into two huge seas, one after the other, plunged us twice into the water up to our chins. We hardly knew whether we were on or off, when, the boom lifting us up, dripping from the water, we were raised high into the air and then plunged below again. We succeeded in furling the jib after a fashion, and, coming in over the staysail netting, were not a little pleased to find that all was snug, and the watch gone below, for we were soaked through, and it was very cold. Monday, November the 10th. During a part of this day we were hove to, but the rest of the time were driving on, under close-reefed sails, with a heavy sea, a strong gale, and frequent squalls of hail and snow. We had now got hardened to Cape weather. The vessel was under reduced sail, and everything secured on deck and below, so that we had little to do but steer and to stand our watch. Our clothes were all wet through. There's no fire in the forecastle, and we cannot dry clothes at the galley. It was in vain to think of reading or working below, for we were too tired. The hatchways were closed down, and everything was wet and uncomfortable. We had only to come below when the watch was out, wring our wet clothes, hang them up to chafe against the bulkheads, and turn in and sleep as soundly as we could until our watch was called again. The only time when we could be said to take any pleasure was at night and morning, when we were allowed a tin pot full of hot tea, or, as the sailors significantly call it, water bewitched, sweetened with molasses. This, bad as it was still warm and comforting, and together with our sea biscuits and cold salt beef made a meal. Friday, November the 14th. At 2 p.m. we saw a sail on our larboard beam, and at 4 we made it out to be a large ship, steering our course under single-reefed topsails. He ran down for us, and answered our hail as the whale ship New England of Poughkeepsie, 120 days from New York. Our captain gave our name, and added 92 days from Boston. They then had a little conversation about longitude, in which they found that they couldn't agree. The ship fell astern, and continued in sight during the night. Toward morning, the wind having become light, we crossed our royal and skysail yards, and at daylight we were seen under a cloud of sail, having royals and skysails fore and aft. The spouter, as the sailors call a whaleman, had sent up his main-topgallant mast, and set the sail, and made signal for us to heave to. About 7:30 their whaleboat came alongside, and Captain Job Terry sprang on board, a man known in every port and by every vessel in the Pacific Ocean. He was 6 feet high, wore thick cowhide boots and brown coat and trousers, and except a sunburnt complexion, had not the slightest appearance of a sailor. Yet he'd been 40 years in the whale trade, and had owned ships, built ships, and sailed ships. His boat's crew were a pretty raw set, and hadn't got the hayseed out of their hair. Captain Terry convinced our captain that our reckoning was a little out, and having spent the day on board, put off in his boat at sunset for his ship. At 8 o'clock we altered our course to the northward, bound for Juan Fernandez. Monday, November the 19th. At 7 o'clock in the morning, it being our watch below, we were aroused from a sound sleep by the cry of, "All hands ahoy! A man overboard!" Hurrying on deck, we found the vessel hove flat aback, with all her studding sails set. The watch on deck were lowering away the quarter-boat, and I got on deck just in time to fling myself into her. But it was not until out upon the wide Pacific, in our little boat, that I knew whom we'd lost. It was George Bulmer, the young English sailor. He was going aloft to fit a strap round the maintop-masthead for ringtail halyards, and had the strap and block, a coil of halyards, and a marline spike about his neck. He fell from the starboard futtock shrouds, and, not knowing how to swim and being heavily dressed, with all those things round his neck, he probably sank immediately. We pulled astern in the direction in which he fell, and rowed about for nearly an hour, unwilling to acknowledge that we must give him up. At length we turned the boat's head and made towards a brig. Death is at all times solemn, but never so much so as at sea. Then, too, at sea, you miss a man so much. There are no new faces or new scenes to fill up the gap. There's always an empty berth in the forecastle, and one man wanting when the small night watch is mustered. The laws regulating navigation make the captain answerable for the effects of a sailor who dies during the voyage, and it's a law that the captain should soon hold an auction of his things, in which they're bid off by the sailors. Accordingly, we had no sooner got on the ship than his chest was brought up upon the forecastle, and the sail began. The jacket and trousers, in which we'd seen him dressed so lately, were exposed and bid off, while the life was hardly out of his body, and his chest was taken aft and used as a store chest, so that there was nothing left which could be called his. Tuesday, November the 25th. At daylight we saw the island of Juan Fernandez directly ahead. We were then nearly 70 miles from it. By the afternoon this beautiful island lay fairly before us, and we directed our course to the only harbor. Arriving at the entrance soon after sundown, we found a Chilean man-of-war brig the only vessel coming out. She hailed us, and an officer on board advised us to run in before night, and said that they were bound to Valparaiso. We ran immediately for the anchorage, but, owing to the winds which came to us in flaws from different points of the compass, we did not come to an anchor until nearly midnight. When we came to, in 40 fathoms of water, our anchor struck bottom for the first time since we left Boston. I was called on deck to stand my watch at about 3 in the morning, and I shall never forget the peculiar sensation which I experienced on finding myself once more surrounded by land, feeling the night breeze coming from offshore, and hearing the frogs and crickets. The mountains seemed almost to hang over us, and apparently from the very heart of them there came out, at regular intervals, a loud, echoing sound. We saw no lights, and could hardly account for the sound, until the mate, who had been there before, told us that it was the alerter of the Chilean soldiers, who was stationed over some convicts confined in caves nearly halfway up the mountain. At the expiration of my watch, I went below, feeling not a little anxious for the day, that I might see more clearly, and perhaps tread upon, this romantic island. When all hands were called, it was nearly sunrise, and between that time and breakfast, although quite busy on board in getting up water casks, etc., I had a good view of the objects around me. The harbor was nearly landlocked, and at the head of it was a landing upon which 2 large boats were hauled up, with a sentry standing over them. Near this was a variety of huts or cottages, the best of them built of mud or unburnt clay and whitewashed, but the greater part Robinson Crusoe-like, only of posts and branches of trees. The governor's house was the most conspicuous, being large, with grated windows, plastered walls, and roof of red tiles, yet, like all the rest, only of 1 story. Near it was a small chapel, distinguished by a cross, and a long, low, brown-looking building, surrounded by something like a palisade, from which an old and dingy-looking Chilean flag was flying. This, of course, was dignified by the title of Presidio. After breakfast, the second mate was ordered ashore with 5 hands to fill the water casks, and, to my joy, I was among the number. We pulled ashore with empty casks, and here again fortune favored me, for the water was too thick and muddy to be put into the casks, and the governor had sent men up to the head of the stream to clear it out for us, which gave us nearly 2 hours' leisure. This leisure was employed in wandering about among the houses and eating a little fruit which was offered to us. Ground apples, melons, grapes, strawberries of an enormous size, and cherries abounded here. The soldiers were miserably clad, and asked whether we had shoes to sell. I doubt very much if they had the means of buying them. They were eager to get tobacco, for which they gave shells, fruit, etc. Knives were also in demand, but we were forbidden by the governor to let anyone have them, as he told us that all the people there, except the soldiers and a few officers, were convicts sent from Valparaiso, and that it was necessary to keep all weapons from their hands. The island belongs to Chile, and had been used by the government as a penal colony for nearly 2 years, and the governor, with a priest, 6 taskmasters, and a body of soldiers, was stationed there to keep them in order. The worst part of the convicts were locked up under sentry, in caves dug into the side of the mountain, whence they were taken by day and set to work under taskmasters upon building an aqueduct, a wharf, and other public works, while the rest lived in the houses which they put up for themselves, had their families with them, and seemed to me to be the laziest people on the face of the earth. They did nothing but take a paseo into the woods, a paseo among the houses, a paseo at the landing-place, looking at us and our vessel, and too lazy to speak fast, while the others were driven about at a rapid trot in single file with burdens on their shoulders. Upon what precise grounds this great distinction was made, I do not know. Having filled our casks, we returned on board, and soon after, the governor, dressed in a uniform like that of an American militia officer, the padre, in the dress of the Grey Friars, and the capitan, with big whiskers and dirty regimentals, came on board to dine. A small boat, which came from the shore to take away the governor and suite, brought, as a present to the crew, a large pail of milk, a few shells, and a block of sandalwood. The milk, which was the first we'd tasted since leaving Boston, we soon dispatched. A piece of the sandalwood I obtained, and learned that it grew on the hills in the center of the island. About an hour before sundown, we began getting under way, and were not a little while about it, for we were in 30 fathoms water, and in one of the gusts which came from offshore had let go our other bow anchor. And as the southerly wind draws round the mountains and comes off in uncertain floors, we were continually swinging round, and had thus got a very foul hawse. We hove in upon our chain, and after stoppering and unshackling it again, and hoisting and hauling down sail, we at length tipped our anchor and stood out to sea. It was bright starlight when we were clear of the bay, and the lofty island lay behind us in its still beauty, and I gave a parting look and bade farewell to the most romantic spot on earth that my eyes had ever seen. Thursday, November the 27th. Upon coming on deck in the morning, we were again upon the wide Pacific, and saw no more land until we arrived upon the western coast of the great continent of America. We saw neither land nor sail from the time of leaving Juan Fernandez until our arrival in California. We caught the southeast trades and ran before them for nearly 3 weeks. The captain took advantage of this fine weather to get the vessel in order for coming upon the coast. The carpenter was employed in fitting up a part of the steerage into a trade room, for our cargo to be sold by retail on board, and this trade room was built for the samples and the lighter goods to be kept in, and as a place for the general business. In the meantime, we were employed in working upon the rigging. Everything was set up taut, and finally the whole standing rigging was tarred down. It was my first essay at the latter business, and I had enough of it, for nearly all of it came upon my friend Stimson and myself. We put on short duck frocks, and taking a small bucket of tar and bunch of oakum in our hands, went aloft and began tarring down. On Saturday night we finished it, scraped all the spots from the deck and rails, cleaned ourselves thoroughly, rolled up our tarry frocks and trousers and laid them away, and put on our clean duck clothes. On Monday we began painting, and getting the vessel ready for port. We painted her both inside and out, from the truck to the water's edge. The outside is painted by lowering stages over the side by ropes, and on those we sat, with our brushes and paint-pots by us, and our feet half the time in the water. This must be done, of course, on a smooth day, when the vessel does not roll much. I remember being over the side painting in this way, and a pilot fish, the sure precursor of a shark, swimming alongside of us. Friday, December the 19th. We crossed the Equator for the second time. Thursday, December the 25th. This day was Christmas. We had a plum duff for dinner, and the crew quarrelled with the steward because he did not give us our usual allowance of molasses to eat with it. He thought the plums would be a substitute for the molasses. Such are the trifles which produce quarrels on shipboard. We were getting tired of one another, and were in an irritable state. Our fresh provisions were gone, and the captain had stopped our rice, so that we had nothing but salt beef and salt pork throughout the week, with the exception of a very small duff on Sunday. My messmate Stimson and I petitioned the captain for leave to shift our berths from the steerage into the forecastle. This, to our delight, was granted, and we turned into bunk and mess with the crew for'ard. We now began to feel like sailors, which we never fully did when we were in the steerage. While there, you are but a mongrel. You're under the eye of the officers, cannot dance, sing, play, smoke, make a noise, or take any other sailor's pleasure. And you live with the steward, who is usually a go-between, and the crew never feel as though you were one of them. But if you live in the forecastle, you are a sailor. You hear sailors talk, learn their ways, and, moreover, pick up a great deal of curious and useful information in seamanship, ships, customs, foreign countries, etc., from their long yarns and equally long disputes. No man can be a sailor, or know what sailors are, unless he's lived in the forecastle with them. Upon our coming into the forecastle, there was some difficulty about the uniting of the allowances of bread, by which we thought we were to lose a few pounds. This set us into a ferment. The captain would not condescend to explain, and we went aft in a body with John the Swede for spokesman. The captain was walking the weather side of the quarter-deck, and seeing us coming aft, called out, "Well, what the devil do you want now?" Whereupon we stated our grievances. But he broke in upon us, saying that we were getting fat and lazy, didn't have enough to do, and it was that which made us find fault. This provoked us, and we began to give word for word. He clenched his fist, stamped and swore, and ordered us all for'ard, saying, "Away with you! I'll haze you! You don't have enough to do. If you ain't careful, I'll make a hell of heaven. You've mistaken your man. I'm Frank Thompson, all the way from down east. I've been through the mill, ground, and bolted, and come out a regular built down-east johnny-cake, when it's hot, damn good, but when it's cold, damned sour and indigestible, and you'll find me so." The latter part of this harangue made a strong impression, and the down-east johnny-cake became a byword for the rest of the voyage, and on the coast of California after our arrival. The matter was, however, set right, for the mate, after allowing the captain due time to cool off, explained it to him, and at 8 we were all called aft to hear another harangue, in which, of course, the whole blame of the misunderstanding was thrown upon us. Thus the affair blew over, but the irritation caused by it remained, and we never had peace or a good understanding again, so long as the captain and crew remained together. We continued sailing along in the beautiful temperate climate of the Pacific. The Pacific well deserves its name, for except in the southern part, at Cape Horn, and in the western parts, near the China and Indian Oceans, it has few storms, and is never either extremely hot or cold. We sailed well to the westward, to have the full advantage of the northeast trades, and when we reached the latitude of Point Conception, we were several hundred miles to the westward of it. We immediately changed our course due east, and sailed in that direction for a number of days. At length we began to heave to after dark, for fear of making the land at night on a coast where there are no lighthouses and but indifferent charts. January the 14th. We came to anchor in the spacious bay of Santa Barbara, after a voyage of 150 days from Boston. California extends along nearly the whole of the western coast of Mexico, between the Gulf of California in the south and the Bay of San Francisco on the north. It is subdivided into two provinces, Lower or Old California, lying between the Gulf and the 32nd degree of latitude, and New or Upper California, the southernmost port of which is San Diego, and the northernmost San Francisco, situated in the large bay discovered by Sir Francis Drake. Upper California has the seat of government at Monterey, where is also the Custom House, the only one on the coast, and at which every vessel intending to trade on the coast must enter its cargo before it can begin its traffic. We were to trade upon this coast exclusively, and therefore expected to go first to Monterey. But the captain's orders from home were to put in at Santa Barbara, which is the central port of the coast, and wait there for the agent who transacts all the business for the firm to which our vessel belonged. The bay, or the canal of Santa Barbara, is very large, being formed by the mainland on one side, between Point Conception on the north, and Point Santa Benaventura on the south, which here bends in like a crescent, and by three large islands opposite to it, and at the distance of some 20 miles. These points are just sufficient to give it the name of a bay, while at the same time it is so large and so much exposed to the southeast and northwest winds that it is little better than an open roadstead, and the whole swell of the Pacific Ocean rolls in before a southeaster, and breaks so heavy a surf in the shallow waters that it is highly dangerous to lie near in to the shore during the southeaster season. This southeaster is the bane of the coast of California. Between the months of November and April, which is the rainy season in this latitude, you're never safe from it, and accordingly, in the ports which are open to it, vessels are obliged, during these months, to lie at anchor at a distance of 3 miles from the shore, with slip ropes on their cables, ready to slip and go to sea at a moment's warning. As it was January when we arrived, and the middle of the southeaster season, we came to anchor at the distance of 3 miles from the shore, and bent a slip rope and buoys to our cables, cast off the yardarm gaskets from the sails, and stopped them all with rope yarns. After we'd done this, the boat went ashore with the captain, and returned with orders to the mate to send a boat ashore for him at sundown. It was a beautiful day, and so warm that we wore straw hats, duck trousers, and all the summer gear. There was only one vessel in the port, a long, sharp brig of about 300 tons, with English colours at her peak. We afterwards learned that she was built at Guayaquil, and named the Ayacucho, and was now owned by a Scotsman named Wilson, who commanded her, and was engaged in the trade between Callao and other parts of South America and California. Besides this vessel, there was no object to break the surface of the bay. 2 points ran out as the horns of the crescent, one of which, to the westward, was low and sandy, and is that to which vessels are obliged to give a wide berth when running out for a southeaster. The other is high and well wooded, and has a mission upon it called Santa Buenaventura. In the middle of this crescent, directly opposite the anchoring ground, lie the mission and town of Santa Barbara, on a low plain. The mission stands a little back of the town, and is a large collection of buildings, in the center of which is a high tower with a belfry of 5 bells. The town lies a little nearer to the beach, about half a mile from it, and is composed of 1-story houses built of sun-baked clay, or adobe, some of them whitewashed with red tiles on the roofs. I should judge that there were about 100 of them, and in the midst of them stands the Presidio, or fort. Just before sundown, the mate ordered a boat's crew ashore, and I went as one of the number. The sun had just gone down. The damp night wind was beginning to blow, and the heavy swell of the Pacific was breaking in loud and high comas upon the beach. We lay on our oars in the swell, just outside the surf, waiting for a good chance to run in, when a boat, which had put off from the Ayacucho, came alongside of us, with a crew of dusky Sandwich Islanders, talking in their outlandish tongue. They knew that we were novices in this kind of boating, and waited to see us go in. The second mate, however, who steered our boat, determined to have the advantage of their experience, and would not go in first. Finding, at length, how matters stood, they gave a shout, and, taking advantage of a great comber which came swelling in, rearing its head, and lifting up the sterns of our boats nearly perpendicular, and again dropping them in the trough, they gave 3 or 4 long and strong pulls, and went in on the top of the great wave, throwing their oars overboard, and jumping out the instant the boat touched the beach. They seized hold of her by the gunwale on each side, and ran her up so high and dry upon the sand. We pulled strongly in, and as soon as we felt that the sea had got hold of us, and was carrying us in with the speed of a racehorse, we threw the oars as far from the boat as we could, and took hold of the gunwales, ready to spring out and seize her when she struck. We were shot up upon the beach, and seizing the boat, ran her up high and dry. Finding that the captain did not come immediately, we walked about the beach to see what we could of the place. The Sandwich Islanders, in the meantime, had turned their boat round, and were loading her with hides and tallow. As this was the work in which we were soon to be engaged, we looked on with some curiosity. They ran the boat so far into the water that every large sea might float her, and 2 of them, with their trousers rolled up, stood by the bows, one on each side, keeping her in her right position. This was hard work, for besides the force they had to use upon the boat, the large seas nearly took them off their legs. The others were running from the boat to the bank, upon which was a pile of dry bullocks' hides, doubled lengthwise in the middle, and nearly as stiff as boards. These they took upon their heads, 1 or 2 at a time, and carried down to the boat, in which one of their number stowed them away. They were obliged to carry them on their heads to keep them out of the water, and we observed that they had on them thick woolen caps. The sand began to be cold to our bare feet. The frogs set up their croaking in the marshes, and we began to think that it was high time for the old man to come down. In a few minutes the captain appeared, and we turned the boat round, shoved her down, and prepared to go off. The captain took the steering oar, I, being the youngest, had the pleasure of standing at the bow and getting wet through. We went off well, though the seas were high. Some of them lifted us up and seemed to let us drop through the air like a flat plank upon the body of the water. In a few minutes we were in the low, regular swell, and pulled for a light which we found had been run up our trysail gaff. Coming aboard, we hoisted up all the boats, and diving down into the forecastle, changed our wet clothes, and got our supper. After supper, the sailors lighted their pipes, cigars, those of us who had them, and we had to tell all what we'd seen ashore. At daylight, all hands were called, and we went through the usual process of washing down, swabbing, etc., and got breakfast at 8 o'clock. In the course of the forenoon, a boat went aboard of the Ayacucho, and brought off a quarter of beef, which made us a fresh bite for dinner. While at dinner, the cook called, "Sail ho!" and coming on deck, we saw 2 sails bearing round the point. One was a large ship under topgallant sails, and the other a small hermaphrodite brig. They both backed their topsails and sent boats aboard of us. The ship's colours had puzzled us, and we found that she was from Genoa, with an assorted cargo, and was trading on the coast. She filled way again, and stood out, being bound up the coast to San Francisco. The crew of the brig's boat was Sandwich Islanders, but one of them, who spoke a little English, told us that she was the Lariat, Captain Nye from Oahu, and was engaged in the hide and tallow trade. The 3 captains went ashore after dinner, and came off again at night. When in port, everything is attended to by the chief mate. The captain, unless he is also supercargo, has little to do, and is usually ashore much of his time. This, we thought, would be pleasanter for us, as the mate was a good-natured man, and not very strict. So it was for a time, but we were worse off in the end, for wherever the captain is a severe, energetic man, and the mate has neither of these qualities, there will always be trouble. And trouble we had already begun to anticipate. The captain had several times found fault with the mate, in presence of the crew, and hints had been dropped that all was not right between them. When this is the case, and the captain suspects that his chief officer is too familiar with the crew, he begins to interfere in all the duties, and to draw the reins more taut, and the crew have to suffer. This night, after sundown, it looked black at the southward and eastward, and we were told to keep a bright lookout. Waking up about midnight, I felt the vessel pitching at her anchor, and the chains surging and snapping, and lay awake, prepared for an instant summons. In a few minutes it came, 3 knocks on the scuttle, and "All hands ahoy! Bear a hand up and make sail!" We sprang for our clothes, and were about half-dressed, when the mate called out down the scuttle, "Tumble up here, men! Tumble up, before she drags her anchor!" We were on deck in an instant. "Lay aloft and loose the topsails!" shouted the captain. Springing into the rigging, I saw that the Ayacucho's topsails were loosed, and heard her crew singing out of the sheets as they were hauling them home. This had probably started our captain, as old Wilson, the captain of the Ayacucho, had been many years on the coast, and knew the signs of the weather. We soon had the topsails loosed, and one hand remaining, as usual, in each top, to overhaul the rigging and light the sail out, the rest of us came down to man the sheets. While sheeting home, we saw the Ayacucho standing athwart our hawse, cutting through the head seas like a knife, with her raking masts and her sharp bows running up like the head of a greyhound. "Nigh off, too," said the captain, and looking astern, we could just see the little hermaphrodite brig, under sail, standing after us. It now began to blow fresh. The rain fell fast, and it grew black. But the captain would not take in sail until we were well clear of the point. As soon as we were standing out to sea, the order was given, and we went aloft, double-reefed each topsail, furled the foresail, and double-reefed the trysail, and was soon under easy sail. In these cases of slipping for southeasters, there's nothing to be done after you've got clear of the coast, but to lie under easy sail and wait for the gale to be over. Toward morning, the captain put his head out of the companionway, and told the second mate to look out for a change of wind, which usually followed a calm, with heavy rain. It was well that he did, for in a few minutes it fell dead calm. The vessel lost her steerage way. The rain ceased. We hauled up the trysail and courses, squared the after-yards, and waited for the change, which came in a few minutes with a vengeance from the northwest, the opposite point of the compass. Owing to our precautions, we were not taken aback, but ran before the wind with square yards. The captain coming on deck, we braced up a little and stood back for our anchorage. With the change of wind came a change of weather, and in 2 hours the wind moderated. The sun came up bright, and we set royals, skysails, and studding sails, and were under fair way for Santa Barbara. The Ayacucho got to the anchoring ground about half an hour before us, and was furling her sails when we came to it. After we had furled the sails, we saw the Loriotte nearing, and she had her anchor before night. At sundown we went ashore again, and found the Loriotte's boat on the beach. The Sandwich Islander, who could speak English, told us that he had been up to the town, that our agent, Mr. Robinson, and some other passengers were going to Monterey with us, and that we were to sail the same night. In a few minutes, Captain Thompson, with 2 gentlemen, and a lady, came down, and we got ready to go off. 2 of us took the Senora in our arms, and waded with her through the water, and put her down safely in the stern. She appeared much amused with the transaction. I pulled the after oar, so that I heard the conversation, and learned that one of the men in European dress was the agent of the firm to which our vessel belonged, and the other, in Spanish dress, was a brother of our captain, who had been many years a trader on the coast, and that the lady was his wife. As soon as we got on board, the boats were hoisted up, the sails loosed, the windlass manned, the slip ropes and gear cast off, and we were well under way and going with a fair wind up the coast to Monterey. We got clear of the islands before sunrise next morning, and by 12 o'clock were out of the canal and off Point Conception. Any vessel does well which gets by it without a gale. We were going along with studding sails set on both sides, when, as we came round the point, we had to haul our wind and take in the lee studding sails. As the brig came more upon the wind, she felt it more, and we doused the skysails, but kept the weather studding sails on her, bracing the yards forward, so that the swing boom nearly touched the spritsail yard. She now lay over to it. The wind was freshening, and the captain was evidently dragging on to her. His brother and Mr. Robinson, looking a little disturbed, said something to him, but he only answered that he knew the vessel and what she would carry. He was evidently showing off. He stood up to windward, holding on by the back stays and looking up at the sticks to see how much they would bear. when a puff came which settled the matter. Then it was haul down and clew up, royals, flying jib, and studding sails all at once. There was what the sailors called a mess. Everything let go, nothing hauled in, and everything flying. The poor Mexican woman came to the companionway, looking as pale as a ghost and nearly frightened to death. The mate and some men for'ard were trying to haul in the lower studding sail, which had blown over the spritsail yardarm and round the guys, while the topmast studding sail boom, after buckling up and springing out again like a piece of whalebone, broke off at the boom iron. I jumped aloft to take in the main topgallant studding sail, but before I got into the top, the tack parted, and away went the sail, tearing and slatting itself to pieces. The halyards were at this moment let go by the run, and such a piece of work I never had before in taking in a sail. After great exertions, I got the remains of it into the top, and was making it fast, when the captain called out to me, "Lay aloft there, Darner, and furl that main royal." There was nothing for Jack to do but obey orders, and I went upon the yard. The braces had been let go, and the yard was swinging about like a turnpike gate, and the whole sail having blown out to leeward, the lee leech was over the yardarm, and the skysail was all adrift and flying about my head. I looked down, but it was in vain to attempt to make myself heard, for everyone was busy below. Fortunately, the man at the wheel, who had his eyes aloft, saw my difficulty, and after numberless signs and gestures, got someone to haul the necessary ropes taut. The wind had hauled ahead during the squall, and we were standing directly in for the point. So, as soon as we'd got all snug, we wore round and stood off again, and had the pleasant prospect of beating up to Monterey, a distance of 100 miles, against a violent headwind. Before night it began to rain, and we had 5 days of rainy, stormy weather, under close sail all the time, and were blown several hundred miles off the coast. On the 6th day it cleared off, and the sun came out bright. Our passengers now made their appearance, and I had for the first time the opportunity of seeing what a miserable and forlorn creature a seasick passenger is. After a few days we made the land at Point Pinos, which is the headland at the entrance of the bay at Monterey. The shores are extremely well wooded, and, as it was now the rainy season, everything was as green as nature could make it. The birds were singing in the woods, and great numbers of wildfowl were flying over our heads. Here we could lie safe from the southeasters. We came to anchor within 2 cables' lengths of the shore, and the town lay directly before us, making a very pretty appearance, its houses being of whitewashed adobe. The Mexican flag was flying from the little square Presidio, and the drums and trumpets of the soldiers who were out on parade sounded over the water and gave great life to the scene. We landed the agent and passengers, and found several persons waiting for them on the beach, among whom were some who, although dressed in the costume of the country, spoke English. The next day being Sunday, the sailors had depended upon a holiday, when, upon being called in the morning, we were turned to upon the rigging, and found that the topmast, which had been sprung, was to come down, and a new one to go up, with topgallant and royal masts, and the rigging to be set. If there is anything that irritates sailors, it is being deprived of their Sunday. They're so often necessarily deprived of it by storms and unavoidable duties of all kinds, that to take it from them when lying quietly in port bears the more hardy. The only reason in this case was that the captain had determined to have the custom-house officers on board on Monday, and wished to have his brig in order. Jack is a slave aboard ship, but he still has many opportunities of thwarting and balking his master. Sogering was the order of the day. Send a man below to get a block, and he would capsize everything before finding it. Then not bring it up till an officer had called him twice. Marlin spikes were not to be found. Knives wanted a prodigious deal of sharpening. When a man got to the masthead, he would come slowly down again for something he'd left, and after the tackles were got up, 6 men would pull less than 3 who pulled with a will. When the mate was out of sight, nothing was done. It was all uphill work, and at 8 o'clock, when we went to breakfast, things were nearly where they were when we began. During our short meal, the matter was discussed. Juan proposed refusing to work, but that was mutiny, and of course was rejected at once. After breakfast it leaked out that if we would get through work soon, we might have a boat in the afternoon and go a-fishing. This bait was well thrown, and took with several who were fond of fishing, and all began to find that as we had one thing to do, the sooner we did it, the better. Accordingly, things took a new aspect, and before 2 o'clock this work was done, and 5 of us went a-fishing in the jolly boat, but leave to go ashore was refused. We took several fish of various kinds, and Foster, the ci-devant second mate, brought up with his hook a large and beautiful pearl oyster shell. We returned by sundown, and found the Lorient at anchor within a cable's length of the Pilgrim. The next day we were turned to early, and began taking off the hatches, overhauling the cargo, and getting everything ready for inspection. At 8, the officers of the customs, 5 in number, came on board, and began examining the cargo, manifest, etc. The next day we began trading. The trade room was fitted up and furnished out with the lighter goods, and with specimens of the rest of the cargo. And Millis, a young man who came out from Boston with us before the mast, was taken out of the forecastle and made supercargo's clerk. For a week or 10 days, all was life on board. The people came off to look and to buy, men, women, and children, and we were continually going in the boats, carrying goods and passengers. Everything must dress itself and come aboard and see the new vessel, if it were only to buy a paper of pins. Our cargo consisted of everything under the sun. We had spirits of all kinds, teas, coffee, sugar, spices, raisins, molasses, hardware, crockeryware, tinware, cutlery, clothing of all kinds, boots and shoes from Lynn, calicoes and cottons from Lowell, crepes, silks. Also shawls, scarves, necklaces, jewelry and combs for the women, furniture, and in fact everything that can be imagined, from Chinese fireworks to English cartwheels, of which we had 12 pairs, with their iron tires on. The Californians are an idle, thriftless people, and can make nothing for themselves. The country abounds in grapes, yet they buy, at a great price, bad wine made in Boston and brought round by us, and retail it among themselves at a real, 121 cents, by the small wine glass. Their hides, too, which they value at $2 in money, they barter for something which costs 75 cents in Boston. And they buy shoes, as like as not made of their own hides, which have been carried twice round Cape Horn, at $3 and $4. Things sell at an advance of nearly 300% upon the Boston prices. This is partly owing to the heavy duties which the government has laid upon imports. These duties, and the enormous expenses of so long a voyage, keep all merchants, but those of a heavy capital, from engaging in the trade. By being thus engaged in transporting passengers with their goods, to and fro, we gained considerable knowledge of the character, dress, and language of the people. Their complexions are various, depending, as well as their dress and manner, upon the amount of Spanish blood they can lay claim to, which also settles their social rank. Those who are of pure Spanish blood, having never intermarried with the aborigines, have clear brunette complexions, and sometimes even as fair as those of English women. These form the upper class, intermarrying and keeping up an exclusive system in every respect. They can be distinguished not only by their complexion, dress, and manners, but also by their speech, for they are very ambitious of speaking the pure Castilian, while all Spanish is spoken in a somewhat corrupted dialect by the lower classes. From this upper class they go down by regular shades, growing more and more dark and muddy until you come to the pure Indian. The fondness for dress among the women is excessive. Nothing is more common than to see a woman living in a house of only 2 rooms, with the ground for a floor, dressed in spangled satin shoes, silk gown, high comb, and gilt, if not gold, earrings and necklace. I never saw so much silver at one time as during the week that we were at Monterey. The truth is, they have no credit system, no banks, and no way of investing money but in cattle. Besides silver, they have no circulating medium but hides, which the sailors call California banknotes. Everything that they buy they must pay for in one or the other of these means. The hides they bring down dried and doubled in clumsy ox carts, or upon mules' backs, and the money they carry tied up in a handkerchief, $50 or $100 and half-dollars. I had not studied Spanish at college, but during the latter part of the passage out, I borrowed a grammar and dictionary from the cabin, and by a continual use of these, and a careful attention to every word that I heard spoken, I soon got a vocabulary together, and began talking for myself. As I soon knew more Spanish than any of the crew, and had studied Latin and French, I got the name of a great linguist, and was always sent by the captain and officers for provisions, or to take letters and messages to different parts of the town. Monterey is decidedly the pleasantest and most civilized-looking place in California. In the center of it is an open square, surrounded by 4 lines of one-story buildings, with half a dozen cannons in the center, some mounted and others not. This is the Presidio, or fort. The Presidio here was entirely open and unfortified. There were several officers with long titles, and about 80 soldiers, but they were poorly paid, fed, clothed, and disciplined. The Governor-General lives here, which makes it the seat of government. In addition to him, each town has a commandant, who is its chief officer, and has charge of the fort and all transactions with foreigners and foreign vessels, while 2 or 3 alcaldes and corregidors, elected by the inhabitants, are the civil officers. No Protestant has any political rights, nor can he hold property, or indeed remain more than a few weeks on shore, unless he belongs to a foreign vessel. Consequently, Americans and English who intend to reside here become papists, the current phrase among them being, "A man must leave his conscience at Cape Horn." The houses are of one story, built of adobes, that is, clay made into large bricks, about 1.5 feet square, and 3 or 4 inches thick, and hardened in the sun. These are joined together by a cement of the same material, and the whole are of a common dirt color. The floors are generally of earth, the windows grated and without glass, and the doors, which are seldom shut, open directly into the common room. Some of the more wealthy inhabitants have glass to their windows and board floors. The better houses, too, have red tiles upon the roofs. The common ones have 2 or 3 rooms, which open into each other. They have no chimneys or fireplaces in the houses, the climate being such as to make a fire unnecessary, and all their cooking is done in a small kitchen, separated from the house. The men in Monterey appeared to me to be always on horseback. They can hardly go from one house to another without mounting a horse, there being generally several standing tied to the doorposts of the little cottages. The only vessel in port with us was the little Loriotte. I frequently went to board her, and became well acquainted with her Sandwich Island crew. They were well formed and active, with black eyes, intelligent countenances, copper complexions, and coarse black hair. They appeared to be talking continually. In the forecastle there was a complete babel. Their language is extremely guttural. They are complete water dogs, and therefore very good in boating. It is for this reason that there are so many of them on the coast of California, they being very good hands in the surf. After a few days, finding the trade beginning to slacken, we hove our anchor up and left the little town astern, bearing down the coast again for Santa Barbara. As we were now going to leeward, we had a fair wind, and a plenty of it. We passed Point Conception at a flying rate, the wind blowing so that it would have seemed half a gale to us if we'd been going the other way and close hauled. As we drew near the islands of Santa Barbara, it died away a little, but we came to at our old anchoring ground in less than 30 hours from the time of leaving Monterey. Here everything was pretty much as we left it, the large bay without a vessel in it, the surf roaring and rolling in upon the beach, the white mission, the dark town, and the high treeless mountains. We lay at this place about a fortnight, employed in landing goods and taking off hides, occasionally when the surf was not high. But there did not appear to be one half of the business doing here that was in Monterey. We lay at a distance of 3 miles from the beach, and the town was nearly a mile farther, so that we saw little or nothing of it. The hides were brought down dry, or they will not be received. When they're taken from the animal, they have holes cut in the ends, and are staked out, and thus dried in the sun without shrinking. They are then doubled once, lengthwise, with the hair side usually in, and sent down upon mules or in carts, and piled above the high water mark. And then we take them upon our heads, one at a time, or 2 if they're small, and wade out with them and throw them into the boat, which we usually kept anchored by a small kedge or keelek just outside of the surf. We all provided ourselves with thick Scotch caps, which would be soft to the head and at the same time protected, for we soon learned that the head work was the only system for California. For besides that, the sea, breaking high, often obliges us to carry the hides, so, in order to keep them dry, we found that, as they were very large and heavy and nearly as stiff as boards, it was the only way that we could carry them with any convenience to ourselves. The great art is in getting them on the head. We had to take them from the ground, and as they were often very heavy and as wide as the arms could stretch, and were easily taken by the wind, We used to have some trouble with them. I've often been laughed at myself, and joined in laughing at others, pitching ourselves down in the sand and trying to swing a large hide upon our heads, or nearly blown over with one in a little gust of wind. After our heads had become used to the weight, and we had learned the true California style of tossing the hide, we could carry off 200 or 300 in a short time, without much trouble. But it was always wet work, and if the beach was stony, bad for our feet, for we went barefooted on this duty. And after this we had a pull of 3 miles with a loaded boat, which often took a couple of hours. We had now got well settled down into our harbor duties. All hands are called as soon as the first grey of the morning. The cook makes his fire in the galley, the steward goes about his work in the cabin, and the crew rig the head pump and wash down the decks. The chief mate is always on deck, but takes no active part, all the duty coming upon the second mate, who has to roll up his trousers and paddle about decks barefooted like the rest of the crew. At 8 o'clock, breakfast is ordered fore and aft. After breakfast, for which half an hour is allowed, the boats are lowered down, and the crew turn to upon their day's work. If heavy goods are to be taken ashore, or hides are brought down to the beach for us, then all hands are sent ashore with an officer in the longboat. Then there is a good deal to be done in the hold, goods to be broken out, and cargo to be shifted, to make room for hides, or to keep the trim of the vessel. In addition to this, the usual work upon the rigging must be going on. An hour is allowed for dinner, and at dark the decks are cleared up, the boats hoisted, supper ordered, and at 8 the lights are put out, except in the binnacle where the glass stands, and the anchor watch is set. Thus, when at anchor, the crew have more time at night, but have no time to themselves in the day, so that reading, mending clothes, etc., has to be put off until Sunday, which is usually given. We were well satisfied if we got even Sunday to ourselves, for if any hides came down on that day, we were obliged to take them off. Besides, as we now lived on fresh beef and ate 1 bullock a week, the animal was almost always brought down on Sunday, and we had to go ashore, kill it, dress it, and bring it aboard, which was another interruption. But all these little vexations and labours would have been nothing, were it not for the uncertainty which hung over the nature and length of our voyage. When we left Boston, we supposed that ours was to be a voyage of 2 years, at most. But upon arriving on the coast, we learned something more of the trade, and found that, in the scarcity of hides, it would take us a year, at least, to collect our cargo, besides the passage out and home, and that we were also to collect a cargo for a large ship belonging to the same firm, which was soon to come on the coast. The ship California, belonging to the same firm, had been nearly 2 years on the coast, getting a full cargo, and was now at San Diego, from which port she was expected to sail in a few weeks for Boston, and we were to collect all the hides we could, and deposit them at San Diego, when the new ship, which would carry 40,000, was to be filled and sent home. And then we were to begin anew upon our own cargo. Here was a gloomy prospect indeed. Hints were thrown out about 3 years and 4 years. The older sailors said they never should see Boston again, but should lay their bones in California, and a cloud seemed to hang over the whole voyage. Besides, we were not provided for so long a voyage, and clothes and all sailors' necessaries were excessively dear, 300 or 400% advance upon the Boston prices. This was bad enough for the crew, but still worse was it for me, who did not mean to be a sailor for life, having intended only to be gone 18 months or 2 years. 3 or 4 years would put all my companions so far ahead of me that a college degree and a profession would be in vain to think of. In addition to, and perhaps partly as a consequence of, this state of things, there was trouble brewing on board the vessel. Our mate was a worthy man, but he was too easy and amiable for the mate of a merchantman. Captain Thompson was a vigorous, energetic fellow. He was made of steel and whalebone. During all the time that I was with him, I never saw him sit down on deck. He was always active and driving, severe in his discipline, and expected the same of his officers. The mate, not being enough of a driver for him, he was dissatisfied with him, and began to interfere in everything. He drew the reins tighter, and, as in all quarrels between officers, the sailors side with the one who treats them best. So he became suspicious of the crew. He saw that things went wrong, that nothing was done with a will, and in his attempt to remedy the difficulty by severity, he made everything worse. We were kept at work all day when in port, which, together with a watch at night, made us glad to turn in as soon as we got below. Thus we had no time for reading, or for washing and mending our clothes. And then, when we were at sea, sailing from port to port, instead of giving us watch and watch, as was the custom on board every other vessel on the coast, we were all kept on deck and at work, rain or shine, making spun yarn and rope, and at other works in good weather, and picking oakum when it was too wet for anything else. This is what is called hazing a crew, and working the old iron up. While lying at Santa Barbara, we encountered another southeaster, and, like the first, it came on in the night. We made sail, slipped our cable, cleared the point, and beat about for 4 days in the offing, under close sail, with continual rain and high seas and winds. On the 5th day it cleared up, after a few hours, as is usual, of rain coming down like a shower bath, and we found ourselves drifted nearly 10 leagues from the anchorage, and, having light headwinds, we did not return until the 6th day. Having recovered our anchor, we made preparations for getting under way to go down to leeward. We'd hoped to go directly to San Diego, and thus fall in with the California before she sailed for Boston. But our orders were to stop at an intermediate port called San Pedro, and as we were to lie there a week or 2, and the California was to sail in a few days, we lost the opportunity. Just before sailing, the captain took on board a short, red-haired, round-shouldered, vulgar-looking fellow, who had lost one eye and squinted with the other, and, introducing him as Mr. Russell, told us he was an officer on board. This was too bad. We had lost overboard, on the passage, one of the best of our number. Another had been taken from us and appointed clerk, and, thus weakened and reduced, instead of shipping some hands to make our work easier, he had put another officer over us to watch and drive us. We had now 4 officers and only 6 in the forecastle. Leaving Santa Barbara, we coasted along down, until doubling a high sandy point, we let go our anchor at a distance of 3 or 3.5 miles from shore. The shore, being low, appeared to be at a greater distance than it actually was, and we thought we might as well have stayed at Santa Barbara and sent our boat down for the hides. The land was of a clayey quality, entirely bare of trees and even shrubs, and there was no sign of a town, not even a house to be seen. No sooner had we come to anchor than the slip rope and the other preparations for southeasters were got ready. As soon as everything was snug on board, the boat was lowered and we pulled ashore, our new officer taking the place of steersman. As we drew in, we found the tide low, and the rocks and stones, covered with kelp and seaweed, lying bare for the distance of nearly 1/8 of a mile. Leaving the boat, and picking our way barefoot over these, we came to what is called the landing place at high water mark. Just in front of the landing, and immediately above it, was a small hill. Over this hill we saw 3 men coming down, dressed partly like sailors and partly like Californians. When they reached us, we found that they were Englishmen. They told us that they belonged to a small Mexican brig which had been driven ashore here in a southeaster, and they now lived in a small house just over the hill. Going up this hill with them, we saw, close behind it, a small building with 1 room, containing a fireplace, a cooking apparatus, etc., and used as a place to store hides and goods. This, they told us, was built by some traders in the Pueblo, a town about 30 miles in the interior, and used by them as a storehouse and a lodging place when they came down to trade with the vessels. These 3 men were employed by them to keep the house in order, and to look out for the things stored in it. They said that they'd been there for nearly a year, living upon beef, hard bread, and frijoles, a peculiar kind of bean, very abundant in California. The nearest house was a rancho, or cattle farm, about 3 miles off, and one of them went there, at the request of our officer, to order a horse to be sent down, with which the agent, who was on board, might go up to the Pueblo. From one of them, who was an intelligent English sailor, I learned a good deal about the place, its trade, and the news from the southern ports. San Diego, he said, was about 80 miles to the leeward of San Pedro, that they had heard from there that the California had sailed for Boston, and that the Lagoda, which had been in San Pedro only a few weeks before, was taking her in cargo for Boston. The Ayacucho was also there, loading for Callao, and the little Loriotte, which had run directly down from Monterey, where we left her. San Diego, he told me, was a small, snug place, having very little trade, but decidedly the best harbor on the coast. This was the depot for all the vessels engaged in the trade, each one having a large house there, in which they stowed their hides as fast as they collected them in their trips up and down the coast, and, when they had procured a full cargo, spent a few weeks there taking it in, smoking ship, laying in wood and water, and making other preparations for the voyage home. I also learned that the desolate-looking place we were in furnished more hides than any port on the coast. It was the only port for a distance of 80 miles, and about 30 miles in the interior was a fine, plain country, filled with herds of cattle, in the center of which was the Pueblo de Los Angeles, the largest town in California, and several of the wealthiest missions, to all of which San Pedro was the seaport. Having made arrangements for a horse to take the agent to the Pueblo the next day, we picked our way again over the green, slippery rocks and pulled towards the brig. Going down into the forecastle, eating our supper and lighting our cigars and pipes, we had, as usual, to tell what we'd seen or heard ashore. The next day we pulled the agent ashore, and he went up to visit the pueblo and the neighboring missions. And in a few days, as the result of his labors, large ox carts and droves of mules loaded with hides were seen coming over the flat country. We loaded our longboats with goods of all kinds, light and heavy, and pulled ashore. After landing and rolling them over the stones upon the beach, we stopped, waiting for the carts to come down the hill and take them. But the captain soon settled the matter by ordering us to carry them all up to the top. So, what the oxen would not do, we were obliged to do. The hill was low but steep, and the earth, being clayey and wet with the recent rains, was but bad holding ground for our feet. The heavy barrels and casks we rolled up with some difficulty, getting behind and putting our shoulders to them, now and then our feet slipping, adding to the danger of the casks rolling back upon us. But the greatest trouble was with the large boxes of sugar. These we had to place upon oars, and, lifting them up, rest the oars upon our shoulders, and creep slowly up the hill with the gait of a funeral procession. After an hour or two of hard work, we got them all up, and found the carts standing full of hides, which we had to unload, and to load the carts again with our own goods. The lazy Indians, who came down with them, squatting on their hams, looking on, doing nothing, and when we asked them to help us, only shaking their heads or drawling out, "No quiero." Having loaded the carts, we started up the Indians, who went off, one on each side of the oxen, with long sticks, sharpened at the end to punch them with. This is one of the means of saving labor in California, 2 Indians to 2 oxen. Now, the hides were to be got down, and for this purpose we brought the boat round to a place where the hill was steeper, and threw them off, letting them slide over the slope. Many of them lodged, and we had to let ourselves down and set them going again, and in this way became covered with dust and our clothes torn. After we had the hides all down, we were obliged to take them on our heads, and walk over the stones and through the water to the boat. The water and the stones together would wear out a pair of shoes a day, and as shoes was scarce and dear, we were compelled to go barefooted. At night we went on board, having had the hardest and most disagreeable day's work that we had yet experienced. For several days we were employed in this manner, until we had landed 40 or 50 tons of goods, and brought on board about 2,000 hides, when the trade began to slacken. For several days the captain seemed out of humor. Nothing went right or fast enough for him. He quarreled with the cook, and threatened to flog him for throwing wood on deck, and had a dispute with the mate. But his displeasure was chiefly turned against a large, heavy-moulded fellow from the Middle States, who was called Sam. This man hesitated in his speech, was rather slow in his motions, and was only a tolerably good sailor, but usually seemed to do his best. Yet the captain took a dislike to him, and thought he was surly and lazy. The captain found fault with everything this man did. The captain was on board all day Friday, and everything went on hard and disagreeably. We worked late Friday night, and were turned to early Saturday morning. About 10 o'clock, the captain ordered our new officer, Russell, who by this time had become thoroughly disliked by all the crew, to get the gig ready to take him ashore. John the Swede was sitting in the boat alongside, and Mr. Russell and I were standing by the main hatchway. waiting for the captain, who was down in the hold, where the crew were at work, when we heard his voice raised in violent dispute with somebody, and then came blows and scuffling. I ran to the side and beckoned to John, who came aboard, and we leaned down the hatchway, and though we could see no one, we knew that the captain had the advantage, for his voice was loud and clear. "You see your condition. Will you ever give me any more of your jaw?" "I never gave you any, sir," said Sam. "That's not what I ask you. Will you ever be impudent to me again?" "I never have been, sir," said Sam. "Answer my question, or I'll make a spread eagle of you. I'll flog you, by God." "I'm no Negro slave," said Sam. "Then I'll make you one," said the captain. And he came to the hatchway and sprang on deck, threw off his coat, and rolling up his sleeves, called out to the mate, "Seize that man up, Mr. Amazzini. Make a spread eagle of him." The crew and officers followed the captain up the hatchway, but it was not until after repeated orders that the mate laid hold of Sam, who made no resistance, and carried him to the gangway. "What are you going to flog that man for, sir?" said John the Swede to the captain. Upon hearing this, the captain turned upon John. He ordered the steward to bring the irons, and, calling upon Russell to help him, went up to John. "Let me alone," said John. "I am willing to be put in irons. You need not use any force." And, putting out his hands, the captain slipped the irons on, and sent him aft to the quarter-deck. Sam, by this time, was seized up, as it's called. That is, placed against the shrouds, with his wrists made fast to them, his jacket off, and his back exposed. The captain stood on the break of the deck, a few feet from him, and a little raised, so as to have a good swing at him, and held in his hand the end of a thick, strong rope. The officers stood round, and the crew grouped together in the waist. If a thought of resistance crossed the minds of any of the men, what was to be done? What is there for sailors to do? If they resist, it is mutiny, and if they succeed and take the vessel, it is piracy. Bad as it was, they saw it must be borne. Swinging the rope over his head and bending his body so as to give it full force, the captain brought it down upon the poor fellow's back. Once, twice, 6 times. "Will you ever give me any more of your jaw?" The man writhed with pain, but said not a word. 3 times more. This was too much, and he muttered something which I could not hear. This brought as many more as the man could stand, when the captain ordered him to be cut down. "Now for you," said the captain, making up to John and taking his irons off. As soon as John was loose, he ran forward to the forecastle. "Bring that man aft," shouted the captain. Our third officer, anxious to show his zeal, sprang forward over the windlass and laid hold of John, but John soon threw him from him. The captain stood on the quarter-deck, bare-headed, his eyes flashing with rage, and his face as red as blood, swinging the rope and calling out to his officers. "Drag him aft! Lay hold of him! I'll sweeten him!" The mate now went forward and told John quietly to go aft, and he, seeing resistance vain, threw the blackguard third mate from him, said he would go aft of himself, and went up to the gangway and held out his hands. But as soon as the captain began to make him fast, the indignity was too much, and he struggled. But the mate and Russell holding him, he was soon seized up. When he was made fast, he turned to the captain and asked him what he was to be flogged for. "Have I ever refused my duty, sir? Have you ever known me to hang back or to be insolent, or not to know my work?" "No," said the captain. "It is not that I flog you for. I flog you for your interference, for asking questions." "Can't a man ask a question here without being flogged?" "No," shouted the captain. "Nobody shall open his mouth aboard this vessel but myself." And he began laying the blows upon his back, swinging half round between each blow to give it full effect. As he went on, his passion increased, and he danced about the deck, calling out as he swung the rope, "If you want to know what I flog you for, I'll tell you. It's because I like to do it. It suits me. That's what I do it for." The man writhed under the pain until he could endure it no longer, when he called out with an exclamation more common among foreigners than with us, "Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, Jesus Christ!" "Don't call on Jesus Christ," shouted the captain. "He can't help you. Call on Frank Thompson. He's the man." At these words, my blood ran cold. Disgusted, sick, I turned away and leaned over the rail and looked down into the water. A few rapid thoughts, I don't know what, a resolution to see the captain punished when we got home, crossed my mind. But the falling of the blows and the cries of the man called me back once more. At length they ceased, and turning round, I found that the mate, at a signal from the captain, had cast him loose. Almost doubled up with pain, the man walked slowly forward and went down into the forecastle. Everyone else stood still at his post, while the captain, swelling with rage, walked the quarter-deck, calling out to us. "You see your condition. You see where I've got you all, and you know what to expect. You've been mistaken in me. You didn't know what I was. Now you know what I am. I'll make you toe the mark, every soul of you, or I'll flog you all fore and aft from the boy up. You've got a driver over you. Yes, a slave driver, a nigger driver. I'll see who'll tell me he ain't a nigger slave." With this and the like matter, he entertained us for about 10 minutes, when he went below. Soon after, John came aft, with his bare back covered with stripes in every direction, and dreadfully swollen, and asked the steward to ask the captain to let him have some salve or balsam to put upon it. "No," said the captain, who had heard him from below. "Tell him to put his shirt on. That's the best thing for him, and pull me ashore in the boat. Nobody is going to lay up on board this vessel." He then called to Mr. Russell to take those men and 2 others in the boat and pull him ashore. I went for one. The 2 men could hardly bend their backs, and the captain called to them to give way, but finding they did their best, he let them alone. The agent was in the stern sheets, but during the whole pull, a league or more, not a word was spoken. We landed. The captain, agent, and officer went up to the house and left us with the boat. I and the man with me stayed near the boat, while John and Sam walked slowly away and sat down on the rocks. They talked some time together, but at length separated, each sitting alone. I had some fears of John. He was a foreigner and violently tempered, and under suffering. And he had his knife with him, and the captain was to come down alone to the boat. But nothing happened, and we went quietly on board. The flogging was seldom alluded to by us in the forecastle, but the behavior of the two men who were flogged toward one another showed a consideration which would have been worthy of admiration in the highest walks of life. Sam knew John had suffered solely on his account, and in all his complaints he said that if he alone had been flogged, it would have been nothing. But he never could see him without thinking that he had been the means of bringing this disgrace upon him. And John never, by word or deed, let anything escape him to remind the other that it was by interfering to save his shipmate that he had suffered. Having got all our spare room filled with hides, we hove up our anchor and made sail for San Diego. In no operation can the disposition of a crew be better discovered than in getting under way. Where things are done with a will, everyone is like a cat aloft. Sails are loosed in an instant, each one lays out his strength on his handspike, and the windlass goes briskly round with the loud cry of "Yo, heave ho! Heave hearty ho!" and the chorus of "Cheerly men!" cats the anchor. But with us, at this time, it was all dragging work. The mate exhausted all his official rhetoric in calls of "Heave with a will! Heave hearty men!" but it would not do. Nobody broke his back or his handspike by his efforts. And when the cat-tackle fall was strung along, and all hands, cook, steward, and all, laid hold to cat the anchor, instead of the lively song of "Cheerly men," we pulled a long, heavy, silent pull. And, as sailors say, a song is as good as 10 men. The anchor came to the cathead pretty slowly. "Give us cheerly," said the mate, but there was no cheerly for us, and we did without it. The captain walked the quarter-deck and said not a word. We sailed leisurely down the coast before a light, fair wind, keeping the land well aboard. At sunset on the second day we had a large and well-wooded headland directly before us, behind which lay the little harbor of San Diego. We were becalmed off this point all night, but next morning, which was Saturday the 14th of March, having a good breeze, we stood round the point, and brought the little harbor, which is rather the outlet of a small river, right before us. Everyone was desirous to get a view of the new place. A chain of high hills protected the harbor on the north and west, and ran off into the interior. On the other sides the land was low and green, but without trees. The entrance is so narrow as to admit but one vessel at a time. There was no town in sight, but on the smooth sand beach, abreast, and within a cable's length of which 3 vessels lay moored, were 4 large houses, built of rough boards, and looking like great barns, with piles of hides standing round them, and men in red shirts and large straw hats walking in and out of the doors. These were the hide houses. Of the vessels, one we recognized as the Loriotte. Another, with the blood-red banner and cross of St. George at a peak, was the handsome Ayacucho. The third one was quite a large ship, and looking as rusty and worn as 2 years' hide-drocking could make her. This was the Lagoda. As we drew near, we overhauled our chain and clewed up the topsails. "Let go the anchor," said the captain. But either there was not chain enough forward of the windlass, or the anchor went down foul, or we had too much headway on, for it did not bring us up. "Pay out chain!" shouted the captain, and we gave it to her. But it would not do. Before the other anchor could be let go, we drifted down, broadside on, and went smash into the Lagoda. Fortunately, no great harm was done. Her jib boom passed between our fore and mainmasts, carrying away some of our rigging and breaking down the rail. She lost her martingale. This brought us up, and as they paid out chain, we swung clear of them and let go of the other anchor. But this had as bad luck as the first, for before anyone perceived it, we were drifting down upon the Lorient. The captain now gave out his orders rapidly and fiercely, in hope of starting or clearing the anchors. But it was all in vain, and he sat down on the rail, taking it very leisurely, and calling out to Captain Nye that he was coming to pay him a visit. We drifted fairly into the Lorient, her larboard bow into our starboard quarter, carrying away a part of our starboard quarter railing. After paying out chain, we swung clear, but our anchors were no doubt afoul of hers. We manned the windlass and hove away, but to no purpose. We now began to drift down toward the Ayacucho, when her boat put off and brought her commander, Captain Wilson, on board. He was a short, active, well-built man, about 50 years of age, and being some 20 years older than our captain, he did not hesitate to give his advice, and gradually came to taking the command. Our captain gave a few orders, but as Wilson generally countermanded them, saying in an easily, fatherly kind of way, "Oh, no, Captain Thompson, you don't want the jib on her," or, "It isn't time yet to heave," he soon gave it up. We had no objections to this state of things, for Wilson was a kind man, and had an encouraging and pleasant way of speaking to us. After 2 or 3 hours of constant labor at the windlass, heaving and yo-ho-hoing with all our might, we brought up an anchor, with the Lorient's small bower fast to it. Having cleared this and let it go, and cleared our hawse, we got our other anchor, which had dragged half over the harbor. "No," said Wilson, "I'll find you a good berth." And setting both the topsails, he carried us down and brought us to anchor, directly abreast of the hide-house, which we were to use. Having done this, he took his leave, while we furled the sails and got our breakfast, which was welcome to us, for we'd worked hard and eaten nothing since yesterday afternoon, and it was nearly 12 o'clock. After breakfast, and until night, we were employed in getting out the boats and mooring ship. After supper, 2 of us took the captain on board the Lagoda. As he came alongside, he gave his name, and the mate called out to Captain Bradshaw down the companionway. "Captain Thompson has come aboard, sir." "Has he brought his brig with him?" asked the rough old fellow, in a tone which made itself heard fore and aft. This mortified our captain, and it became a standing joke among us for the rest of the voyage. The captain went down to the cabin, and we walked forward and put our heads down the forecastle, where we found the men at supper. "Come down, shipmates," said they, and we went down and found a large, high forecastle, well lighted, and a crew of 12 or 14 men eating out of their kids and pans, and drinking their tea, and talking and laughing. This looked like comfort and enjoyment, compared with the dark little forecastle and scanty, discontented crew of the brig. We spent an hour or more with them, talking over California matters, until the word was passed. "Pilgrims away!" and we went back to our brig. The next day being Sunday, the mate came forward with leave for one watch to go ashore on liberty. We drew lots, and it fell to the larboard, which I was in. Instantly all was preparation. Buckets of fresh water, which we were allowed in port, and soap were put in use. Go-ashore jackets and trousers got out and brushed. Pumps, neckerchiefs, and hats overhauled, one lending to another, so that among the whole each got a good fit-out. A boat was called to pull the Liberty men ashore, and we set out on our walk for the town, which was nearly 3 miles off. Stimson was with me, and, turning our backs upon the vessel, we walked slowly along, talking of the pleasure of being our own masters, of the times past, when we were free and in the midst of friends in America, and of the prospect of our return. It was wonderful how the prospect brightened, and how short and tolerable the voyage appeared when viewed in this new light. Things looked differently from what they did when we talked them over in the little dark forecastle, the night after the flogging at San Pedro. It is not the least of the advantages of allowing sailors occasionally a day of liberty, that it gives them a spring, and leads them to look on the bright side of everything for some time after. Stimson and I determined to keep as much together as possible, though we knew that it would not do to cut our shipmates. For, knowing our birth and education, they were a little suspicious that we would try to put on the gentlemen when we got ashore, and would be ashamed of their company. And this won't do with Jack. Our crew fell in with some who belonged to the others' vessels, and, sailor-like, steered for the first grog-shop. Stimson and I followed, knowing that to refuse to drink with them would be the highest affront, but determining to slip away at the first opportunity. It is the universal custom for sailors, for each one in his turn, to treat the whole, calling for a glass all round, and obliging everyone who is present to take a glass with him. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana. Side 4. Having at length bought our rounds, Stimson and I slipped out, and went about among the houses, endeavoring to find horses for the day. After several efforts, we at length fell in with a little Sandwich Island boy, and he soon procured us 2 horses ready saddled and bridled, each with a lasso coiled over the pommel. These we were to have all day, with the privilege of riding them down to the beach at night for $1, which we had to pay in advance. Horses are the cheapest thing in California, very fair ones not being worth more than $10 apiece, and the poorer being often sold for $3 and $4. In taking a day's ride, you pay for use of the saddle and for the labor and trouble of catching the horses. If you bring the saddle back safe, they care but little what becomes of the horse. After a pleasant ride of a couple of miles, we saw the white walls of the mission. There was something decidedly striking in its appearance. A number of irregular buildings connected with one another, and disposed in the form of a hollow square, with a church at one end, with a tower containing 5 belfries, in each of which hung a large bell, and with very large rusty iron crosses at the tops. Just outside of the buildings stood 20 or 30 small huts, in which a few Indians lived. Entering a gateway, we drove into the open square, in which the stillness of death reigned. Not a living creature could we see. After 2 circuits, a man showed himself in front of one of the small buildings. We rode up to him and found him dressed in the common dress of the country, with a silver chain round his neck, supporting a large bunch of keys. From this we took him to be the steward of the mission, and, addressing him as Major Domo, received a low bow and an invitation to walk into his room. Making our horses fast, we went in. It was a plain room, containing a table, 3 or 4 chairs, a small picture or two of some saint, or miracle, or martyrdom, and a few dishes and glasses. "Hay alguna cosa de coma?" said I, from my grammar. "Si, senor," said he. "Que gusta usted?" Mentioning frijoles, which I knew they must have, and bread and beef, with a hint for wine, he went off to another building across the court, and returned in a few minutes with a couple of Indian boys, bearing dishes and a decanter of wine. The dishes contained baked meats, frijoles, stewed with peppers and onions, boiled eggs, and California flour baked into a kind of macaroni. These, together with the wine, made the most sumptuous meal we'd eaten since we left Boston. After dispatching it, we took out some money and asked him how much we were to pay. He shook his head and crossed himself, saying that it was charity. Knowing this to mean that he did not sell, but was willing to receive a present, we gave him 10 or 12 reals, which he pocketed with admirable nonchalance. Leaving the mission, we returned to the village, going nearly all the way on a full run. The fine air of the afternoon, the rapid gait of the animals, who seemed almost to fly over the ground, and the excitement and novelty of the motion to us, who had been so long confined on shipboard, were exhilarating beyond expression. Coming into the village, we found things looking very lively. The Indians were engaged at playing a kind of running game of ball. The old ones sat down in a ring, looking on, while the young ones, men, boys, and girls, were chasing the ball and throwing it with all their might. It was now nearly sundown, and Stimson and I went into a house and sat quietly down to rest ourselves before going to the beach. Several people soon collected to see Los Marineros Ingleses, and one of them, a young woman, took a great fancy to my pocket-handkerchief, which was a large silk one. I gave it to her, which brought me into high favor, and we had a present of some pears and other fruits. When we came to leave the house, we found that our horses were both gone. We went to the man of whom we hired them, but he only shrugged his shoulders, and to our question, "Where are the horses?" only answered, "Quien sabe?" Determined not to walk to the beach a distance of 3 miles, we procured 2, at 4 reals more apiece, with 2 Indian boys to run behind and bring them back. Determined to have the go out of the horses for our trouble, we went down at full speed, and were on the beach in a few minutes. Wishing to make our liberty last as long as possible, we rode up and down among the hide-houses, amusing ourselves with seeing the men as they arrived, some on horseback and others on foot. The Indian boys having arrived, we gave them our horses, and having seen them safely off, hailed for a boat and went aboard. Thus ended our first Liberty Day on shore. We were well tired, but had had a good time, and were more willing to go back to our old duties. The next sound that we heard was, "All hands ahoy!" and looking up the scuttle, saw that it was just daylight. Our liberty had now truly taken flight, and putting on old duck trousers, red shirts, and Scotch caps, we began taking out and landing hides. For 3 days we were hard at work in this duty, from the grey of the morning until starlight. For landing and taking on board hides, San Diego is decidedly the best place in California. The harbor is small and landlocked. There's no surf. The vessels lie within a cable's length of the beach, and the beach itself is smooth, hard sand, without rocks or stones. For these reasons, it's used by all the vessels in the trade as a depot. We took possession of one of the hide-houses. It was built to hold 40,000 hides, and we had the pleasing prospect of filling it before we could leave the coast. And toward this, our 3,500, which we brought down with us, would do but little. The hides, as they come rough and uncured from the vessels, are piled up outside of the houses, whence they are taken and carried through a regular process of pickling, drying, and cleaning, and stowed away in the house, ready to be put on board. For the purpose of curing and taking care of them, an officer and a part of the crew of each vessel are usually left ashore. And it was for this business, we found, that our new officer had joined us. As soon as the hides were landed, he took charge of the house, and the captain intended to leave 2 or 3 of us with him, hiring Sandwich Islanders in our places on board. But he could not get any Sandwich Islanders to go, although he offered them $15 a month, for the report of the flogging had got among them, and he was called Aioli Maikaj, no good. They were, however, willing to work on shore, and 4 of them were hired and put with Mr. Russell to cure the hides. After landing our hides, we next sent ashore our spare spars and rigging, all the stores which we did not need in the course of one trip to windward, and everything which we could spare, so as to make room on board for hides, among other things, the pigsty, and with it, Old Bess. This was an old sow that we'd brought from Boston, and which lived to get round Cape Horn, where all the other pigs died from cold and wet. The next Sunday, the other half of our crew went ashore on liberty, and left us on board, to enjoy the first quiet Sunday we had had upon the coast. Towards sundown, a good breeze having sprung up, the Ayacucho got under way, and with her long, sharp head cutting elegantly through the water on a taut bowline, she stood directly out of the harbor and bore away to the southward. At the close of the week, we were ready to sail, but were delayed a day or 2 by the running away of Foster, the man who had been our second mate and was turned forward. From the time that he was broken, he'd had a dog's berth on board the vessel. Having shipped for an officer when he was not half a seaman, he found little pity with the crew, and was not man enough to hold his ground among them. He had had several difficulties with the captain, and asked leave to go home in the Lagoda, but this was refused him. One night he was insolent to an officer on the beach, and refused to come aboard in the boat. He was reported to the captain, and as he came aboard, it being past the proper hour, he was called aft and told that he was to have a flogging. Immediately he fell down on deck, calling out, "Don't flog me, Captain Thompson! Don't flog me!" And the captain, angry and disgusted with him, gave him a few blows over the back with a rope's end and sent him forward. He was not much hurt, but a good deal frightened, and made up his mind to run away that night. This was managed better than anything he ever did in his life. He gave his bedding and mattress to one of the Lagoda's crew, who promised to keep it for him, and took it aboard his ship as something which he had bought. He then unpacked his chest, putting all his valuable clothes into a large canvas bag, and told one of us, who had the watch, to call him at midnight. Coming on deck at midnight, he lowered his bag into a boat, got softly down into it, cast off the painter, and let it drop down silently with the tide until he was out of hearing, when he sculled ashore. The next morning there was a great stir to find Foster. Of course, we would tell nothing, and all they could discover was that he had left an empty chest behind him, and that he went off in a boat. After breakfast, the captain went up to the town and offered a reward of $20 for him. And for a couple of days the soldiers, Indians, and all others who had nothing to do were scouring the country for him, on horseback, but without effect, for he was safely concealed all the time within 50 rods of the hide-houses. As soon as he had landed, he went directly to the Lagoda's hide-house, and a part of her crew, who were living there on shore, promised to conceal him until the Pilgrim should sail, and then to intercede with Captain Bradshaw to take him on board his ship. Friday, March the 27th. The captain, having given up all hope of finding Foster, gave orders for unmooring ship. The wind, which was very light, died away soon after we doubled the point, and we lay becalmed for 2 days, not moving 3 miles in the whole time. In the 3rd day, about noon, a cool sea breeze came rippling and darkening the surface of the water, and by sundown we were off San Juan, which is about 40 miles from San Diego, and is called halfway to San Pedro, where we were bound. Our crew was now considerably weakened. One man we had lost overboard, another had been taken aft as clerk, and a third had run away, so that besides Stimson and myself, there were only 3 able-bodied seamen and 1 boy of 12 years. With this diminished and discontented crew, and in a small vessel, we were now to battle the watch through a couple of years of hard service. Yet there was not one who was not glad that Foster had escaped, for, shiftless and good-for-nothing as he was, no one could wish to see him dragging on a miserable life, cowed down and disheartened. And we were all rejoiced to hear, upon our return to San Diego about 2 months afterwards, that he had been immediately taken aboard the Lagoda, and had gone home in her, on regular seaman's wages. After a slow passage of 5 days, we arrived, on Wednesday, the 1st of April, at our old anchoring ground at San Pedro. The bay was as deserted and looked as dreary as before. In a few days the hides began to come slowly down, and we got into the old business of rolling goods up the hill, pitching hides down, and pulling our long league off and on. After a stay of about a fortnight, we got under way for Santa Barbara. The next Sunday was Easter, and as there had been no liberty at San Pedro, it was our turn to go ashore and misspend another Sunday. Supposing that the whole day would be too long a time to spend on shore, as there was no place to which we could take a ride, we remained quietly on board until after dinner. We were then pulled ashore, with orders to be back on the beach at sundown. We saw a crowd collected in the square before the principal Bulgaria, and, riding up, found that all these people, men, women, and children, had been drawn together by a couple of bantam cocks. The cocks were in full tilt, springing into one another, and the people were as eager, laughing and shouting, as though the combatants had been men. Both cocks showed great pluck, and fought probably better and longer than their masters would have done. We heard some talk about Cabellas and Carrera, and seeing the people streaming off in one direction, we followed, and came upon a level piece of ground which was used as a race-course. two fine-looking old gentlemen, Don Carlos and Don Domingo, so-called, held the stakes, and all was now ready. We waited some time, during which we could just see the horses twisting round and turning, until at length there was a shout along the lines. The steeds came by us like a couple of chain-shot, neck and neck, and now we could see nothing but their backs and their hind hoofs flying in the air. As fast as the horses passed, the crowd broke up behind them and ran to the goal. When we got there, we found the horses returning on a slow walk, having run far beyond the mark, and heard that the long, bony one had come in head and shoulders before the other. Returning to the large pulpit area, we heard the violin and guitar screaming and twanging away under the piazza. As it was now sundown, there began to be some dancing. The Italian sailors danced, and one of our crew exhibited himself in a sort of West India shuffle, much to the amusement of the bystanders, who cried out, "Bravo! Otra vez!" and "Viva los marineros!" But the dancing did not become general, as the women and the gens de raison had not yet made their appearance. We wished very much to stay and see the style of dancing, but although we'd had our own way during the day, yet we were, after all, but foremast jacks, and, having been ordered to be on the beach by sunset, did not venture to be more than an hour behind the time, so we took our way down. On Monday morning, as an offset to our day's sport, we were all set to work tarring down the rigging. We overhauled our bags and took out our tarry trousers and frocks, which we'd used when we tarred down before, and were all at work in the rigging by sunrise. About noon, a man aloft called out, "Sail ho!" and looking off, we saw the head-sails of a vessel coming round the point. As she drew round, she showed the broadside of a full-rigged brig, with a Yankee ensign at her peak. We ran up our stars and stripes, and knowing that there was no American brig on the coast but ours, expected to have news from home. She rounded to and let go her anchor, but the dark faces on her yards, when they furled the sails, on the Babylon deck, soon made known that she was from the islands. Immediately afterwards, a boat's crew came aboard, bringing her skipper, and from then we learned that she was from Oahu, and was engaged in the same trade with the Ayacucho and Lariat, between the coast, the Sandwich Islands, and the leeward coast of Peru and Chile. Her captain and officers were Americans, and also part of her crew. The rest were islanders. She was called the Catalina, and, like the vessels in that trade, except the Ayacucho, her papers and colors were from Uncle Sam. After lying here about a fortnight, and collecting all the hides the place afforded, we set sail again for San Pedro. There we found the brig which we had assisted in getting off lying at anchor, with a mixed crew of Americans, English, Sandwich Islanders, Spaniards, and Spanish Indians. And though much smaller than we, yet she had 3 times the number of men. And she needed them, for her officers were Californians. No vessels in the world go so sparingly manned as American and English, and none do so well. After lying about a week in San Pedro, we got under way for San Diego, intending to stop at San Juan, as the southeaster season was nearly over, and there was little or no danger. San Pedro was filled with whales that had come in to make their annual visit upon soundings. For the first few days that we were here, and at Santa Barbara, we watched them with great interest, calling out, "There she blows!" every time we saw the spout of one breaking the surface of the water. But they soon became so common that we took little notice of them. Coasting along on the quiet shore of the Pacific, we came to anchor in 20 fathoms water, almost out at sea, and directly abreast of a steep hill which overhung the water, and was twice as high as our royal masthead. We'd heard much of this place from the Lagoda's crew, who said it was the worst place in California. The shore is rocky and directly exposed to the southeast, so that vessels are obliged to slip and run for their lives on the first sign of a gale. We pulled the agent ashore, and were ordered to wait for him, while he took a circuitous way round the hill to the mission, which was hidden behind it. We were glad of the opportunity to examine this singular place. San Juan is the only romantic spot on the coast. The country here for several miles is high tableland, running boldly to the shore, and breaking off in a steep cliff, at the foot of which the waters of the Pacific are constantly dashing. For several miles the water washes the very base of the hill, or breaks upon ledges and fragments of rocks which run out into the sea. Just where we landed was a small cove, which gave us, at high tide, a few square feet of sand beach between the sea and the bottom of the hill. This was the only landing place. Directly before us rose the perpendicular height of 400 or 500 feet. How we were to get hides down, or goods up, upon the tableland on which the mission was situated, was more than we could tell. The agent had taken a long circuit, and yet had frequently to jump over breaks and climb steep places in the ascent. No animal but a man or a monkey could get up it. However, that was not our lookout, and we strolled about, picking up shells and following the sea where it tumbled in, roaring and spouting, among the crevices of the great rocks. We pulled aboard and found the longboat hoisted out, laden with goods, and after dinner we all went on shore in the quarter-boat with the longboat in tow. As we drew in, we descried an ox-cart and a couple of men standing directly on the brow of the hill, and, having landed, the captain took his way round the hill, ordering me and one other to follow him. We followed, jumping and scrambling up, walking over briars and prickly pears, until we came to the top. Here the country stretched out for miles, as far as the eye could reach, and the only habitation in sight was a small white mission of San Juan Capistrano, with a few Indian huts about it, about a mile from where we were. Reaching the brow of the hill, where the cart stood, we found several piles of hides, and Indians sitting round them. One or two other carts were coming slowly on from the mission, and the captain told us to begin and throw the hides down. This, then, was the way they were to be got down, thrown down, one at a time, a distance of 400 feet. Some of the hides lodged in cavities under the bank and out of our sight, being directly under us. But by pitching other hides in the same direction, we succeeded in dislodging them. Having thrown them over, we took our way back again, and found the boat loaded and ready to start. We pulled off, took the hides all aboard, hoisted in the boats, hove up our anchor, made sail, and before sundown were on our way to San Diego. Friday, May the 8th, 1835. Arrived at San Diego, we found the little harbor deserted. The Lagoda, Ayacucho, Lariat, all had sailed away from the coast, and we were left alone. All the hide houses on the beach but ours were shut up, and the Sandwich Islanders, who had worked for the other vessels and been paid off when they sailed, were living on the beach, keeping up a grand carnival. There was a large oven on the beach, which, it seems, had been built by a Russian discovery ship that had been on the coast a few years ago, for baking her bread. This the Sandwich Islanders took possession of. It was big enough to hold 8 or 10 men, and had a door at the side and a vent hole at the top. They covered the floor with Oahu mats for a carpet, stopped up the vent hole in bad weather, and made it their headquarters. It was now inhabited by as many as 12 or 20 men, crowded together, who lived there in complete idleness, drinking, playing cards, and carousing in every way. They bought a bullock once a week, which kept them in meat, and one of them went to the town every day to get fruit, liquor, and provisions. Captain Thompson wished to get 3 or 4 of them to come on board the Pilgrim, as we were so much diminished in numbers, and spent an hour or 2 trying to negotiate with them. One of them, a finely built, intelligent fellow, who was a sort of king among them, acted as spokesman. He was called Manini. Through him the captain offered them $15 a month, and 1 month's pay in advance. But it was like throwing pearls before swine. So long as they had money, they would not work for $50 a month, and when their money was gone, they would work for 10. This was a hopeless case, and the captain left them to wait patiently until their money was gone. We discharged our hides and tallow, and in about a week were ready to sail again for the windward. We unmoored and got everything ready, when the captain made another attempt upon the oven. This time he succeeded. He won over Mr. Manini, and as the shot was getting low in the locker at the oven, prevailed upon him and 3 others to come on board with their chests and baggage, and sent a hasty summons to me and the boy to come ashore with our things, and joined the gang at the hide-house. This was unexpected to me, but anything in the way of variety I liked. So we made ready, and were pulled ashore. In the twinkling of an eye, I was transformed from a sailor into a beachcomber and a hide curer. Yet the novelty and the comparative independence of the life were not unpleasant. Our hide-house was a large building, made of rough boards, and intended to hold 40,000 hides. In one corner of it, a small room was parted off, in which 4 berths were made where we were to live, with Mother Earth for our floor. It contained a table, a small locker for pots, spoons, plates, etc., and a small hole cut to let in the light. Here we put our chests, threw our bedding into the berths, and took up our quarters. Over our heads was another small room, in which Mr. Russell lived, who had charge of the hide-house, the same man who was for a time an officer of the Pilgrim. The boy, whose name was Sam, was to act as cook, while I, a giant of a Frenchman named Nicholas, and 4 Sandwich Islanders were to cure the hides. Sam, Nicholas, and I lived together in the room, and the 4 Sandwich Islanders worked and ate with us, but generally slept at the oven. My new messmate, Nicholas, was the most immense man that I had ever seen. He was over 6 feet, and of a frame so large that he might have been shown for a curiosity. But the most remarkable thing about him was his feet. They were so large that he couldn't find a pair of shoes in California to fit him, and was obliged to send to Oahu for a pair. He knew neither how to read nor to write. He'd been to sea from a boy, had seen all kinds of service, and had been in all sorts of vessels, merchantmen, men of war, privateers, and slavers. Though I knew what his life had been, yet I never had the slightest fear of him. We always got along very well together, and though so much older, stronger, and larger than I, he showed a marked respect for me, on account of my education. By holding together, we kept the officer in good order, for he was evidently afraid of Nicholas, and never interfered with us, except when employed upon the hides. My other companions, the Sandwich Islanders, deserve particular notice. During the 4 months that I lived here, I got well acquainted with all of them, and took pains to become familiar with their language, habits, and characters. Their language I could only learn orally, for they had not any books among them. They spoke a little English, and by a sort of compromise, a mixed language was used on the beach, which could be understood by all. The long name of Sandwich Islanders is dropped, and they are called by the whites all over the Pacific Ocean Kanakas, from a word in their own language, signifying, I believe, man, a human being, which they apply to themselves and to all South Sea Islanders in distinction from whites, whom they call Hyola. This name, Kanaka, they answer to, both collectively and individually. Their proper names in their own language being difficult to pronounce, they're called by any names which the captains or crews may choose to give them. Some are called after the vessel they're in, others by our proper names, as Jack, Tom, Bill, and some have fancy names as Banyan, Foretop, Rope Yarn, Pelican, etc. Of the 4 who worked at our house, one was named Mr. Bingham, after the missionary at Oahu, another Hope, after a vessel that he'd been in, a third Tom Davis, the name of his first captain, and the 4th Pelican, from his fancied resemblance to that bird. Tom Davis knew how to read, write, and cipher in common arithmetic, had been to the United States, and spoke English quite well. His education was as good as that of 3/4 of the Yankees in California, and his manners and principles a good deal better. Old Mr. Bingham spoke very little English, almost none, and could neither read nor write, but he was the best-hearted old fellow in the world. I would have trusted my life in the hands of any one of these people, and certainly, had I wished for a favor or act of sacrifice, I would have gone to them all in turn before I should have applied to one of my own countrymen on the coast. Their manner of treating one another show a simple, primitive generosity, which is truly delightful. Whatever one has, they all have. Money, food, clothes, they share with one another, even to the last piece of tobacco to put in their pipes. These were the people with whom I was to spend a few months, and who, with the exception of the officer, Nicholas the Frenchman, and the boy, made the whole population of the beach. I ought, perhaps, to except the dogs, for they were an important part of our settlement. Some of the first vessels brought dogs out with them, who, for convenience, were left ashore and there multiplied. While I was on the beach, the average number was about 40. They're very useful in guarding the beach, the Indians being afraid to come down at night, for it was impossible for anyone to get within half a mile of the hide-houses without a general alarm. I'd been but a few hours on the beach when the cry of "Sail ho!" was raised, and a small hermaphrodite brig came to anchor. It was the Mexican brig Fazio, which had come down to land her tallow, try it all over, and make new bags, and then take it in and leave the coast. They moored ship, erected their try-works on shore, put up a small tent, in which they all lived, and commenced operations. This addition gave a variety to our society, and we spent many evenings in their tent, where, amid the babble of English, Spanish, French, Indian, and Kanaka, we found some words that we could understand in common. The morning after my landing, I began the duties of hide curing. When the hide is taken from the bullock, holes are cut round it, near the edge, by which it's staked out to dry without shrinking. After the hides are thus dried in the sun, and doubled with the skin out, they are received by the vessels at the different ports on the coast, and brought down to the depot at San Diego. The vessels land them, and leave them in large piles near the houses. Then begins the hide curer's duty. The first thing is to put them in soak. This is done by carrying them down at low tide, and making them fast in small piles by ropes, and letting the tide come up and cover them. Every day we put in soak 25 for each man, which, with us, made 150. There they lie 48 hours, when they're taken out and rolled up in wheelbarrows and thrown into the vats. These vats contain brine, made very strong, being sea-water, and great quantities of salt thrown in. This pickles the hides, and in this they lie 48 hours. The use of the sea-water into which they are first put being merely to soften and clean them. From these vats they are taken, and lie on a platform for 24 hours, and then are spread upon the ground, and carefully stretched and staked out with the skin up, that they may dry smooth. After they had been staked, and while yet wet and soft, we used to go upon them with our knives, and cut off all the bad parts, the pieces of meat and fat, which would corrupt and infect the whole, if stowed away in a vessel for many months, the large flippers, the ears, and all other parts which would prevent close stowage. As we cleaned them, while they were staked out, we were obliged to kneel down upon them, which always gives beginners the backache. The first day I was so slow and awkward that I cleaned only 8. At the end of a few days I doubled my number, and in a fortnight could keep up with the others, and clean my 25. This cleaning must be got through with before noon, for by that time the hides get too dry. After the sun has been upon them a few hours, they are carefully gone over with scrapers, to get off all the grease which the sun brings out. This being done, the stakes are pulled up, and the hides carefully doubled, with the hair side out, and left to dry. About the middle of the afternoon, they are turned over, for the other side to dry, and at sundown piled up and covered over. The next day they are spread out and opened again, and at night, if fully dry, are thrown upon a long horizontal pole, 5 at a time, and beaten with flails. This takes all the dust from them. Then, having been salted, scraped, cleaned, dried, and beaten, they're stowed away in the house. Here ends their history, except that they're taken out again when the vessel is ready to go home, beaten, stowed away on board, carried to Boston, tanned, made into shoes and other articles for which leather is used, and many of them are brought back again to California in the shape of shoes, and worn out in pursuit of other bullocks, or in the curing of other hides. On Sundays we had no work to do, unless it might be to kill a bullock. Another advantage of the hide-curing life was that we had just so much work to do, and then, when that was through, the time was our own. Knowing this, we worked hard and needed no driving. We turned out every morning with the first signs of daylight, and allowing a short time for breakfast, got through our labor between 1 and 2 o'clock, when we dined and had the rest of the time to ourselves, until just before sundown, when we beat the dry hides and put them in the house, and covered over all the others. By this means we had about 3 hours to ourselves every afternoon, and at sundown we had our supper, and our work was done for the day. The evenings we generally spent at one another's houses, and I often went up and spent an hour or so at the oven, which was called the Kanaka Hotel, and the Oahu Coffee House. Immediately after dinner we usually took a short siesta, to make up for our early rising, and spent the rest of the afternoon according to our own fancies. I generally read, wrote, and made or mended clothes, for necessity, the mother of invention, had taught me these two latter arts. The Kanakas went up to the oven, and spent the time in sleeping, talking, and smoking. There was one exception to the time being our own, which was that on 2 afternoons every week we were obliged to go off for wood for the cook. Wood is very scarce in the vicinity of San Diego, there being no trees of any size for miles. We were obliged to go off a mile or two, and to carry it some distance on our backs, as we could not get the hand-cart up the hills and over the uneven places. 2 afternoons in the week, generally Monday and Thursday, we started off for the bush. Each of us furnished with a hatchet and a long piece of rope, and dragging the hand-carts behind us, and followed by the whole colony of dogs. We went with these hand-carts as far as we could drag them, and leaving them in an open, conspicuous space, separated ourselves, each taking his own course, and looking about for some good place to begin upon. Frequently we had to go nearly a mile from the hand-carts before we could find any fit place. Having lighted upon a good thicket, the next thing was to clear away the underbrush, and have fair play at the trees. After being a few weeks on shore, its monotony was interrupted by the arrival of 2 vessels from the windward. The headmost was a ship, and the other a brig. As they drew nearer, we discovered the high poop and other marks of the Italian ship Rosa, and the brig proved to be the Catalina, which we saw at Santa Barbara, just arrived from Valparaiso. They came to anchor, moored ship, and began discharging hides and tallow. The Catalina had several Kanakas on board, who were immediately laid hold of by the others and carried up to the oven, where they had a long pow-wow and a smoke. 2 Frenchmen, who belonged to the Rosa's crew, came in every evening to see Nicholas, and from them we learned that the Pilgrim was at San Pedro. Several of the Italians slept on shore at their hide-house, and there, and at the tent in which the Fazio's crew lived, we had some singing almost every evening. We had now, out of 40 or 50, representatives from almost every nation under the sun. 2 Englishmen, 3 Yankees, 2 Scotchmen, 2 Welshmen, 1 Irishman, 3 Frenchmen, 1 Dutchman, 1 Austrian, 2 or 3 Spaniards, half a dozen Spanish-Americans and half-breeds, 2 native Indians from Chile and the island of Chiloe, 1 Negro, 1 mulatto, about 20 Italians, as many more Sandwich Islanders, 1 Tahitian, and one Kanaka from the Marquesas Islands. The night before the vessels were ready to sail, all the Europeans united, and had an entertainment at the Rosa's hidehouse, and we had songs of every nation and tongue. A German gave us Ach, mein lieber Augustin. The three Frenchmen roared through the Marseillaise hymn. The English and Scotchmen gave us Rule Britannia and Who'll Be King But Charlie. The Italians and Spaniards screamed through some national affairs, and we three Yankees made an attempt at the Star-Spangled Banner. The Austrian gave us a pretty little love song, and the Frenchman sang a spirited thing. Sentinelle, au prenez garde à vous. In about 6 weeks from the time the Pilgrim sailed, we had all the hides which she left us cured and stowed away. Instead of going twice a week, we determined to give 1 whole week to getting wood, and then we should have enough to last us half through the summer. We started off every morning with our hatchets in hand and cut wood until noon, and then came back to dinner, and after dinner started off again with our hand carts and ropes, and carted and backed it down until sunset. This we kept up for a week, until we had collected enough to last us for 6 or 8 weeks, when we knocked off altogether. We now had nothing more to do until the Pilgrim should come down again. We had nearly got through our provisions, too, for our officer had been very wasteful of them. And the tea, flour, sugar, and molasses were all gone. We suspected him of sending them up to the town, and he always treated the squaws with molasses when they came down to the beach. Finding wheat coffee and dry bread rather poor living, we clubbed together, and I went to the town on horseback with a great salt bag behind the saddle, and a few reals in my pocket, and brought back the bag full of onions, beans, pears, watermelons, and other fruits. With these we lived like fighting cocks for a week or 2, and had, besides, what the sailors call a blowout on sleep. I employed several days in overhauling my chest and mending all my old clothes, until I had put everything in order. Wednesday, July the 18th, brought us the brig Pilgrim from the windward. As she came in, we found that there was a new voice giving orders, and a new face on the quarter-deck. A short, dark-complexioned man in a green jacket and a high leather cap. At length the boat pulled ashore, and the news soon flew that the expected ship had arrived at Santa Barbara, and that Captain Thompson had taken command of her, and that Captain Faucon had taken the Pilgrim, and was the green-jacketed man on the quarter-deck. The boat put directly off again, and we were obliged to wait till night, when we took a little skiff and paddled off. When I stepped aboard, the second called me aft and gave me a large bundle, directed to me and marked, "Ship Alert." This was what I'd longed for, yet I refrained from opening it until I went ashore. Diving down into the forecastle, I found the same old crew. Numerous inquiries passed as to the new ship, the latest news from Boston, etc. Stimson had received letters from home, and nothing remarkable had happened. The Alert was agreed on all hands to be a fine ship, and a large one. Captain Thompson took command of her, and she went directly up to Monterey. Thence she was to go to San Francisco, and probably would not be in San Diego under 2 or 3 months. Some of the Pilgrim's crew found old shipmates aboard of her, and spent an hour or 2 in her forecastle the evening before she sailed. They said her decks were as white as snow, wholly stoned every morning like a man-of-war's, Everything on board ship-shape and Bristol fashion. A fine crew, 3 mates, a sailmaker and carpenter, and all complete. Having got all the news we could, we pulled ashore, and as soon as we reached the house, I fell directly to opening my bundle, and found a reasonable supply of duck, flannel, shirts, shoes, etc., and what was still more valuable, a packet of 11 letters. These I sat up nearly all night reading, and put them carefully away, to be reread again and again at my leisure. Then came 6 newspapers. Only those who have been on distant voyages, and after a long absence received a newspaper from home, can understand the delight that they give one. I read every part of them, the houses to let, things lost or stolen, auction sales and all. Nothing carries you so entirely to a place, and makes you feel so perfectly at home as a newspaper. The very name of Boston Daily Advertiser sounded hospitably upon the ear. The Pilgrim discharged our hides, which set us at work again, and in a few days we were in the old routine of dry hides, wet hides, cleaning, beating, etc. Saturday, July the 11th. The Pilgrim set sail for the windward, and left us to go on in our old way. Having laid in such a supply of wood, we had a good deal of time to ourselves. The duck I received from home I soon made up into trousers and frocks, and having formed the remnants of the duck into a cap, I displayed myself every Sunday in a complete suit of my own make, from head to foot. Reading, mending, sleeping, with occasional excursions into the bush with the dogs in search of coyotes, hares, and rabbits, or to encounter a rattlesnake, and now and then a visit to the Presidio, filled up our spare time, after hide-curing was over for the day. Saturday, July the 18th. This day sailed the Mexican hermaphrodite brig Fazio for San Blas and Mazatlan. The owner had had difficulty with the government about duties, etc., and her sailing had been delayed for several weeks. But everything having been arranged, she got under way and was floating out of the harbor, when 2 horsemen came dashing down to the beach at full speed, and tried to find a boat to put off after her. But there being none then at hand, they offered a handful of silver to any Kanaka who would swim off and take a letter on board. One of the Kanakas, an active young fellow, instantly threw off everything but his duck trousers, and putting the letter into his hat, swam off after the vessel. Fortunately, the wind was very light, and the vessel was going slowly, so that, although she was nearly a mile off when he started, he gained on her rapidly. He went through the water, leaving a wake like a small steamboat. They saw him coming from the deck. He swam alongside and got on board, and delivered his letter. The captain read the letter, told the Kanaka there was no answer, and giving him a glass of brandy, left him to jump overboard and find the best of his way to the shore. The Kanaka swam in for the nearest point of land, and in about an hour made his appearance at the hidehouse. He did not seem fatigued, and made $3 or $4, got a glass of brandy, and was in high spirits. The brig kept on her course, and the government officer, who had come down to forbid her sailing, went back with a flea in his ear, having depended upon extorting more money from the owner. It was now nearly 3 months since the Alert arrived at Santa Barbara, and we began to expect her daily. About half a mile behind the hidehouse was a high hill, and every afternoon someone walked up to see if there was a sail in sight. I was anxious for her arrival, for I had been told by letter that the owners in Boston, at the request of my friends, had written to Captain Thompson to take me on board the Alert, in case she returned to the United States before the Pilgrim. And I, of course, wished to know whether the order had been received and what was the destination of the ship. Tuesday, August the 25th. We were sitting quietly in our room at the Hidehouse when, just before noon, we heard a complete yell of "Sail ho!" breaking out from all parts of the beach at once. In an instant, everyone was out of his house, and there was a tall, gallant ship, with royals and skysails set, coming rapidly round the point. This was the Alert. The gig was lowered, and a boat's crew of fine lads, between the ages of 14 and 18, pulled the captain ashore. We immediately attacked the boat's crew and got very thick with them. We had much to ask about Boston, their passage out, and they were curious to know about the kind of life we were leading upon the beach. One of them offered to exchange with me, which was just what I wanted, and we had only to get the permission of the captain. After dinner, the crew began discharging their hides, and as we had nothing to do at the hide-houses, we were ordered aboard to help them. I had now my first opportunity of seeing the ship which I hoped was to be my home for the next year. She looked as well on board as she did from without. Her decks were wide and roomy flush fore and aft, and as white as flax, which the crew told us was from constant use of holystones. The mate was a hearty fellow, with a roaring voice, and always wide awake. There was also a second and third mate, a carpenter, sailmaker, steward, and cook, and 12 hands before the mast. She had on board 7,000 hides, and also horns and tallow. All these we began discharging from both gangways at once into the two boats. For several days we were employed in this way, until all the hides were taken out, when the crew began taking in ballast, and we returned to our old work, hide curing. Saturday, August the 29th. Arrived brig Catalina from the windward. Sunday, August the 30th. This was the first Sunday that the Alert's crew had been at San Diego, and of course they were all for going up to see the town. The Indians came down early, with horses to let for the day, and those of the crew who could obtain liberty went off to the Presidio and Mission, and did not return until night. I had seen enough of San Diego, and went on board and spent the day with some of the crew, whom I found quietly at work in the forecastle, either mending and washing their clothes, or reading and writing. The forecastle was large, tolerably well lighted by bull's eyes, and being kept clean, had a comfortable appearance. At least, it was far better than the black, dirty hole in which I'd lived so many months on board the Pilgrim. By the regulations of the ship, the forecastle was cleaned out every morning. In addition to this, it was holystoned every Saturday morning. The crew said she was as tight as a drum and a fine seaboat. The third mate had been in the ship from a small boy, and believed in the ship, and the chief mate thought as much of her as he would of a wife. The ship lay about a week longer in port, when, having discharged her cargo and taken in ballast, she prepared to get under way. I now made my application to the captain to go on board. He told me that I would go home in the ship when she sailed, which I knew before, and finding that I wished to be on board while she was on the coast, said he had no objection, if I could find one of my own age to exchange with me for the time. This I easily accomplished, for they were glad to change the scene for a few months on shore, and, moreover, escaped the winter and the southeasters, and I went on board the next day with my chest and hammock, and found myself once more afloat. Tuesday, September the 8th. This was my first day's duty on board the ship. I found everything very different here from the customs of the brig Pilgrim. After all hands were called at daybreak, 3 minutes and a half were allowed for the men to dress and come on deck. Inside and out, fore and aft, upper deck and between decks, steerage and forecastle, rail, bulwarks, and waterways were washed, scrubbed, and scraped with brooms and canvas, and the decks were wet and sanded all over, and then holystoned. The holystone is a large, soft stone, smooth on the bottom, with long ropes attached to each end, by which the crew keep it sliding fore and aft over the wet, sanded decks. An hour or two we were kept at this work, when the head pump was manned and the sand washed off the decks and sides. Then came swabs and squilgees, and after the decks were dry, each one went to his particular morning job. When the decks were dry, the Lord Paramount made his appearance on the quarter-deck and took a few turns. 8 bells were struck, and all hands went to breakfast. Half an hour was allowed for breakfast, when all hands were called again. The kids, pots, bread bags, etc. stowed away, and this morning preparations were made for getting under way. As soon as we were beyond the point, and all sail out, the order was given. Go below the watch. And the crew said that ever since they'd been on the coast, they had had watch and watch while going from port to port. And in fact, all things showed that though strict discipline was kept, and the utmost was required of every man in the way of his duty, yet, on the whole, there was good usage on board. Friday, September the 11th. This morning, at 4 o'clock, went below, San Pedro Point being about 2 leagues ahead. In about an hour we were waked up by the hauling of the chain about decks, and in a few minutes all hands ahoy was called, and we were all at work, hauling in and making up the studding sails, overhauling the chain forward, and getting the anchors ready. "The Pilgrim is there at anchor," said somebody, as we were running about decks. And, taking a moment's look over the rail, I saw my old friend, deeply laden, lying at anchor inside of the kelp. After breakfast, the hatches were taken off, and everything got ready to receive hides from the Pilgrim. All day boats were passing and repassing until we'd taken her hides from her and left her in ballast trim. These hides made but little show in our hold, though they had loaded the Pilgrim down to the water's edge. This changing of the hides settled the question of the destination of the 2 vessels. We were to remain in the ward ports, while the Pilgrim was to sail the next morning for San Francisco. After we knocked off work, my friend Stimson came on board and spent an hour with me in our berth between decks. Stimson was determined to go home in the Alert, by begging or buying. If Captain Thompson would not let him come on other terms, he would purchase an exchange with someone of the crew. About 7 o'clock, the mate came down into the steerage in fine trim for fun, turned up the carpenter with his fiddle, sent the steward with lights to put in the between decks, and set all hands to dancing. The between decks were high enough to allow of jumping, and being clear and white from holystoning made a good dancing hall. Some of the Pilgrim's crew were in the forecastle, and they all turned to and had a regular sailor's shuffle till 8 bells. The next morning the Pilgrim set sail for the windward, to be gone 3 or 4 months. She got under way with no fuss, and came so near us as to throw a letter on board. Captain Faucon standing at the tiller himself, and steering her as he would a mackerel smack. When Captain Thompson was in command of the Pilgrim, there was as much preparation and ceremony as there would be in getting a 74 under way. Captain Faucon was a sailor, every inch of him. I wanted no better proof of this than the opinion of the ship's crew, for they had been 6 months under his command, and if sailors allow their captain to be a good seaman, you may be sure he is one. After the Pilgrim left us, we lay 3 weeks at San Pedro, from the 11th of September until the 2nd of October, engaged in the usual port duties of landing cargo, taking off hides, etc. The duties were much easier, and went on much more agreeably than on board the Pilgrim. The officer, too, who usually went with us, the third mate, was a pleasant young fellow, and made no unnecessary trouble, so that we generally had a sociable time, and were glad to be relieved from the restraint of the ship. Another thing was better arranged here. We had a regular gig's crew. The youngest lad in the ship, a Boston boy about 14 years old, was coxswain of this boat, and had the entire charge of her, to keep her clean and have her in readiness to go and come at any hour. 4 light hands, of whom I was one, formed the crew. Our duty was to carry the captain and agent about, and passengers off and on, which last was no trifling duty, as the people on shore have no boats, and every purchaser was to be brought off and taken ashore in our boat. Some days we were in the boat all day long, with hardly time for our meals, making, as we lay nearly 3 miles offshore, from 30 to 40 miles rowing in a day. Still, we thought it the best berth in the ship, for when the gig was employed, we had nothing to do with the cargo and no hides to carry. Besides, we had the opportunity of seeing everybody, making acquaintances, and hearing the news. The brig Catalina came in from San Diego, and being bound to windward, we both got under way at the same time for Santa Barbara, a distance of about 80 miles. Sunday, October the 4th. This was the day of our arrival, and somehow or other our captain seemed to manage not only to sail, but to come into port on a Sunday. The main reason for sailing on Sunday is not, as many people suppose, because it is thought a lucky day, but because it is a leisure day. During the 6 days the crew are employed upon the cargo and other ship's works, and Sunday being the only day of rest, whatever additional work can be thrown into it is so much gain to the owners. We had a few visitors, and collected about 100 hides, and every night, at sundown, the gig was sent ashore to wait for the captain, who spent his evenings in the town. We always took our monkey jackets with us, and flint and steel, and made a fire on the beach with the driftwood and the bushes, which we pulled from the neighboring thickets, and lay down by it on the sand. Sometimes we would stray up to the town, if the captain was likely to stay late, and pass the time at some of the houses, in which we were always well received by the inhabitants. Sometimes earlier and sometimes later the captain came down, when, after a good drenching in the surf, we went aboard, changed our clothes, and turned in for the night. Yet not for all the night, for there was the anchor watch to stand. Sunday, October the 11th. Set sail this morning for the leeward. Passed within sight of San Pedro, and kept directly on to San Diego, where we arrived and moored ship on Thursday, October the 15th. Found here the Italian ship La Rosa from the windward, which reported the brig Pilgrim at San Francisco, all well. We discharged our hides, horns, and tallow, and were ready to sail again on the following Sunday. I went ashore to my old quarters, and found the gang at the hide house. Sunday was again, as usual, our sailing day, and we got under way with a stiff breeze, which reminded us that it was the latter part of the autumn, and time to expect southeasters once more. We beat up against a strong headwind under reefed topsails as far as San Juan, where we came to anchor nearly 3 miles from the shore. Tuesday, October the 20th. Having got everything ready, we set the agent ashore, who went up to the mission to hurry down the hides for the next morning. This night we had the strictest orders to look out for southeasters, but the night passed over without any trouble, and early the next morning we hove out the longboat and pinnace, lowered away the quarterboats, and went ashore to bring off our hides. Here we were again in this romantic spot, a perpendicular hill twice the height of the ship's masthead, with a single circuitous path to the top, and long sand beach at its base, with the swell of the whole Pacific breaking high upon it, and our hides ranged in piles on the overhanging summit. The captain sent me to the top to count the hides and pitch them down. There I stood again, as 6 months before, throwing off the hides, and watching them pitching and scaling to the bottom, while the men, dwarfed by the distance, were walking to and fro on the beach, carrying the hides as they picked them up to the distant boats upon the tops of their heads. 2 or 3 boatloads were sent off, until at last all were thrown down and the boats nearly loaded again, when we were delayed by a dozen or 20 hides which had lodged in the recesses of the bank, and which we could not reach by any missiles. As hides are worth in Boston 12.5 cents a pound, and the captain's commission was 1%, he determined not to give them up, and sent on board for a pair of topgallant studding-sail halyards, and requested one of the crew to go to the top and come down by the halyards. I offered my services, and went up with one man to tend the rope, and prepared for the descent. We found a stake fastened strongly into the ground, and apparently capable of holding my weight, to which we made one end of the halyard well fast, and, taking the coil, threw it over the brink. The end just reached to a landing place, from which the descent to the beach was easy. I began my descent by taking hold of the rope with both hands, and slipping down, sometimes with hands and feet round the rope, and sometimes breaking off with one hand and foot against the precipice, and holding on to the rope with the other. In this way I descended until I came to a place which shelved in, and in which the hides were lodged. Keeping hold of the rope with one hand, I scrambled in, and by aid of my feet and the other hand succeeded in dislodging all the hides, and continued on my way. Just below this place, The precipice projected again, and, going over the projection, I could see nothing below me but the sea and the rocks upon which it broke, and a few gulls flying in mid-air. I got down in safety, pretty well covered with dirt. While we were carrying the hides to the boat, I perceived that heavy black clouds were rolling up from seaward, a strong swell heaving in, and every sign of a southeaster. The captain hurried everything. The hides were pitched into the boats, and with some difficulty, and by wading nearly up to our armpits, we got the boats through the surf and began pulling aboard. The ship was lying 3 miles off, pitching at her anchor, and the farther we pulled, the heavier grew the swell. At length we got alongside, our boats half full of water. And now came the greatest trouble of all, unloading the boats in a heavy sea, which pitched them about so that it was almost impossible to stand in them, raising them sometimes even with the rail, and again dropping them below the bends. With great difficulty we got all the hides aboard and stowed under hatches. The quarter-boats were then hoisted up, and we began heaving in on the chain. Getting the anchor was no easy work in such a sea. The ship's head pitched into the sea, and the water rushed through the hawse-holes, and the chain surged so as almost to unship the barrel of the windlass. Having cleared the point and got well out to sea, we squared away the yards, made more sail, and stood on, nearly before the wind, for San Pedro. It blew strong, with some rain nearly all night, but fell calm toward morning, and the gale having blown itself out, we came to, Thursday, October the 22nd, at San Pedro, in the old southeaster berth, a league from shore. Here we lay 10 days, with the usual boating, hide-carrying, rolling of cargo up the steep hill, walking barefooted over stones, and getting drenched in salt water. While lying here, we shipped one new hand, an Englishman of about 26 years, who was an acquisition, as he proved to be a good sailor, could sing tolerably, and had a good education, and a somewhat remarkable history. He called himself George P. Marsh, professed to have been at sea from a small boy, and to have served his time in the smuggling trade between Germany and the coast of France and England. Sunday, November the 1st. Sailed this day for Santa Barbara, where we arrived on the 5th. Coming round from San Buenaventura and nearing the anchorage, we saw 2 vessels in port, a large, full-rigged, and a small hermaphrodite brig. The former, the crew said, must be the Pilgrim, but I had been too long in the Pilgrim to be mistaken in her. Man-o'-war brig, said some of them. Baltimore clipper, said others. The Ayacucho, thought I. And soon the broad folds of the beautiful banner of St. George were displayed from her peak. A few minutes put it beyond a doubt, and we were lying by the side of the Ayacucho, which had sailed from San Diego about 9 months before, while we were lying there in the Pilgrim. The other vessel was the hermaphrodite brig Avon, from the Sandwich Islands. Tuesday, November the 10th. Going ashore in the gig before sundown to bring off the captain, we found upon taking in the captain and pulling off again, that our ship, which lay the farthest out, had run up her ensign. This meant sail ho. Give way, boys. Lay out on your oars and long stroke, said the captain. A few minutes of such pulling opened the islands, one after another, in range of the point, and gave us a view of the canal, where was a ship, under topgallant sails, standing in for the anchorage. Putting the boat's head in the direction of the ship, the captain told us to lay out again, and we needed no spurring, for the prospect of boarding a new ship, perhaps from home, was excitement enough for us. In the meantime it fell flat calm, and being within a couple of miles of the ship, we expected to board her in a few minutes, when a breeze sprung up, dead ahead for the ship, and she braced up and stood off toward the islands, sharp on the larboard tack. This brought us up, and we had only to ease larboard oars, pull round starboard, and go aboard the Alert with something very like a flea in the ear. There was a light land breeze all night, and the ship did not come to anchor until next morning. As soon as her anchor was down, we went aboard, and found her to be the whale ship, Wilmington and Liverpool packet, of New Bedford, with 1,900 barrels of oil. A spouter we knew her to be, by her cranes and boats, and a certain slovenly look to the sails, and when we got on board we found everything to correspond, spouter fashion. She had a false deck, which was rough and oily, and cut up in every direction by the chimes of oil casks. Her rigging was slack and turning white, paint worn off the spars and blocks, clumsy seizings, and homeward-bound splices in every direction. Her crew were not in much better condition. Her captain was a slab-sided Quaker, bending his long legs as he moved about decks, with his head down like a sheep, and the men looked more like fishermen and farmers than they did like sailors. We found that they'd been at sea 6 or 8 months, and had no news to tell us, so we left them, and promised to get liberty to come on board in the evening for some curiosities. Accordingly, as soon as we were knocked off in the evening, we obtained leave, took a boat, and went aboard and spent an hour or two. They gave us pieces of whalebone, and the teeth and other parts of curious sea animals, and we exchanged books with them, a practice very common among ships in foreign ports. Saturday, November the 14th. This day we got under way, with the agent and several Mexicans of note as passengers, bound up to Monterey. We had a fine breeze to take us through the canal, as they call this bay of 40 miles long by 10 wide. The breeze died away at night, and we were becalmed all day on Sunday, about halfway between Santa Barbara and Point Conception. Sunday night we had a light fair wind, which set us up again, and having a fine sea breeze on the first part of Monday, we had the prospect of passing, without any trouble, Point Conception, the Cape Horn of California. Towards the latter part of the afternoon, however, the regular northwest wind, as usual, set in, which brought in our studding sails, and gave us the chance of beating round the point which we were now just abreast of, and which stretched off into the Pacific, high, rocky, and barren, forming the central point of the coast for hundreds of miles north and south. A capful of wind will be a bagful here, and before night our royals were furled, and the ship was labouring hard under her topgallant sails. At 8 bells our watch went below, leaving her with as much sail as she could stagger under, the water flying over the forecastle at every plunge. We'd been below but a short time before we had the usual premonitions of a coming gale, seas washing over the whole forward part of the vessel, and her bows beating against them with a force and sound like the driving of piles. The watch, too, seemed very busy trampling about decks and singing out at the ropes. A sailor can tell by the sound what sail is coming in, and in a short time we heard the topgallant sails come in, and then the flying jib. This seemed to ease her a good deal, and we were fast going off to the land of Nod, when bang, bang, bang on the scuttle, and "All hands, reef topsails ahoy!" started us out of our berths. One reef after another we took in the topsails, and before we could get them hoisted up, we heard a sound like a short, quick rattling of thunder, and the jib was blown to atoms out of the bolt rope. We got the topsail set, and the fragments of the jib stowed away, and the fore topmast staysail set in its place, when the great mainsail gaped open and the sail ripped from head to foot. In a moment we were up, gathering the remains of it upon the yard. We got it wrapped round the yard and passed gaskets over it as snugly as possible, and were just on deck again, when with another loud rent the fore topsail split in two with watch-ships, from earing to earing. Here again it was, down yard, haul out reef tackles, and lay out upon the yard for reefing. By hauling the reef tackles chock-a-block, we took the strain from the other earrings, and, passing the close reef earring and knotting the points carefully, we succeeded in setting the sail close reefed. We'd just got the rigging coiled up, when the main royal worked loose from the gaskets and blew directly out to leeward, flapping and shaking the mast like a wand. Here was a job for somebody. The royal must come in or be cut adrift, or the mast would be snapped short off. All the light hands in the starboard watch were sent up one after another, but they could do nothing with it. At length, John, the tall Frenchman, sprang aloft, and by the help of his long arms and legs, succeeded after a hard struggle in smothering it and frapping it with long pieces of sinnet. He came very near being blown from the yard several times, but he was a true sailor, every finger a fishhook. Having made the sails snug, he prepared to send the yard down, which was a long and difficult job, for frequently he was obliged to stop and hold on with all his might for several minutes, the ship pitching so as to make it impossible to do anything else at that height. The yard at length came down safe, and after it the fore and mizzen royal yards were sent down. All hands were then set aloft, and for an hour or two we were hard at work, making the booms well fast, unreefing the studding sail and royal and skysail gear, getting rolling ropes on the yard, setting up the weather breast backstays, and making other preparations for a storm. Having got on deck again, we looked round to see what time of night it was, and whose watch. In a few minutes the man at the wheel struck 4 bells, and we found that the other watch was out, and our own half out. Accordingly the starboard watch went below, and left the ship to us for a couple of hours. Hardly had they got below, before away went the fore topmast staysail, blown to ribbons. We laid out upon the bowsprit, where we were under water half the time, and took in the fragments of the sail, and prepared to bend another staysail. We got the new one out into the nettings, seized on the tack, sheets and halyards, and the hanks, manned the halyards, cut adrift the frapping lines, and hoisted away. But before it was halfway up the stay, it was blown all to pieces. When we belayed the halyards, there was nothing left but the bolt rope. Now large eyes began to show themselves in the foresail, and, knowing that it must soon go, the mate ordered us upon the yard to furl it. Being unwilling to call up the watch, he roused out the carpenter, sailmaker, cook, and steward, and with their help we manned the foreyard, and after nearly half an hour's struggle masted the sail, and got it well furled round the yard. The The force of the wind had never been greater than at this moment. In going up the rigging, it seemed absolutely to pin us down to the shrouds. When we got on deck, the man at the wheel struck 8 bells, 4 o'clock in the morning, and "All starbow lines ahoy!" brought the other watch up, but there was no going below for us. The gale was now at its height. The captain was on deck, the ship rolling and pitching, and the sails were gaping open and splitting in every direction. The mizzen topsails split from head to foot in the bunt. The fore topsail went in one rent from clew to earing. One of the chain bobstays parted. The spritsail yards sprung in the slings. The martingale had slewed away off to leeward, and the lee rigging hung in large bights at every lurch. One of the main topgallant shrouds had parted. To crown all, the galley had got adrift and gone over to leeward, and the anchor on the lee bow had worked loose and was thumping the side. Our gang laid out on the mizzen topsail yard, and after more than half an hour's hard work, furled the sail, though it bellied out over our heads, and again, by a slat of the wind, blew in under the yard with a fearful jerk, and almost threw us off from the foot-ropes. Double gaskets were passed round the yards, rolling tackles and other gear bowsed taut, and everything made as secure as it could be. Coming down, we found the rest of the crew just coming down the fore-rigging, having furled the tattered topsail. There was no sail now on the ship, but the spanker and the close-reefed main-topsail, which still held good. But this was too much aftersail. An order was given to furl the spanker. The brails were hauled up, and all the light hands in the starboard watch sent out on the gaff to pass the gaskets. But they could do nothing with it. The second mate swore at them for a parcel of soldiers, and sent up a couple of the best men, but they could do no better, and the gaff was lowered down. All hands were now employed in setting up the lee rigging, fishing the spritsail yard, lashing the galley, and getting tackles upon the martingale to browse it to windward. Being in the larboard watch, my duty was forward, to assist in setting up the martingale. 3 of us were out on the martingale guys and back rope for more than half an hour, carrying out, hooking and unhooking the tackles, several times buried in the seas, until the mate ordered us in, from fear of our being washed off. The anchors were then to be taken up on the rail, which kept all hands on the forecastle for an hour. It was now 11 o'clock, and the watch was sent below to get breakfast. For 3 days and nights the gale continued with unabated fury. Inch by inch, as fast as the gale would permit, we made sail on the ship, and we had many days sailing to get back to the longitude we were in when the storm took us. For 8 days more we beat to windward under a stiff topgallant breeze, when the wind shifted and became variable. Friday, December the 4th. After a passage of 20 days, we arrived at the mouth of the Bay of San Francisco. The large Bay of San Francisco, which lies in latitude 37 degrees 58 minutes, was discovered by Sir Francis Drake. About 30 miles from the mouth of the bay, and on the southeast side, is a high point upon which the Presidio is built. Behind this point is the little harbor, called Yerba Buena, in which trading vessels anchor, and near it the mission of Dolores. There was no other habitation on this side of the bay, except a shanty of rough boards put up by a man named Richardson, who was doing a little trading between the vessels and the Indians. Here at anchor, and the only vessel, was a brig under Russian colors, from Sitka in Russian America, which had come down to winter and to take in a supply of tallow and grain. The second day after our arrival we went on board the brig, it being Sunday. Though no larger than the Pilgrim, she had 5 or 6 officers, and a crew of between 20 and 30, and such a stupid and greasy-looking set I never saw before. Although it was comfortable weather, and we had nothing on but straw hats, shirts, and duck trousers, and were barefooted, they had double-soled boots coming up to the knees, and well greased, thick woolen trousers, frocks, waistcoats, pea-jackets, woolen caps, and everything in true Nova Zembla rig. They had brutish faces, looked like the antipodes of sailors, and apparently dealt in nothing but grease. To a Russian, grease is the greatest luxury. They looked with greedy eyes upon the tallow bags as they were taken into the vessel, and no doubt would have eaten one up whole had not the officer kept watch over it. If they were to go into a warm climate, they would melt and die of the scurvy. The vessel was no better than the crew. Everything was in the oldest and most inconvenient fashion possible. The galley was down in the forecastle, and there the crew lived in the midst of the steam and grease of the cooking. 5 minutes in the forecastle was enough for us. We made some trade with them, buying Indian curiosities, of which they had a great number, such as beadwork, feathers of birds, fur moccasins, etc. A few days after our arrival, the rainy season set in. This was bad for our trade, for the collecting of hides is managed differently in this port from what it is in any other on the coast. The mission of Dolores, near the anchorage, has no trade at all, but those of San Jose, Santa Clara, and others situated on the large creeks or rivers which run into the bay, and distant between 15 and 40 miles from the anchorage, do a greater business in hides than any in California. Large boats, or launches, manned by Indians, capable of carrying from 500 to 600 hides apiece, are attached to the mission and sent down to the vessels with hides to bring away goods in return. Some of the crews of the vessels are obliged to go and come in the boats to look out for the hides and goods. These are favorite expeditions with the sailors in fine weather, but now to be gone 3 or 4 days in open boats in constant rain was hard service. 2 of our men went to Santa Clara in one of these boats and were gone 3 days, during which time they had constant rain, and did not sleep a wink, but passed 3 long nights walking fore and aft the boat in the open air. When they got on board they were completely exhausted, and took a watch below of 12 hours. All the hides, too, that came down in the boats were soaked with water, and unfit to put below, so that we were obliged to trice them up to dry, in the intervals of sunshine or wind, upon all parts of the vessel. Having collected nearly all the hides that were to be procured, we began our preparations for taking in a supply of wood and water. A small island, about 2 leagues from the anchorage, was covered with trees to the water's edge, and to this 2 of our crew were sent every morning to cut wood, with 2 boys to pile it up for them. In about a week they'd cut enough to last a year, and the 3rd mate, with myself and 3 others, was sent over in a large open launch which we'd hired off the mission to take in the wood and bring it to the ship. We left the ship about noon, but owing to a strong headwind and a tide which here runs 4 or 5 knots, did not get into the harbor where the boats lie until sundown. No sooner had we come to than a strong southeaster set in, with heavy rain and a chilly air. We were in rather a bad situation, An open boat, heavy rain, and long night. For winter, in this latitude, was dark nearly 15 hours. Taking a small skiff, which we'd brought with us, we went ashore, but discovered no shelter, for everything was open to the rain, and, collecting a little wood and a few mussels, we put aboard again, and made the best preparations in our power for passing the night. We unbent the mainsail, and formed an awning with it over the after part of the boat, made a bed of wet logs of wood, and, with our jackets on, lay down about 6 o'clock to sleep. Finding the rain running down upon us, and our jackets getting wet through, and the rough, knotty logs rather indifferent couches, we turned out, and taking an iron pan, we wiped it out dry, put some stones around it, cut the wet bark from some sticks, and made a small fire in the pan. Keeping some sticks near to, dry, and covering the whole over with a roof of boards, we kept up a small fire, by which we cooked our mussels and ate them. It was not 10 o'clock, and the night was long before us, when one of the party produced an old pack of Spanish cards, and we played game after game till 1 or 2 o'clock, when we went to our logs again, one sitting up at a time in turn to keep watch over the fire. No sooner was it light than we went ashore, and began our preparations for loading our vessel. A white frost was on the ground. In this state of the weather, we had to wade off, nearly up to our hips in water, to load the skiff with the wood by armfuls. The third mate remained on board the launch, 2 more men stayed in the skiff to load and manage it, and all the waterwork as usual fell upon the 2 youngest of us. And there we were with frost on the ground, wading forward and back from the beach to the boat, with armfuls of wood, barefooted, and our trousers rolled up. When the skiff went off with her load, we could only keep our feet from freezing by racing up and down the beach. Toward sundown, having loaded the vessel as deep as she would bear, we made sail, beating out of the bay. No sooner had we got into the large bay than we found a strong tide setting us out to seaward, a thick fog which prevented our seeing the ship, and a breeze too light to set us against the side. By the utmost exertions we saved ourselves from being carried out, and were glad to reach the leewardmost point to sea of the island, where we came to, and prepared to pass another night more uncomfortable than the first. The next morning we made sail at slack water with a fair wind, and got on board by 11 o'clock. As we had now been about a year on the coast, it was time to think of the voyage home, and, knowing that the last 2 or 3 months of our stay would be very busy ones, we all employed our evenings in making clothes for the passage home, and more especially for Cape Horn. As soon as supper was over, we seated ourselves on our chests round the lamp, which swung from a beam, and went to work, each in his own way, some making hats, others trousers, others jackets, etc. Several of us clubbed together and bored a large piece of twilled cotton, from which we made into trousers and jackets, and, giving them several coats of linseed oil, laid them by for Cape Horn. I also sewed and covered a tarpaulin hat, thick and strong enough to sit upon, and made myself a complete suit of flannel underclothing for bad weather. Friday, December the 25th. This day was Christmas, and as it rained all day long, the captain gave us a holiday, and plum duff for dinner. Sunday, December the 27th. We had now finished all our business at this port, and it being Sunday, we unmoored ship and got under way. We sailed down this magnificent bay with a light wind, the tide carrying us at the rate of 4 or 5 knots. It was a fine day, the first of entire sunshine we'd had for more than a month. The tide leaving us, we came to anchor near the mouth of the bay, under a high and beautifully sloping hill, upon which herds of hundreds and hundreds of red deer, and the stag with his high branching antlers, were bounding about. At midnight, the tide having turned, we hove up our anchor and stood out of the bay with a fine starry heaven above us. We worked slowly along, and made Point Ano Nuevo, the northerly point of the Bay of Monterey, on Monday afternoon. It was 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning when we came to anchor. Monterey looked just as it did when I saw it last, which was 11 months before, in the brig Pilgrim. It seemed almost like coming to a home. The brig Pilgrim had been lying in Monterey through the later part of November, waiting for us. Day after day Captain Faucon went up the hill to look out for us, and at last gave us up, thinking we must have gone down in the gale which we experienced off Point Conception. An English brig, which had put into San Francisco, lost both her anchors. The Rosa was driven upon a mud bank in San Diego, and the Pilgrim, with great difficulty, rode out the gale in Monterey with 3 anchors ahead. She sailed early in December for San Diego and Intermedias. On Sunday morning, as soon as the decks were washed, and we were through breakfast, those who'd obtained liberty began to clean themselves to go ashore. Buckets of fresh water, cakes of soap, large coarse towels, and we went to work scrubbing one another on the forecastle. Then came the rigging up. The usual outfit of pumps, white stockings, loose white duck trousers, blue jackets, clean checked shirts, black kerchiefs, hats well varnished, with a fathom of black ribbon over the left eye, a silk handkerchief flying from the outside jacket pocket, and $4 or $5 tied up in the back of the neckerchief. One of the quarter boats pulled us ashore, and we streamed up to the town. We went about the town, visiting the Americans and English, and the Mexicans whom we'd known when we were here before. Toward noon we procured horses, and rode out to the Carmel Mission, where we got something in the way of a dinner: beef, eggs, frijoles, tortillas, and some middling wine, from the major domo, who, of course, refused to make any charge, as it was the Lord's gift, yet received our present, as a gratuity, with a low bow. Wednesday, January the 6th, 1836. Set sail from Monterey with a number of Mexicans as passengers, and shaped our course for Santa Barbara. Among our passengers was a young man who was a good representation of a decayed gentleman. He was of the aristocracy of the country, his family being of pure Spanish blood, and once of considerable importance in Mexico. His father had been governor of the province, and, having amassed a large property, settled at San Diego, kept a retinue of Indians, and set up for the grandee of that part of the country. His son was sent to Mexico, where he received an education and went into the first society of the capital. Misfortune and extravagance soon ate the estate up, and Don Juan Bandini returned from Mexico accomplished, poor, and proud, dissipated and extravagant when the means are at hand, ambitious at heart, and impotent in act. often pinched for bread, keeping up an appearance of style when their poverty is known to each half-naked Indian boy in the street. He had a slight and elegant figure, moved gracefully, danced and waltzed beautifully, spoke good Castilian, and had the bearing of a man of birth and figure. Yet here he was, with his passage given him, and living upon the charity of our agent. He was polite to everyone, spoke to the sailors, and gave 4 reals, I dare say the last he had in his pocket, to the steward who waited upon him. Don Juan had with him a retainer, who lived in the steerage with the carpenter and sailmaker. He was certainly a character, could read and write well, spoke good Spanish, had been over the greater part of Spanish America, and lived in every possible situation. I cultivated this man's acquaintance, and during the 5 weeks that he was with us, I gained a greater knowledge of the state of political parties in Mexico, and the habits and affairs of the different classes of society, than I could have learned from almost anyone else. Sunday, January the 10th. Arrived at Santa Barbara, and on the following Wednesday slipped our cable and went to sea, on account of a southeaster. Returned to our anchorage the next day. Great preparations were making on shore for the marriage of our agent to marry Dona Anita de la Guerra de Noriega y Corella, youngest daughter of Don Antonio Noriega, and the head of the first family in California. On the day appointed for the wedding, we took the captain ashore in the gig, and had orders to come for him at night, with leave to go up to the house and see the fandango. Returning on board, we found preparations making for a salute. I took my place at the starboard aftergun, and we all waited for the signal from on shore. At 10 o'clock, the bride went up with her sister to the confessional, dressed in deep black. Nearly an hour intervened. When the great doors of the mission church opened, the bells rang out a loud peal. The signal for us was run up by the captain ashore. The bride, dressed in complete white, came out of the church with the bridegroom, followed by a long procession. Just as she stepped from the church door, a small white cloud issued from the bows of our ship. The loud report echoed among the surrounding hills and over the bay, and instantly the ship was dressed in flags and pennants from stem to stern. 23 guns followed in regular succession, with an interval of 15 seconds between each, when the cloud blew off, and our ship lay dressed in her colors all day. At sundown, another salute of the same number of guns was fired, and all the flags run down. After supper, we rowed ashore, dressed in our uniform, and went up to the fandango. The bride's father's house was the principal one in the place, with a large court in front, upon which a tent was built, capable of containing several hundred people. As we drew near, we heard the sound of violins and guitars, and saw a great motion of the people within. Going in, we found nearly all the people of the town collected together, leaving barely room for the dances, for on these occasions no invitations are given, but everyone is expected to come. The old women sat down in rows, clapping their hands to the music and applauding the young ones. Don Juan Bandini gave us the most graceful dancing that I had ever seen. He was dressed in white pantaloons, neatly made, a short jacket of dark silk, gaily figured, white stockings, and thin morocco slippers upon his very small feet. His slight and graceful figure was well adapted to dancing, and he moved about with the grace and daintiness of a young fawn. An occasional touch of the toe to the ground seemed all that was necessary to give him a long interval of motion in the air. He was loudly applauded and danced frequently. After the supper, the waltzing began, which was considered a high accomplishment and a mark of aristocracy. Here, too, Don Juan figured greatly, waltzing with the sister of the bride, Dona Angustia, a handsome woman and a general favorite, in a variety of beautiful figures, which lasted as much as half an hour, no one else taking the floor. The great amusement of the evening was the breaking of eggs filled with cologne or other essences upon the heads of the company. The women bring a great number of these secretly about them, and the amusement is to break one upon the head of a gentleman when his back is turned. He is bound in gallantry to find out the lady and return the compliment, though it must not be done if the person sees you. Monday, February the 1st. After having been in port 24 days, we sailed for San Pedro, where we arrived on the following day. Here we found the Ayacucho and the Pilgrim, which last we had not seen since the 11th of September, nearly 5 months. And I really felt something like an affection for the old brig which had been my first home. She, too, was associated in my mind with Boston. I went on board the first night after supper, found the old cook in the galley, playing on the fife which I had given him as a parting present, had a hearty shake of the hand from him, and drove down into the forecastle, where were my old shipmates, the same as ever, glad to see me, for they had nearly given us up as lost, especially when they did not find us in Santa Barbara. We were always glad to see San Diego, it being the depot and a snug little place, and seeming quite like home, especially to me who had spent a summer there. There was no vessel in port, the Rosa having sailed for Valparaiso and Cadiz, and the Catalina for Callao nearly a month before. We discharged our hides, and in 4 days were ready to sail again for the Windward, and to our great joy, for the last time. Over 30,000 hides had been already collected, cured, and stowed away in the house, which, together with what we should collect and the Pilgrim would bring down from San Francisco, would make out our cargo. We got under way on the 10th, bound up to San Pedro, and had 3 days of calm amid headwinds. On the 4th we took a stiff northeaster, which obliged us to reef our topsails. Arrived at San Pedro on the 4th day, and came to in the old place with no other vessel in port, and the prospect of 3 weeks or more of rolling goods up a slippery hill, carrying hides on our heads over sharp stones, and perhaps slipping for a southeaster. Tuesday, February the 23rd. This afternoon a signal was made from the shore, and we went off in the gig, and found the agent's clerk waiting at the landing place with a package under his arm. Letters, papers, news, and perhaps friends on board. As we pulled under the stern, the clerk held up the package and called out to the mate, who was leaning over the taffrail, that the California had arrived. "Hurrah!" said the mate. "California come, and news from Boston." Instantly there was confusion on board, which no one would understand who had not been in the same situation. All discipline seemed for a moment relaxed. The packet was sent down into the cabin, and everyone waited to hear the result. As nothing came up, the officers turned the crew to again, and the same strict discipline was restored, which prohibits speech between man and man while at work on deck, so that When the steward came forward with letters for the crew, each man took his letters, carried them below to his chest, and came up again immediately, and not a letter was read until we cleared up decks for the night. Supper, too, must be eaten before the letters were read, and when at last they were brought out, they all got round anyone who had a letter and expected to hear it read aloud and have it all in common. I took mine and went into the sailmaker's berth, where I could read it without interruption. It was dated August, just a year from the time I had sailed from home, and everyone was well, and no great change had taken place. Thursday, February the 25th. Set sail for Santa Barbara, where we arrived on Sunday the 28th. We just missed seeing the California, for she'd sailed 3 days before, bound to Monterey to enter her cargo and procure her license, and thence to San Francisco, etc. Captain Arthur left files of Boston papers for Captain Thompson, which, after they'd been read and talked over in the cabin, I procured from my friend the third mate. Saturday, March the 5th. It was on this day that we were first assured that our voyage was really drawing to a close. The captain gave orders to have the ship ready for getting under way, and observed that there was a good breeze to take us down to San Pedro. Then we were not going up to windward. Thus much was certain, and was soon known fore and aft. And when we went in the gig to take him off, he shook hands with the people on the beach, and said that he did not expect to see Santa Barbara again. This settled the matter, and sent a thrill of pleasure through the hearts of everyone in the boat. We pulled off with a will, saying to ourselves, "Goodbye, Santa Barbara. No more duckings in your breakers and slipping from your cursed southeasters." The news was soon known aboard, and put life into everything when we were getting under way. We left here the young Englishman, George Marsh. He left us to take the berth of second mate on board the Ayacucho, which was lying in port. I felt sorry to part from him. We pulled him on board the Ayacucho, and when he left the boat, he gave each of its crew a piece of money, except myself, and shook hands with me, nodding his head as much to say, "We understand each other," and sprang on board. 2 days brought us to San Pedro, and 2 days more gave us our last view of that place which was universally called the Hell of California. As I bade goodbye to each successive place, I felt as though one link after another was struck from the chain of my servitude. Having kept close inshore for the land breeze, we passed the mission of San Juan Capistrano the same night, and saw distinctly, by the bright moonlight, the cliff which I'd gone down by a pair of halyards in search of a few paltry hides. And on the next morning we were under the point of San Diego. The flood tide took us swiftly in, and we came to opposite our hide-house, and prepared to get everything in trim for a long stay. This was our last port. Here we were to discharge everything from the ship, clean her out, smoke her, take in our hides, wood, and water, and set sail for Boston. We turned in early, knowing that we might expect an early call, and, sure enough, before the stars had quite faded, "All hands ahoy!" and we were turned to, heaving out ballast. A regulation of the port forbids any ballast to be thrown overboard. Accordingly, our longboat was lined inside with rough boards and brought alongside the gangway, but where one tubful went into the boat, 20 went overboard. This is done by every vessel, as it saves more than a week of labor, which would be spent in loading the boats, rowing them to the point, and unloading them. Friday, and a part of Saturday, we were engaged in this work, until we'd thrown out all but what we wanted under our cargo on the passage home. When, as the next day was Sunday, and a good day for smoking ship, we cleared everything out of the cabin and forecastle, made a slow fire of charcoal, birch bark, brimstone, and other matters on the ballast in the bottom of the hold, caulked up the hatches and every open seam, and pasted over the cracks of the windows and the slides of the scuttles and companionway. Wherever smoke was seen coming out, we caulked and pasted, and, so far as we could, made the ship smoke-tight. The next morning we took the battens from the hatches and opened the ship. A few stifled rats were found, and what bugs, cockroaches, fleas, and other vermin there might have been on board must have unrove their lifeline before the hatches were opened. The ship being now ready, we covered the bottom of the hold over, fore and aft, with dried brush for dunnage, and, having levelled everything away, we were ready to take in our cargo. All the hides that had been collected since the California left the coast, a little more than 2 years, amounting to about 40,000, had been cured, dried, and stowed away in the house, waiting for our good ship to take them to Boston. Now began the operation of taking in our cargo, which kept us hard at work for 6 weeks, with the exception of Sundays. 2 men threw the hides down from the piles in the house. 2 more picked them up and put them on a long horizontal pole, raised a few feet from the ground, where they were beaten by 2 more with flails. When beaten, they were taken from this pole by 2 more and placed upon a platform of boards. And 10 or a dozen men, with their trousers rolled up and hides upon their heads, were constantly going back and forth from the platform to the boat, which kept off where she would just float. The throwing the hides upon the pole was the most difficult work, and required a sleight of hand which was only to be got by long practice. As I was known for a hide curer, this post was assigned to me, and I continued at it for 6 or 8 days, tossing, in that time, from 8 to 10,000 hides, until my wrists became so lame that I gave in, and was transferred to the gang that was employed in filling the boats, where I remained for the rest of the time. We continued at work in this manner until the lower hold was filled to within 4 feet of the beams, when all hands were called aboard to begin steeving. The length of the hold from stem to stern was flawed off level, and we began with raising a pile in the after part hard against the bulkhead of the run, and filling it up to the beams, crowding in as many as we could by hand, and pushing in with oars, when a large book was made of from 25 to 50 hides, doubled at the backs, and placed one within another, so as to leave but one outside hide for the book. An opening was then made between 2 hides in the pile, and the back of the outside hide of the book inserted. Above and below this book were placed smooth strips of wood, well greased, called ways, to facilitate the sliding in of the book. 2 long heavy spars, called steeves, made of the strongest wood, and sharpened off like a wedge at one end, were placed with their wedge ends into the inside of the hide, which was the center of the book, and to the other end of each, straps were fitted, into which large tackles were hooked, composed each of 2 purchase blocks, one hooked to the strap on the end of the steeve, and the other into a dog fastened into one of the beams, as far as it could be got. When this was arranged, and the ways greased upon which the book was to slide, the falls of the tackles were stretched forward, and all hands tallied on, and bowsed away upon them, until the book was well entered. When these tackles were nippered, stracks and toggles clapped upon the falls, and 2 more luff tackles hooked on with dogs in the same manner. And thus, by luff upon luff, the power was multiplied, until into a pile in which 1 hide more could not be crowded by hand, 100 or 150 were often driven by this complication of purchases. When the last luff was hooked on, all hands were called to the rope, cook, steward, and all, and ranging ourselves at the falls, one behind the other, sitting down on the hides, with our heads just even with the beams, we set taut upon the tackles, and striking up a song, and all lying back at the chorus, we bowsed the tackles home, and drove the large book-chock in out of sight. The sailors' songs for capstans and falls are of a peculiar kind, having a chorus at the end of each line. The burden is usually sung by one alone, and at the chorus all hands join in, and the louder the noise the better. Many a time when a thing goes heavy, one fellow yo-ho-hoing in a lively song like "Heave-ye to the girls, Nancy-O, Jack Crosstree, cheerly men," etc., has put life and strength into every arm. During all this time we lived upon almost nothing but fresh beef. Fried beefsteaks 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. At morning and night we had a quart of tea to each man, and an allowance of about 1 pound of hard bread a day. But our chief article of food was beef. A mess, consisting of 6 men, had a large wooden kid piled up with beefsteaks, cut thick and fried in fat, with the grease poured over them. Round this we sat, attacking it with our jackknives and teeth, and with the appetite of young lions, and sent back an empty kid to the galley. This was done 3 times a day. A whole bullock, we ate liver and all, lasted us but 4 days. Friday, April the 15th. Arrived, brig Pilgrim from the Windward. It was a sad sight for her crew to see us getting ready to go off the coast, while they were condemned to another year's hard service. I spent an evening on board, and found them making the best of the matter, and determined to rough it out as they might. But Stimson had succeeded in persuading my English friend, Tom Harris, to take his place in the brig as soon as she was ready to go up to windward. Sunday, April the 24th. We had now been nearly 7 weeks in San Diego, when some Kanakas came running down the path singing out, "Sail ho!" Mr. Hatch, our 3rd mate, was ashore, and asking them particularly about the size of the sail, and learning that it was "Moko, noi moko," hailed our ship and said that the California was on the other side of the point. Instantly all hands were turned up, the bow guns run out and loaded, the ensign and broad pennant set, the yards squared by lifts and braces, and everything got ready to make a fair appearance. The instant she showed her nose round the point, we began our salute. She came in under topgallant sails, clewed up, and furled her sails in good order, and came to within swinging distance of us. She was a good, substantial ship, not quite so long as the Alert, wall-sided and kettle-bottomed, strong, too, and tight, and a good average sailor, but with no pretensions to beauty. Upon the whole, we were perfectly satisfied that the Alert might hold up her head with a ship twice as smart as she. At night, some of us got a boat, and went on board, and found a large roomy forecastle, and a crew of 12 or 15 men and boys sitting around on their chests, ready to give a welcome to any of our ship's company. It was just 7 months since they left Boston, which seemed but yesterday to us. Our men had hundreds of questions to ask about Ann Street, the boarding houses, the ships in port, the rate of wages, and other matters. Among her crew were 2 English man-of-war's men, so that of course we soon had music. They sang in the true sailor's style, and the rest of the crew joined in the choruses. Battle songs, drinking songs, boat songs, love songs, and everything else they seemed to have a complete assortment of, and I was glad to find that All in the Downs, Poor Tom Bowling, and The Bay of Biscay, List Ye Landsmen, and other classical songs of the sea still held their places. The next day the California began unloading her cargo, and her boat's crews, in coming and going, sang their boat songs, keeping time with their oars. This they did all day long for several days, until their hides were all discharged, when a gang of them was sent on board the Alert to help us steve our hides. This was a windfall for us, for they had a set of new songs for the capstan and fall, and ours had got nearly worn out by 6 weeks' constant use. I have no doubt that this timely reinforcement of songs hastened our work several days. Our cargo was now nearly all taken in, and my old friend the Pilgrim, having completed her discharge, unmoored to set sail the next morning on another long trip to windward. I was just thinking of her hard lot, and congratulating myself on my escape from her, when I received a summons into the cabin. I went aft, and there found, seated round the cabin table, my own captain, Captain Faucon of the Pilgrim, and Mr. Robinson, the agent. Captain Thompson turned to me and asked abruptly, "Dana, do you want to go home in the ship?" "Certainly, sir," said I. "I expect to go home in the ship." "Then," said he, "you must get someone to go in your place on board the Pilgrim." I was so completely taken aback by this intimation that for a moment I could make no reply. I thought it would be hopeless to attempt to prevail upon any of the ship's crew to take 12 months more upon California in the brig. I knew, too, that Captain Thompson had received orders to bring me home in the Alert. And even if this had not been so, it was cruel to give me no notice of the step they were going to take until a few hours before the brig would sail. As soon as I had got my wits about me, I put on a bold front, and told him plainly that I had a letter in my chest informing me that he had been written to by the owners in Boston to bring me home in the ship, and, moreover, that he had told me that he had had such instructions. To be opposed in such a manner was more than my Lord Paramount had been used to. He turned fiercely upon me, and tried to look me down and face me out of my statement. But finding that that wouldn't do, he changed his ground, and pointed to the shipping papers of the Pilgrim, from which my name had never been erased, and said that there was my name, that I belonged to her, and, in short, that I must be on board the Pilgrim by the next morning with my chest and hammock, or have someone ready to go in my place. I repeated what I'd said, and insisted upon my right to return in the ship. But it would have all availed me nothing had I been some poor body before this absolute domineering tribunal. But they saw that I would not go, and they knew that I had friends and interest enough at home to make them suffer for any injustice they might do me. The captain changed his tone entirely, and asked me if, in case anyone went in my place, I would give him the same sum that Stimson gave Harris to exchange with him. I told them that if anyone was sent on board the brig, I should pity him and be willing to help him, but would not speak of it as an exchange. "Very well," said he. "Go forward about your business, and send English Ben here to me." I went forward with a light heart, but feeling as much anger and contempt as I could well contain between my teeth. English Ben was sent aft, and in a few moments came forward, looking as though he had received his sentence to be hanged. The captain had told him to get his things ready to go on board the brig next morning, and that I would give him $30 and a suit of clothes. The hands had knocked off for dinner, and was standing about the forecastle, when Ben came forward and told his story. I could see plainly that it made a great excitement, and that, unless I explained the matter to them, the feeling would be turned against me. Ben was a poor English boy, and without friends or money, and being an active, willing lad, and a good sailor for his years, was a general favourite. "Oh, yes," said the crew. "The captain has let you off because you're a gentleman's son, and taken Ben because he's poor and has got nobody to say a word for him." I knew that this was too true to be answered, but I excused myself from any blame, and told them that I had a right to go home, at all events. This pacified them a little, but Jack had got a notion that a poor lad was to be imposed upon, and did not distinguish very clearly. And though I knew that I was in no fault, yet I felt that my berth was getting to be a disagreeable one. From this consideration, I did my best to get someone to go voluntarily. I offered to give an order upon the owners in Boston for 6 months' wages, and also all the clothes, books, and other matters which I should not want upon the voyage home. When this offer was published in the ship, and the case of poor Ben set forth in strong colours, a Boston boy, a harum-scarum lad, a great favourite, Harry May, whom we called Harry Bluff, and who did not care what country or ship he was in, if he had clothes enough and money enough, partly from pity for Ben, and partly from the thought that he should have cruising money for the rest of his stay, came forward, and offered to go and sling his hammock in the hooker. Lest his purpose should cool, I signed an order for the sum upon the owners in Boston, gave him all the clothes I could spare, and sent him aft to the captain, to let him know what had been done. The skipper accepted the exchange, and was, doubtless, glad to have it pass off so easily. At the same time he cashed the order, which was endorsed to him, and the next morning the lad went aboard the brig, apparently in good spirits. Relieved as I was to see the Pilgrim well off, and I felt like one who had just sprung from an iron trap which was closing upon him, I had yet a feeling of regret at taking the last look at the old craft in which I had spent the first year of my sailor's life. Yet, with all this, and the sentiment I had for my old shipmates, condemned to another term of California life, the thought that we were done with it, and that 1 week more would see us on our way to Boston, was a cure for everything. Sunday, May the 8th. This promised to be our last day in California. Our 40,000 hides and 30,000 horns, besides several barrels of otter and beaver skins, were all stowed below and the hatches caulked down. All our spare spars were taken on board and lashed, our water casks secured, and our livestock, consisting of 4 bullocks, a dozen sheep, a dozen or more pigs, and 3 or 4 dozens of poultry, were all stowed away in their different quarters. Our unusually large cargo, together with the stores for a 5 months' voyage, brought the ship channels down into the water. In addition to this, she had been steved so thoroughly and was so bound by the compression of her cargo, forced into her by machinery so powerful that she was like a man in a straitjacket, and would be but a dull sailor until she had worked herself loose. The California had finished discharging her cargo and was to get under way at the same time with us. Having washed down decks and got breakfast, the two vessels lay side by side in complete readiness for sea, our ensigns hanging from the peaks and our tall spars, reflected from the glassy surface of the river, which since sunrise had been unbroken by a ripple. At length a few whiffs came across the water, and by 11 o'clock the regular northwest wind set steadily in. There was no need of calling all hands, for we had all been hanging about the forecastle the whole forenoon, and were ready for a start upon the first sign of a breeze. Often we turned our eyes aft upon the captain, who was walking the deck, with every now and then a look to windward. He made a sign to the mate, who came forward and called out, "All hands, lay aloft and loose the sails." We were half in the rigging before the order came, and never since we left Boston were the gaskets off the yards and the rigging overhauled in a shorter time. At the same moment, a dozen hands sprang into the rigging of the California, and her sails, too, were ready to be dropped at the word. Everything was done quickly, as though it was for the last time. The head yards were filled away, and our ship began to move through the water on a homeward-bound course. The California had got under way at the same moment, and we sailed down the narrow bay abreast, and were just off the mouth and gradually drawing ahead of her, were on the point of giving her 3 parting cheers, when suddenly we found ourselves stopped short, and the California ranging fast ahead of us. A bar stretches across the mouth of the harbor, with water enough to float common vessels, but being low in the water, and having kept well to leeward as we were bound to the southward, we had stuck fast, while the California, being light, had floated over. We kept all sail on in the hope of forcing over, but failing in this, we hove aback and lay waiting for the tide, which was on the flood, to take us back into the channel. This was something of a damper to us, and the captain looked not a little mortified and vexed. In a few minutes the force of the wind and the rising of the tide backed us into the stream, and we were on our way to our old anchoring place, the tide setting swiftly up and the ship barely manageable in the light breeze. We came to in our old berth opposite the hide-house, whose inmates were not a little surprised to see us return. In about half an hour, which was near high water, the order was given to man the windlass, and again the anchor was catted. But there was no song, and not a word was said about the last time. The California had come back on finding that we'd returned, and was hove to, waiting for us off the point. This time we passed the bar safely, and was soon up with the California, who filled away and kept us company. As soon as we parted company with the California, all hands were sent aloft to set the studding sails. Booms were rigged out, tacks and halyards rove, sail after sail packed upon her, until every available inch of canvas was spread, that we might not lose a breath of the fair wind. We could now see how much she was cramped and deadened by her cargo, for with a good breeze on her quarter, and every stitch of canvas spread, we could not get more than 6 knots out of her. She had no more life in her than if she were waterlogged. We had hardly patience with her, but the older sailors said, "Stand by. You'll see her work herself loose in a week or two, and then she'll walk up to Cape Horn like a racehorse." When all sail had been set and the decks cleared up, the California was a speck in the horizon, and the coast lay like a low cloud along the northeast. At sunset they were both out of sight, and we were once more upon the ocean where sky and water meet. At 8 o'clock, all hands were called aft, and the watches set for the voyage. Some changes were made, but I was glad to find myself still in the larboard watch. Our crew was somewhat diminished, for a man and a boy had gone in the Pilgrim. Another was second mate of the Ayacucho, and a third, Harry Bennett, the oldest man of the crew, had broken down under the hard work and constant exposure on the coast, and, having had a stroke of the palsy, was left behind at the hide house. By these diminutions we were short-handed for a voyage round Cape Horn in the dead of winter. Besides Stimson and myself, there were only 5 in the forecastle, who, together with 4 boys in the steerage, the sailmaker, carpenter, cook, and steward, composed the crew. In addition to this, we were only 4 days out when the sailmaker was taken with the palsy and was useless for the rest of the voyage. "Never mind, we're homeward bound," was the answer to everything. And we should not have minded this, were it not for the thought that we should be off Cape Horn in the very dead of winter. It was now the first part of May, and 2 months would bring us off the Cape in July, which is the worst month in the year there, when the sun rises at 9 and sets at 3, giving 18 hours night, and there is snow and rain, gales and high seas in abundance. Sunday, May the 15th. 1 week out, we were in latitude 14 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 116 degrees 14 minutes west, having gone, by reckoning, over 1,300 miles in 7 days. Our days we spent in the usual ship's work. The rigging, which had become slack from being long in port, was to be set up. Breast backstays got up. Studding sail booms rigged upon the mainyard, and royal studding sails got ready for the light trades. Ringtail set, and new rigging fitted and sails made ready for Cape Horn. For, with a ship's gear, as well as a sailor's wardrobe, fine weather must be improved to get ready for the bad to come. Our night watches were spent in the usual manner: a trick at the wheel, a lookout on the forecastle, a nap on a coil of rigging under the lee of the rail, a yarn round the windlass end, or a solitary walk fore and aft in the weather waist between the windlass end and the main tack. Every wave that she threw aside brought us nearer home, and every day's observation at noon showed a progress which, if it continued, would in less than 5 months take us into Boston Bay. This is the pleasure of life at sea: fine weather day after day without interruption, fair wind and plenty of it, and homeward bound. Everyone was in good humor, things went right, and all was done with a will. At the dog watch, all hands came on deck and stood round the weather side of the forecastle, or sat upon the windlass and sung sea-songs. Rumors of what had been said in the cabin, as usual, found their way forward. The steward had heard the captain say something about the Straits of Magellan, and the man at the wheel fancied he had heard him tell the passenger that, if he found the wind ahead and the weather very bad off the Cape, he should stick her off for New Holland and come home round the Cape of Good Hope. This passenger was no one else than a gentleman whom I'd known in my smoother days, Professor Nuttall of Cambridge. I had left him seated in the chair of botany and ornithology in Harvard University, and the next I saw of him, he was strolling about San Diego Beach in a sailor's pea jacket, with a wide straw hat, and barefooted, with his trousers rolled up to the knees, picking up stones and shells. He had traveled overland to the northwest coast, and come down in a small vessel to Monterey. There he learned that there was a ship about to sail for Boston, and taking passage in the Pilgrim, which was then at Monterey, he came slowly along, visiting the intermediate ports and examining the trees, plants, earths, birds, etc., and joined us at San Diego shortly before we sailed. Just as we were about to shove off from the beach, he came down to the boat in the rig I have described, with his shoes in his hand and his pockets full of specimens. I knew him at once. He probably had no more difficulty in recognizing me. As we left home about the same time, we had nothing to tell each other, and, owing to our different situations on board, I saw but little of him on the passage home. Sometimes, when I was at the wheel of a calm night, he would come aft and hold a short yarn with me. But this was against the rules of the ship, as is, in fact, all intercourse between passengers and the crew. With the exception of Mr. Nuttall, we had no one on board but the regular ship's company and the livestock. We killed one of the bullocks every 4 days. The pigs were left for the latter part of the voyage, for they are sailors and can stand all weathers. We had an old sow on board, the mother of a numerous progeny, who'd been twice round the Cape of Good Hope and once round Cape Horn. Wednesday, May the 18th. Latitude 9 degrees 54 minutes north, longitude 113 degrees 17 minutes west. The northeast trades had now left us, and we had the usual winds, the Doldrums, which prevail near the line, together with some rain. So long as we were in these latitudes, we had but little rest in our watch on deck at night, for as the winds were light and variable, and we could not lose a breath, we were all the watch bracing the yards, and taking in and making sail, and humbugging with our flying kites. Sunday, May the 22nd. Latitude 5 degrees 14 minutes north, longitude 166 degrees 45 minutes west. We were now a fortnight out, and within 5 degrees of the line, to which 2 days of good breeze would take us. But we had, for the most part, what the sailors called an Irishman's hurricane, right up and down. This day it rained nearly all day, and being Sunday and nothing to do, we stopped up the scuppers and filled the decks with rainwater, and bringing all our clothes on deck, had a grand wash, fore and aft. When this was through, we stripped to our drawers, and, taking pieces of soap, with strips of canvas for towels, we turned to and soaped, washed, and scrubbed one another down, to get off, as we said, the California grime. For the common wash in salt water, which is all that Jack can get, being on an allowance of fresh, had little efficacy, and was more for taste than utility. It was surprising to see how much soap and fresh water did for the complexion. How much of what we supposed to be tan and sea-blacking we got rid of. The next day the ship was covered with clothes of all sorts, hanging out to dry. Sunday, June the 5th. We were in latitude 19 degrees 29 minutes south, and longitude 118 degrees 1 degree west, having made 1,200 miles in 7 days, very nearly upon a taut bowline. Our good ship was getting to be herself again, and had increased her rate of sailing more than 1/3 since leaving San Diego. Already we'd sunk the North Star and the Great Bear, while the Southern Cross appeared well above the southern horizon, and all hands looked out sharp to the southward for the Magellan clouds. "The next time we see the North Star," said Juan, "we shall be standing to the northward, the other side of the Horn." Sailors say that in coming home from round Cape Horn, or the Cape of Good Hope, the North Star is the first land you make. There began now to be decided change in the appearance of things. The days became shorter, the sun running lower in its course each day and giving less heat, and the nights so cold as to prevent our sleeping on deck, and at times a long, heavy, ugly sea settling in from the southward told us what we were coming to. Toward the middle of the week, the wind hauled to the southward, which brought us upon a taut bowline, made the ship meet nearly head-on the heavy swell which rolled from that quarter. And there was something not at all encouraging in the manner in which she met it. Being so deep and heavy, she wanted the buoyancy which should have carried her over the seas, and every now and then, when an unusually large sea met her fairly upon the bows, she struck it with a sound as heavy as that with which a sledge-hammer falls upon the pile, and took the whole of it upon the forecastle, and rising, carried along with it everything which was loose on deck. She had been acting in this way all of our forenoon watch below, as we could tell by the washing of the water over our heads as we lay in our berths. At 8 bells the watch was called, and we came on deck, one hand going aft to take the wheel, and another going to the galley to get the grub for dinner. I stood on the forecastle, looking at the seas, which were rolling high as far as the eye could reach. Our ship rose slowly over a few of the largest of them, until one immense fellow came rolling on, which I was sailor enough to know by the feeling of her under my feet she would not rise over. I sprung upon the knightheads, and, seizing hold of the forestay, drew myself upon it. My feet were just off the stanchion when the bow struck fairly into the middle of the sea, and it washed the ship fore and aft, burying her in the water. As soon as she rose out of it, I looked aft, and everything forward to the mainmast, except the longboat, was swept off clear. The galley, the pigsty, the hen-coop, and a large sheep-pen, which had been built upon the forehatch, were all gone in the twinkling of an eye. In the scuppers lay the galley, bottom up, and a few boards floating about, the wreck of the sheep-pen, and 6 miserable sheep floating among them, wet through and not a little frightened. As soon as the sea had washed by, all hands sprang up out of the forecastle to see what had become of the ship, and in a few moments the cook and old Bill, crawling out from under the galley, where they'd been lying in the water, nearly smothered, with the galley over them. Fortunately, it rested against the bulwarks, or it would have broken some of their bones. When the water ran off, we picked the sheep up and put them in the longboat, got the galley back in its place, and set things a little to rights. But had not our ship uncommonly high bulwarks and rail, everything must have been washed overboard, not excepting old Bill and the cook. "This will never do," was what some said, and everyone felt. Here we were, not yet within 1,000 miles of the latitude of Cape Horn, and our decks swept by a sea not one half so high as we must expect to find there. The next day all hands were turned to upon unbending the old sails and getting up the new ones. For a ship, unlike people on shore, puts on her best suit in bad weather. The wind continued westerly, and the weather and sea less rough since the day on which we shipped the heavy sea, and we were making great progress under studding sails, with our light sails all set, keeping a little to the eastward of south. For the captain, depending upon westerly winds off the Cape, had kept so far to the westward that, though we were within about 5 miles of the latitude of Cape Horn, we were nearly 1,700 miles to the westward of it. Through the rest of the week we continued on with a fair wind, gradually, as we got more to southward, keeping a more easterly course, and bringing the wind on our larboard quarter until Sunday, June the 26th. When, having a fine clear day, the captain got a lunar observation, as well as his meridian altitude, which made us in latitude 47 degrees 50 minutes south, longitude 113 degrees 50 minutes west. Cape Horn bearing, according to my calculation, east-southeast, half-east, and distant 1,800 miles. Monday, June the 27th. During the first part of this day the wind continued fair, and as we were going before it, it did not feel very cold, so that we kept at work on deck in our common clothes and round jackets. Our watch had an afternoon watch below for the first time since leaving San Diego. We were sleeping away when 3 knocks on the scuttle and "All hands ahoy!" started us from our berths. We tumbled up the ladder, and there on the starboard bow was a bank of mist, covering sea and sky and driving directly for us. I had seen the same before in my passage round in the Pilgrim, and knew what it meant, and that there was no time to be lost. We had nothing on but thin clothes, yet there was not a moment to spare, and at it we went. It was nothing but haul down and clew up until we got all the studding sails in, and the royals, flying jib, and mizzen topgallant sail furled, and the ship kept off a little to take the squall. We all stood waiting for its coming, when the first blast showed us that it was not to be trifled with. Rain, sleet, snow, and wind enough to take our breath from us, and make the toughest turn his back to windward. The ship lay nearly over her beam ends. The decks were standing nearly at an angle of 45 degrees, and the ship going like a mad steed through the water, the whole forward part of her in a smother of foam. Down came the topsail yards. The reef tackles were manned and hauled out, and we climbed up to windward and sprang into the weather rigging. The violence of the wind and the hail and sleet seemed to pin us down to the rigging. One after another we got out upon the yards, and here we had work to do, for our new sails had hardly been bent long enough to get the stiffness out of them, and the new earrings and reef points, stiffened with the sleet, knotted like pieces of iron wire. Having only our round jackets and straw hats on, we were soon wet through, and it was every moment growing colder. Our hands were soon numbed, which, added to the stiffness of everything else, kept us a good while on the yard. At length the word came, "Haul out to leeward," and we seized the reef points and hauled the band taut for the lee earing. "Taut, band, not away!" and we got the first reef fast, and were just going to lay down when, "Two reefs! 2 reefs!" shouted the mate, and we had a second reef to take in the same way. When this was fast, we went down on deck, manned the halyards to leeward, nearly up to our knees in water, set the topsail, and then laid aloft on the main topsail yard, and reefed that sail in the same manner. I had been on the lookout for a chance to jump below and clap on a thick jacket and sou'wester. But when we got on deck we found that 8 bells had been struck, and the other watch gone below, so that there were 2 hours of dog watch for us, and plenty of work to do. The decks were covered with snow, and there was a constant driving of sleet. In fact, Cape Horn had set in with good earnest. In the midst of all this, we had all the studding sails to make up and stow away, and then to lay aloft and rig in all the booms, coil away the tacks, sheets, and halyards. It was after dark when we got through, and we were not a little pleased to hear 4 bells struck, which sent us below for 2 hours, and gave us each a pot of hot tea with our cold beef and bread, and, what was better yet, a suit of thick, dry clothing, fitted for the weather. I had been troubled for several days with toothache. Before the watch was out, I went to the mate, who had charge of the medicine chest, to get something for it. But there was nothing but a few drops of laudanum, which must be saved for an emergency, so I had only to bear the pain as well as I could. When we went on deck at 8 bells, it had stopped snowing, and it was blowing a steady gale. Just before midnight, I went aloft and sent down the mizzen royal yard, and had the good luck to do it to the satisfaction of the mate. The next 4 hours below were but little relief to me, for I lay awake in my berth the whole time, from the pain in my face, and heard every bell strike, and at 4 o'clock turned out with the watch, feeling little spirit for the hard duties of the day. There was, however, too much to do to allow time to think, for the gale of yesterday and the heavy seas we met with a few days before had convinced the captain that we had something before us which was not to be trifled with, and orders were given to send down the long topgallant masts. Friday, July the 1st. We now were nearly up to the latitude of Cape Horn, and, having over 40 degrees of easting to make, we squared away the yards before a strong westerly gale, shook a reef out of the foretopsail, and stood on our way east by south, with the prospect of being up with the Cape in a week or 10 days. As for myself, I'd had no sleep for 48 hours, and the want of rest, together with constant wet and cold, had increased the swelling, so that my face was nearly as large as 2, and I found it impossible to get my mouth open wide enough to eat. In this state, the steward applied to the captain for some rice to boil for me, but he only got a "Tell him to eat salt junk and hard bread like the rest of them." However, I did not starve, for Mr. Brown, who had always been a good friend to me, smuggled a pan of rice into the galley, and told the cook to boil it for me, and not let the old man see it. Saturday, July the 2nd. This day the sun rose fair, but it ran too low in the heavens to thaw our sails and rigging. Yet the sight of it was pleasant, and we had a steady reef topsail breeze from the westward. The atmosphere, which had previously been clear and cold for the last few hours, grew damp, and had a disagreeable wet chilliness in it. And the man who came from the wheel said he heard the captain tell the passenger that the thermometer had fallen several degrees since morning, which he could not account for in any other way than by supposing that there must be ice near us. At 12 o'clock we went below, and had just got through dinner when the cook put his head down the scuttle and told us to come on deck and see the finest sight that we had ever seen. "Where away, doctor?" asked the first man who was up. On the larboard bow!" And there lay, floating in the ocean, several miles off, an immense irregular mass, its top and points covered with snow, and its center of a deep indigo color. This was an iceberg, and of the largest size, as one of our men said who had been in the Northern Ocean. As far as the eye could reach, the sea in every direction was of a deep blue color, the waves running high and fresh and sparkling in the light. And in the midst lay this immense mountain island, its cavities and valleys thrown into deep shade, and its points and pinnacles glittering in the sun. It seemed to be drifting slowly toward the north, so that we kept away and avoided it. Unfortunately, there was no moon, but it was a clear night, and we could plainly mark the long, regular heaving of the stupendous mass as its edges moved slowly against the stars, now revealing them and now shutting them in. Several times in our watch, loud cracks were heard, which sounded as though they must have run through the whole length of the iceberg, and several pieces fell down with a thundering crash, plunging heavily into the sea. Towards morning, a strong breeze sprang up, and we filled away and left it astern, and at daylight it was out of sight. Monday, July the 4th. This was Independence Day in Boston. This, to be sure, was no place to keep the 4th of July. To keep ourselves warm and the ship out of the ice was as much as we could do. Yet no one forgot the day, and many were the wishes and conjectures and comparisons which were made among all hands. Between daylight and dark we saw 34 ice islands of various sizes, some no bigger than the hull of our vessel, and others apparently nearly as large as the one that we first saw. Though, as we went on, the islands became smaller and more numerous. And at sundown of this day, a man at the masthead saw large tracts of floating ice called field ice at the southeast. This kind of ice is much more dangerous than the large islands, for those can be seen at a distance and kept away from. But the ice field, floating in great quantities and covering the ocean for miles in pieces of every size, is very difficult to shear clear of. A constant lookout was necessary, for many of these pieces, coming with the heave of the sea, were large enough to have knocked a hole in the ship, and that would have been the end for us. To make our conditions still worse, the wind came out due east, just after sundown, and it blew a gale dead ahead, with hail and sleet and a thick fog, so that we could not see half the length of the ship. At 4 p.m., all hands were called and sent aloft in a violent squall of hail and rain to take in sail. We had now all got on our Cape Horn rig, thick boots, sou'westers coming down over our neck and ears, thick trousers and jackets, and some with oilcloth suits over all. Mittens, too, we wore on deck, but it would not do to go aloft with them, as being wet and stiff, they might let a man slip overboard, for all the hold he could get upon a rope. So we were obliged to work with bare hands, which, as well as our faces, were often cut with the hailstones, which fell thick and large. Our ship was now all cased with ice, hull, spars, and standing rigging, and the running rigging so stiff that we could hardly bend it so as to belay it, or still less take a knot with it, and the sails frozen. One at a time we furled the courses, mizzen topsail and foretopmast staysail, and close reefed the fore and main topsails, and hove the ship to under the fore, with the main hauled up by the clewlines and buntlines, and ready to be sheeted home if we found it necessary to make sail to get to windward of an ice island. A regular lookout was then set, and kept by each watch in turn until the morning. The captain was on deck nearly the whole night, and kept the cook in the galley with a roaring fire to make coffee for him, which he took every few hours, and once or twice gave a little to his officers. But not a drop of anything was there for the crew. 8 hours of the night our watch was on deck, and during the whole of that time we kept a bright lookout. When a large piece of ice was seen in our way, the word was passed along, and the ship's head turned. There was little else to do than to look out. The only variety was the monotonous voice of the lookout for'ard. "Another island! Ice ahead! Ice on the lee bow! Hard up the helm! Keep her off a little! Steady!" In the meantime, the wet and cold had brought my face into such a state that I could neither eat nor sleep. And though I stood it out all night, yet when it became light, I was in such a state that all hands told me I must go below and lie by for a day or two. When the watch was changed, I showed my face to the mate, who told me to go below and stay in my berth until the swelling went down, and gave the cook orders to make a poultice for me, and said he would speak to the captain. I went below and turned in, covering myself over with blankets and jackets, and lay in my berth nearly 24 hours, half asleep and half awake, stupid from the dull pain. At the end of 24 hours the pain went down, and I had a long sleep, which brought me back to my proper state. Yet my face was so swollen and tender that I was obliged to keep my berth for 2 or 3 days longer. During the 2 days I'd been below, the weather was much the same that it had been. At the end of the 3rd day the ice was very thick. A complete fog bank covered the ship. It blew a tremendous gale from the eastward with sleet and snow. At dark the captain called all hands aft, and told them that not a man was to leave the deck that night, that the ship was in the greatest danger. Any cake of ice might knock a hole in her, or she might run on an island and go to pieces. When I heard what was the state of things, I began to put on my clothes, when the mate came below, and, looking at my face, ordered me back to my berth. In obedience to the mate's orders, I went back to my berth. But a more miserable night I never wished to spend. If I could only have been on deck with the rest, where something was to be done and seen and heard, where there were fellow beings for companions in duty and danger. But to be cooped up alone in a black hole, in equal danger, but without the power to do, was the hardest trial. Yet it was a dreadful night for those on deck. A watch of 18 hours with wet and cold and constant anxiety nearly wore them out. And when they came below at 9 o'clock for breakfast, they almost dropped to sleep on their chests, and some of them were so stiff that they could with difficulty sit down. As soon as I could possibly go back to my duty, I put on my thick clothes and boots and sou'wester, and made my appearance on deck. I had been but a few days below, yet everything looked strangely enough. The ship was cased in ice, decks, sides, masts, yards, and rigging. The sun had come up brightly. The snow was swept off the decks, and ashes thrown upon them so that we could walk, for they had been as slippery as glass. At 4 bells, the order was given to square away the yards, and the man who came from the helm said that the captain had kept her off to north-northeast. What could this mean? Some said that he was going to put into Valparaiso and winter, and others that he was going to run out of the ice and cross the Pacific and go home round the Cape of Good Hope. Soon, however, it leaked out, and we found that we were running for the Straits of Magellan. Having been long enough below to get my hands well warmed and softened, the first handling of the ropes was rather tough. But a few days hardened them, and as soon as I got my mouth open wide enough to take in a piece of salt beef and hard bread, I was all right again. Sunday, July the 10th. Latitude 54 degrees 10 minutes. Longitude 79 degrees 7 minutes. This was our position at noon. The sun was out bright, and the ice was all left behind, and things had quite a cheering appearance. We brought our wet pea jackets and trousers on deck and hung them up in the rigging, that the breeze and the few hours of sun might dry them a little. And, by leave of the cook, the galley was nearly filled with stockings and mittens hung round to be dried. Boots, too, were brought up, and having got a little tar and slush from below, we gave them thick coats. After dinner, all hands were turned to get the anchors over the bows, bend on the chains, etc. The fish tackle was got up, fish davits rigged out, and after 2 or 3 hours of hard and cold work, both the anchors were ready for instant use. A couple of kedges got up, a hawser coiled away upon the forehatch, and the deep-sea lead line overhauled and made ready. This preparation of the cable and anchors was for the passage of the straits, for, as they are very crooked and with a variety of currents, it is necessary to come frequently to anchor. This was not by any means a pleasant prospect, for of all the work that a sailor is called upon to do in cold weather, there's none so bad as working the ground tackle. Next day, a gale set in from the eastward, with a heavy fog, so that we could not see half the ship's length ahead. This, of course, put an end to the project for the present, for a thick fog and a gale blowing dead ahead are not the most favorable circumstances for the passage of difficult and dangerous straits. This weather, too, seemed likely to last for some time. So we braced up on the larboard tack, put the ship's head due south, and stuck her off for Cape Horn again. In our first attempt to double the Cape, we were nearly 1,700 miles to the westward. But in running for the Straits of Magellan, we stood so far to the eastward that we made our second attempt at a distance of not more than 400 or 500 miles, and we had great hopes by this means to run clear of the ice, thinking that the easterly gales, which had prevailed for a long time, would have driven it to the westward. We made great way toward the southward, and almost every watch, when we came on deck, the air seemed to grow colder, and the sea to run higher. Still we saw no ice, and had great hopes of going clear of it altogether, when, one afternoon, while we were taking a siesta during our watch below, "All hands!" was called in a loud and fearful voice. "Tumble up here, men! Tumble up! Don't stop for your clothes before we're upon it!" We sprang out of our berths and hurried upon deck. The helm was hard up, the after-yard shaking, and the ship in the act of wearing. Slowly, with the stiff ropes and ice rigging, we swung the yards round, everything coming hard and with a creaking and rending sound, like pulling up a plank which has been frozen into the ice. The ship wore round fairly, the yards were steadied, and we stood off on the other tack, leaving behind us, directly under our larboard quarter, a large ice island peering out of the mist and reaching high above our tops, while astern and on either side of the island large tracts of field ice were dimly seen, heaving and rolling in the sea. We were now safe and standing to the northward, but in a few minutes more, had it not been for the sharp lookout of the watch, we should have been fairly upon the ice, and left our ship's old bones adrift in the southern ocean. During the next watch, it fell calm, with a drenching rain until daybreak, when the wind came out to the westward, and the weather cleared up, and showed us the whole ocean, in the course of which we should have steered, had it not been for the headwind and calm completely blocked up with ice. Here, then, our progress was stopped, and we wore ship, and once more stood to the northward and eastward, not for the Straits of Magellan, but to make another attempt to double the Cape, still farther to the eastward. With a fair wind we soon ran clear of the field ice, and by noon had only the stray islands floating far and near upon the ocean. Our solitary ship tore on through the open water as though glad to be out of her confinement, and the ice islands lay scattered here and there of various sizes and shapes, reflecting the bright rays of the sun and drifting slowly northward before the gale. From a northeast course we gradually hauled to the eastward, and after sailing about 200 miles, which brought us as near to the western coast of Terra del Fuego as was safe, and having lost sight of the ice altogether, for the third time we put the ship's head to the southward to try the passage of the Cape. The weather continued clear and cold, with a strong gale from the westward, and we were fast getting up with the latitude of the Cape, with a prospect of soon being round. Having a fine wind, we were soon up with and past the latitude of the Cape, and having stood far enough to the southward of it to give it a wide berth, we began to stand to the eastward, with a good prospect of being round and steering to the northward on the other side in a very few days. But ill luck seemed to have lighted upon us. Not 4 hours had we been standing on in this course before it fell dead calm, and in half an hour it clouded up. A few straggling blasts, with spits of snow and sleet, came from the eastward, and in an hour more we lay hove to under a close-reefed main-topsail, drifting bodily off to leeward before the fiercest storm that we had yet felt, blowing dead ahead from the eastward. We had less snow and hail than when we were further to the westward, but we had an abundance of what is worse to a sailor in cold weather, drenching rain. Snow is blinding and very bad when coming upon a coast, but for genuine discomfort, give me rain with freezing weather. We had long ago run through all our dry clothes, and as sailors have no other way of drying them than by the sun, we had nothing to do but to put on those which were the least wet. At the end of each watch, we took off our clothes and wrung them out, 2 taking hold of a pair of trousers, 1 at each end, and jackets in the same way. Stockings, mittens, and all were wrung out also, and then hung up to drain and chafe dry against the bulkheads. Then, feeling all our clothes, we picked out those which were the least wet, and put them on, so as to be ready for a call, and turned in, covered ourselves up with blankets, and slept until 3 knocks on the scuttle and the dismal sound of "All stowball lines ahoy! 8 bells there below! D'ye hear the news?" drawled out from on deck, and the sulky answer of "Aye, aye," from below sent us up again. On deck all was dark and either a dead calm, with the rain pouring steadily down, or, more generally, a violent gale dead ahead, with the rain pelting horizontally, and occasional variations of hail and sleet. Decks afloat with water, swashing from side to side, and constantly wet feet, for boots could not be wrung out like drawers, and no composition could stand the constant soaking. In fact, wet and cold feet are inevitable in such weather, and are not the last of those items which go to make up the grand total of the discomforts of a winter passage round Cape Horn. Few words were spoken. Singing and joking we were in no humor for. The last resort, that of speculating upon the future, seemed now to fail us, for our discouraging situation, and the danger we were really in, as we expected every day to find ourselves drifted back among the ice, clapped a stopper upon all that. From saying, "when we get home," we began insensibly to alter it to, "if we get home," and at last the subject was dropped by a tacit consent. Our watches below were no more varied than the watch on deck. All washing, sewing, and reading were given up, and we did nothing but eat, sleep, and stand our watch, leading what might be called a Cape Horn life. The forecastle was too uncomfortable to sit up in, and whenever we were below, we were in our berths. To prevent the rain and the sea-water which broke over the bows from washing down, we were obliged to keep the scuttle closed, so that the forecastle was nearly airtight. In this little wet, leaky hole we were all quartered, in an atmosphere so bad that our lamp, which swung in the middle from the beams, sometimes actually burned blue, with a large circle of foul air about it. Still, I was never in better health than after 3 weeks of this life. I gained a great deal of flesh, and we all ate like horses. Each man drank his quart of hot tea night and morning, and glad enough we were to get it, for no nectar and ambrosia was sweeter to the lazy immortals than was a pot of hot tea, a hard biscuit, and a slice of cold salt beef to us, after a watch on deck. Friday, July the 22nd. This day we had a steady gale from the southward, and stood on under close sail, the clouds lifting a little and showing signs of breaking away. In the afternoon I was below with Mr. Hatch, the third mate, and 2 others, filling the bread locker in the steerage from the casks, when a bright gleam of sunshine broke out and shone down the companionway, sending a warm glow through the hearts of us all. Just at that moment we heard a loud shout from all parts of the deck, and the mate called out down the companionway to the captain, who was sitting in the cabin. What he said we could not distinguish, but the captain kicked over his chair and was on deck at one jump. Anxious as we were to know, the discipline of the ship would not allow of our leaving our places. We hurried to get through with our job, when seeing the steward's black face peering out of the pantry, Mr. Hatch hailed him to know what was the matter. "La no, to be sure, sir. No you hear him sing out, la no? De captain see him Cape Horn?" This gave us a new start, and we were soon through our work and on deck. And there lay the land, fair upon the larboard beam, and slowly edging away upon the quarter. All hands were busy looking at it. The captain and mates from the quarter-deck, the cook from his galley, and the sailors from the forecastle, and even Mr. Nuttall, the passenger, who had kept in his shell for nearly a month, came out like a butterfly. The land was the island of Staten Land, just to the eastward of Cape Horn, and a more desolate-looking spot I never wished to set eyes upon. Bare, broken, and girt with rocks and ice. Yet, dismal as it was a pleasant sight to us, not only as being the first land we had seen, but because it told us that we had passed the Cape, were in the Atlantic, and that with 24 hours of this breeze we might bid defiance to the Southern Ocean. It told us, too, our latitude and longitude better than any observation. The captain determined to stand immediately to the northward, running inside the Falkland Islands. Accordingly, when the wheel was relieved at 8 o'clock, the order was given to keep her due north, and all hands were turned up to square away the yards and make sail. It was a moment of enthusiasm. Everyone was on the alert. When we came to masthead the topsail yards, we struck up "Cheerily, Men," with a chorus which might have been heard halfway to Staten Land. Under her increased sail, the ship drove on through the water. The captain sang out from the quarter-deck, "Another reef out of that fore-topsail, and give it to her!" 2 hands sprang aloft. The frozen reef points and earrings were cast adrift, the halyards manned, and the sail gave out her increased canvas to the gale. It was as much as she could well carry, and with a heavy sea astern, it took 2 men at the wheel to steer her. She flung the foam from her bows, the spray breaking aft as far as the gangway. She was going at a prodigious rate. Still, everything held. The captain walked the deck at a rapid stride. The mate stood in the gangway, and talking aloud to the ship, "Hurrah, old bucket! The Boston girls have got hold of the tow-rope," and the like. Sunday, July the 24th. We were in latitude 50 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 62 degrees 13 minutes west. Having made 4 degrees of latitude in the last 24 hours. Being now to the northward of the Falkland Islands, the ship was kept off northeast for the Equator, and with her head for the Equator and Cape Horn over her taffrail, she went gloriously on. Every heave of the sea leaving the Cape astern, and every hour bringing us nearer to home and to warm weather. If the best part of a voyage is the last part, surely we had all now that we could wish. Everyone was in the highest spirits, and the ship seemed as glad as any of us at getting out of her confinement. Every day the sun rose higher in the horizon, and the nights grew shorter. And at coming on deck each morning, there was a sensible change in the temperature. The ice, too, began to melt from off the rigging and spars. The Southern Cross and the Magellan Cloud settled lower and lower in the horizon. And so great was our change of latitude that each succeeding night we sank some constellation in the south and raised another in the northern horizon. Sunday, July the 31st. At noon we were in latitude 36 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 38 degrees 8 minutes west, having traversed the distance of 2,000 miles, allowing for changes of course in 9 days. 1,000 miles in 4 days and a half. This is equal to steam. As the sun came up clear, with the promise of a fair warm day, all hands turned to upon clearing out the forecastle. Wet and soiled clothes were brought upon deck. The chests moved. Brooms, buckets of water, swabs, scrubbing brushes, and scrapers carried down and applied, until the forecastle floor was as white as chalk, and everything neat and in order. The bedding from the berths was then spread on deck, and dried and aired, the deck tub filled with water, and a grand washing begun of all the clothes which were brought up. Shirts, frocks, drawers, trousers, jackets, stockings of every shape and color, wet and dirty, many of them mouldy from having been lying a long time wet in a foul corner. These were all washed and scrubbed out, and finally towed overboard for half an hour, and then made fast in the rigging to dry. Wet boots and shoes were spread out to dry in sunny places on deck, and the whole ship looked like a backyard on a washing day. After we had done with our clothes, we began upon our persons. A little fresh water, which we'd saved from our allowance, was put in buckets, and with soap and towels we had what sailors call a fresh water wash. The same bucket had to go through several hands, and was spoken for by one after another. But as we rinsed off in salt water pure from the ocean, and the fresh was used only to start the accumulated grime and blackness of 5 weeks, it was held of little consequence. We soaked down and scrubbed one another with towels and pieces of canvas, stripping to it, and then, getting into the head, threw buckets of water upon each other. After this came shaving and combing and brushing. And when, having spent the first part of the day in this way, we sat down on the forecastle in the afternoon, with clean duck trousers and shirts on, washed, shaved, and combed, and looking a dozen shades lighter for it, reading, sewing, and talking at our ease, with a clear sky and warm sun over our heads, we felt that we had got back into the pleasantest part of a sailor's life. At sunset the clothes were all taken down from the rigging, clean and dry, and stowed neatly away in our chests. And our sou'westers, thick boots, Guernsey frocks, and other accompaniments of bad weather put out of the way, we hoped, for the rest of the voyage. The fine weather brought work with it, as the ship was to be put in order for coming into port. The new strong sails, which we had up off Cape Horn, were to be sent down, and the old set, which was still serviceable in fine weather, to be bent in their place. All the rigging to be set up, fore and aft, the masts stayed, the standing rigging to be tarred down, lower and topmast rigging to be rattled down, fore and aft, the ship scraped inside and out and painted, decks varnished, new and neat knots, seizings, and coverings to be fitted, and every part put in order to look well to the owner's eye, and to all critics, on coming into Boston. We went on for several days employed in this way, nothing remarkable occurring, and, at the later part of the week, fell in with the southeast trades, blowing about east-southeast, which brought them nearly 2 points abaft our beam. They blew strong and steady, so that we hardly started a rope until we were beyond their latitude. The first day of all hands, one of those little incidents occurred, which are nothing in themselves, but are great matters in the eyes of a ship's company, as they serve to break the monotony of a voyage. In merchant vessels, the captain gives his orders as to the ship's work to the mate, and leaves the execution of them, with the particular ordering, to him. On Monday morning, the captain told him to stay the fore-topmast plumb. He came forward, turned all hands to, with tackles on the stays and backstays, coming up with the seizings, hauling there, belaying there, and full of business, standing between the knights' heads to sight the mast, when the captain came forward and also began to give orders. This made confusion, and the mate left his place and went aft, saying to the captain, "If you come forward, sir, I'll go aft. One is enough on the forecastle. I'm master of this ship." "Yes, sir, and I'm mate of her, and I know my place. My place is for'ard, and yours is aft." "My place is where I choose. I command the whole ship, and you are the mate only so long as I choose." "Say the word, Captain Thompson, and I'm done. If I'm not mate, I can be man," etc., etc. This was all fun for us, who stood by, enjoying the contest between the higher powers. The captain took the mate aft, and they had a long talk, which ended in the mate's returning to his duty. The captain had broken through a custom, and the mate was excusable for being angry. Yet, in strict law, he was wrong, and the captain right. Whatever the captain does is right, ipso facto, and any opposition to it is wrong on board ship. And every officer and man knows this when he signs the ship's articles. Thursday, August the 18th. At 3 p.m., made the island of Fernando Noronha, lying in latitude 3 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 32 degrees 55 minutes west. And between 12 o'clock on Friday night and 1 o'clock Saturday morning, crossed the equator for the 4th time since leaving Boston. We were now to the northward of the line, and every day added to our latitude. The Magellan Clouds, the last sign of south latitude, had long been sunk, and the North Star, the Great Bear, and the familiar signs of northern latitudes were rising in the heavens. Next to seeing land, there is no sight which makes one realize more that he is drawing nearer home than to see the same heavens under which he was born shining at night over his head. A clear sky, burning, vertical sun. Work going lazily on. Men about decks with only duck trousers, checked shirts, and straw hats. The ship moving lazily through the water. The captain below, taking an afternoon nap. The passenger leaning over the taffrail, watching a dolphin following slowly in our wake. Sunday, August the 28th, in latitude 12 degrees north. The trade wind clouds had been in sight for a day or two previously, and we expected to take the trades every hour. The light southerly breeze died away toward noon, and in its place came puffs from the northeast, which caused us to take in our studding sails and brace up. And in a couple of hours more, we were bowling gloriously along, dashing the spray far ahead and to leeward, with the cool, steady northeast trades freshening up the sea, and giving us as much as we could carry our royals to. These winds blew strong and steady, keeping us generally upon a bowline, as our course was about north-northwest, and sometimes, as they veered a little to the eastward, giving us a chance at a main-top-gallant studdingsail, and sending us well to the northward until Sunday, September the 4th, when they left us in latitude 22 degrees north, longitude 51 degrees west, directly under the Tropic of Cancer. For several days we lay humbugging about in the horse latitudes, with all sorts of winds and weather, and occasionally, as we were in the latitude of the West Indies, a thunderstorm. It was hurricane month, too, and we were just in the track of the tremendous hurricane of 1830, which swept the North Atlantic, destroying almost everything before it. The first night after the trade winds left us, while we were in the latitude of the island of Cuba, we had a specimen of a true tropical thunderstorm. Before midnight it was dead calm, and a heavy black cloud had shrouded the whole sky. When our watch came on deck at 12 o'clock, it was black as Erebus, and the studding sails were all taken in and the royals furled. Not a breath was stirring. The sails hung heavy and motionless from the yards, and the stillness and the darkness were truly appalling. Not a word was spoken, but everyone stood as though waiting for something to happen. In a few minutes the mate came forward, and in a low tone told us to haul down the jib. The fore and mizzen topgallant sails were taken in the same silent manner, and we lay motionless upon the water with an uneasy expectation. Soon the mate came forward again, and gave an order in a low tone to clew up the main topgallant sail, and so infectious were the awe and silence that the clew lines and bunt lines were hauled up without any singing out at the ropes. An English lad and myself went up to furl it, and we'd just got the bunt up when the mate called out to us something we did not hear what, but supposing it to be an order to bear a hand, we hurried and made all fast and came down, feeling our way among the rigging. When we got down, we found all hands looking aloft, and there, directly over where we had been standing, upon the main topgallant masthead, was a ball of light, which the sailors call a corposant. Corpus sancti. They were all watching it carefully, for sailors have a notion that if the corposant rises in the rigging, it is a sign of fair weather, but if it comes lower down, there will be a storm. Unfortunately, as an omen, it came down and showed itself on the topgallant yardarm. In a few minutes, low, grumbling thunder was heard, and some random flashes of lightning came from the southwest. A moment more, and a terrific flash and peal broke simultaneously upon us, and a cloud appeared to open directly above our heads, and let down the water in one body like a falling ocean. We stood motionless and almost stupefied, yet nothing had been struck. Peal after peal rattled over our heads with a sound which seemed actually to stop the breath in the body, and the speedy gleams kept the whole ocean in a glare of light. The violent fall of rain lasted but a few minutes, and was followed by occasional drops and showers, but the lightning continued incessant for several hours, breaking the midnight darkness with irregular and blinding flashes. During all this time there was not a breath stirring, and we lay motionless, like a mark to be shot at, probably the only object on the surface of the ocean for miles and miles. A ship is not often injured by lightning, for the electricity is separated by the great number of points she presents, and the quantity of iron which she has scattered in various parts. The electric fluid ran over our anchors, topsail sheets, and ties, yet no harm was done to us. We went below at 4 o'clock, leaving things in the same state. And when, at 7 bells, the customary "All the larboard watch ahoy!" brought us on deck, it was a fine, clear, sunny morning, the ship going leisurely along with a soft breeze and all sail set. Our captain had been married only a few weeks before he left Boston, and after an absence of over 2 years, it may be supposed he was not slow in carrying sail. We had another reason for urging the ship on. The scurvy had begun to show itself on board. One man had it so badly as to be disabled and off duty, and the English lad, Ben, was in a dreadful state, and was daily growing worse. His legs swelled and pained him so that he could not walk. His flesh lost its elasticity, so that if pressed in it would not return to its shape, and his gums swelled until he could not open his mouth. He lost all strength and spirit, could eat nothing, grew worse every day, and, in fact, unless something was done for him, he would be a dead man in a week. The medicines were nearly all gone, and if we had had a chestful, they would have been of no use, for nothing but fresh provisions and terra firma have any effect upon scurvy. This disease is not so common now as formerly, and is attributed generally to salt provisions, want of cleanliness, the free use of grease and fat, and, last of all, to laziness. It could never have been from the last cause on board our ship, nor from the second, for we were a very clean crew. It was probably from having none but salt provisions, and possibly from our having run very rapidly into hot weather, after our having been so long in the extremest cold. Depending upon the westerly winds which prevail off the coast in the autumn, the captain stood well to the westward, to run inside of the Bermudas in the hope of falling in with some vessel bound to the West Indies or the Southern States. Sunday, September the 11th. Latitude 30 degrees, 4 minutes north. Longitude 63 degrees, 23 minutes west. The Bermudas, bearing north-northwest, distant 150 miles. The next morning, about 10 o'clock, "Sail ho!" was cried on deck, and all hands turned up to see the stranger. As she drew nearer, she proved to be an ordinary-looking hermaphrodite brig, probably bound out from the northern states to the West Indies, and just the thing we wished to see. She hove to for us, seeing that we wished to speak to her, and we ran down to her and hailed her, "Brig ahoy! Hello! Where are you from, pray?" "From New York, bound to Curacoa." "Have you any fresh provisions to spare?" "Oh, aye, plenty of 'em." We lowered away the quarter-boat instantly, and the captain and 4 hands sprang in and was soon dancing over the water and alongside the brig. In about half an hour they returned with half a boatload of potatoes and onions, and each vessel filled away and kept on her course. It was just dinner time when we filled away, and the steward, taking a few bunches of onions for the cabin, gave the rest to us with a bottle of vinegar. We carried them forward, stowed them away in the forecastle, refusing to have them cooked, and ate them raw, with our beef and bread. And a glorious treat they were. The freshness and crispness of the raw onion, with the earthy taste, give it a great relish to one who has been a long time on salt provisions. We ate them at every meal by the dozen, and filled our pockets with them to eat in our watch on deck. The chief use, however, of the fresh provisions was for the men with the scurvy. One of them was able to eat, and he soon brought himself to, by gnawing upon raw potatoes and onions. But the other was hardly able to open his mouth, and the cook took the potatoes raw, pounded them in a mortar, and gave him the juice to drink. This he swallowed, by the teaspoonful at a time, and rinsed it about his gums and throat. The strong, earthy taste and the smell of this extract of the raw potato at first produced a shuddering through his whole frame, and then, after drinking it, an acute pain which ran through all parts of his body. But knowing by this that it was taking strong hold, he persevered, drinking a spoonful every hour or so, and holding it a long time in his mouth, until, by the effect of this drink, and of his own restored hope, for he had nearly given up in despair, he became so well as to be able to move about, and open his mouth enough to eat the raw potatoes and onions pounded into a soft pulp. This course soon restored his appetite and strength, and in 10 days he was at the masthead furling a royal. With a fine southwest wind, we passed inside of the Bermudas, and were beginning to count, not the days, but the hours, to the time when we should be at anchor in Boston Harbor. Our ship was in fine order, all hands having been hard at work upon her from daylight to dark every day but Sunday, from the time we got into warm weather on this side of the Cape. Thursday, September the 15th. This morning, the temperature and peculiar appearance of the water, the quantities of gulf-weed floating about, and a bank of clouds lying directly before us, showed that we were on the border of the Gulf Stream. This remarkable current, running northeast nearly across the ocean, is almost constantly shrouded in clouds, and is the region of storms and heavy seas. As we drew into it, the sky became cloudy, the seas high, and everything had the appearance of the going off, or the coming on, of a storm. It was blowing no more than a stiff breeze, yet the wind being northeast, which is directly against the course of the current, made an ugly, chopping sea, which heaved and pitched the vessel about, so that we were obliged to send down the royal yards and to take in our light sails. At noon, the thermometer, which had been repeatedly lowered into the water, showed the temperature to be 70, which was considerably above that of the air, as is always the case in the center of the stream. A lad who had been at work at the royal masthead came down upon the deck and said he was so sick that he could stay aloft no longer. He was made so by the irregular pitching motion of the vessel, increased by the height to which he had been above the hull, which is like the fulcrum of the lever. Another hand was sent to the royal masthead, who stayed nearly an hour, but gave up. The work must be done, and the mate sent me. I did very well for some time, but began at length to feel very unpleasantly, though I had never been sick since the first 2 days from Boston. Still I kept my place, and did not come down until I had got through my work, which was more than 2 hours. A few hours more carried us through, and when we saw the sun go down upon our larboard beam in the direction of the continent of North America, we had left the bank of dark, stormy clouds astern in the twilight. Friday, September the 16th. Latitude 38 degrees north, longitude 69 degrees west. A fine southwest wind, every hour carrying us nearer toward the land. All hands on deck at the dog watch, and nothing talked about but our getting in. The differences and quarrels which a long voyage breeds were forgotten, and everyone was friendly. And 2 men, who had been on the eve of a fight half the voyage, were laying out a plan together for a cruise on shore. When the mate came forward, He talked to the men and said we should be on George's bank before tomorrow noon. Saturday the 17th. At 2 bells the captain came on deck, and said a word to the mate. When the studding sails were hauled into the tops, or boom ended, the after yards backed, the deep sea lead carried forward, and everything got ready for sounding. A man on the spritsail yard with the lead, another on the cathead with a handful of line coiled up, another in the forechains, another in the main chains, each with a quantity of the line coiled away in his hand. "All ready there, for'ard?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Heave!" "Watch! Oh! Watch!" is shouted by each one, as the line falls from his hold until it comes to the mate who tends the lead and has the line in coils on the quarterdeck. 80 fathoms and no bottom. The line is snatched in on a block upon the swifter, and 3 or 4 men haul it in and coil it away. The after yards are braced full, the studding sails hauled out again, and in a few minutes more the ship had a whole way upon her. At 4 bells, backed again, hove the lead, and soundings. At 60 fathoms. Hurrah for Yankee land! Hand over hand we hauled the lead in, and the captain, taking it to the light, found black mud on the bottom. Studding sails taken in, after yards filled, and ship kept on easy sail all night. The soundings on the American coast are so regular that a navigator knows as well where he's made land by the soundings as he would by seeing land. Black mud is the sounding of Block Island. As you go towards Nantucket, it changes to a dark sand, then sand and white shells, and on George's banks, white sand, and so on. As our soundings showed us to be off Block Island, our course was due east, to Nantucket Shoals and the South Channel. But the wind died away and left us becalmed in a thick fog, in which we lay the whole of Sunday. At noon of Sunday the 18th, Block Island bore, by calculation, northwest to quarter west 15 miles, but the fog was so thick all day that we could see nothing. Having got through the ship's duty and washed and changed our clothes, we went below, and had a fine time overhauling our chests, laying aside the clothes we meant to go ashore in, and throwing overboard all that were worn out and good for nothing. Away went the woolen caps in which we'd carried hides upon our heads for 16 months on the coast of California, the duck frocks for tarring down rigging, and the worn-out and darned mittens and patched woolen trousers which had stood the tug of Cape Horn. We hove them overboard with a good will, for there is nothing like being quit of the very last appendages, remnants, and mementos of our hard fortune. We got our chests all ready for going ashore, ate the last duff we expected to have on board the ship Alert, and talked confidently about matters on shore as though our anchor were on the bottom. Toward night, a moderate breeze sprang up, the fog, however, continuing as thick as before, and we kept on to the eastward. About the middle of the first watch, a man on the forecastle sang out, in a tone which showed that there was not a moment to be lost, "Hard up the helm!" and a great ship loomed up out of the fog, coming directly down upon us. She luffed at the same moment, and we just passed each other, our spanker-boom grazing over her quarter. The fog continued through the night, with a very light breeze, before which we ran to the eastward, literally feeling our way along. The lead was heaved every 2 hours, and the gradual change from black mud to sand showed that we were approaching Nantucket South Shoals. On Monday morning, the increased depth and dark blue color of the water, and the mixture of shells and white sand which we brought up, showed that we were in the channel, and nearing George's. Accordingly, the ship's head was put directly to the northward, and we stood on, with perfect confidence in the soundings. Throughout the day, a provokingly light wind prevailed, and at 8 o'clock, a small fishing schooner, which we passed, told us we were nearly abreast of Chatham Lights. Just before midnight, a light land breeze sprang up, which carried us well along, and at 4 o'clock, thinking ourselves to the northward of Race Point, we hauled upon the wind and stood into the bay, west-northwest, for Boston Light, and began firing guns for a pilot. We turned out at daybreak to get a sight of land. In the grey of the morning, 1 or 2 small fishing smacks peered out of the mist, and when the broad day broke upon us, there lay the low sandhills of Cape Cod over our larboard quarter, and before us the wide waters of Massachusetts Bay, with here and there a sail gliding over its smooth surface. As we drew in toward the mouth of the harbor, as toward a focus, the vessels began to multiply. It was a stirring sight for us, who had been over 2 years without seeing more than 3 or 4 traders. Every sight was full of beauty and interest. We were coming back to our homes, and the signs of civilization and prosperity and happiness, from which we had been so long banished, were multiplying about us. About 10 o'clock, a little boat came bobbing over the water, and put a pilot on board. Being now within the scope of the telegraph stations, our signals were run up at the fore, and in half an hour afterwards the owner in his counting room knew that his ship was below, and the landlords, runners, and sharks in Ann Street learned that there was a rich prize for them down in the bay, a ship from round the Horn, with a crew to be paid off with 2 years' wages. We had all set our hearts upon getting up to town before night and going ashore. But the tide beginning to run strong against us, the pilot gave orders to cock-bill the anchor and overhaul the chain. Making 2 long stretches, which brought us into the roads under the lee of the castle, he clewed up the topsails and let go the anchor. And for the first time since leaving San Diego, 135 days, our anchor was upon bottom. In half an hour more, we were lying snugly with all sails furled, safe in Boston Harbor. Our long voyage ended. The well-known scene about us, the dome of the State House fading in the western sky, the lights of the city starting into sight as the darkness came on. We had just done furling the sails when a beautiful little pleasure boat luffed up into the wind under our quarter, and the junior partner of the firm to which our ship belonged, Mr. Hooper, jumped aboard. The last time I had seen him, I was in the uniform of an undergraduate of Harvard College, and now, to his astonishment, there came down from aloft a rough alley-looking fellow, with duck trousers and red shirt, long hair and face burnt as dark as an Indian's. We shook hands, and he congratulated me upon my return and my appearance of health and strength, and said that my friends were all well. The captain went up to town in the boat with Mr. Hooper, and left us to pass another night on board ship, and to come up with the morning's tide under command of the pilot. So much did we feel ourselves to be already at home, in anticipation, that our plain supper of hard bread and salt beef was barely touched, and many on board could scarcely sleep. As for myself, by one of those anomalous changes of feeling, of which we are all the subjects, I found that I was in a state of indifference, for which I could by no means account. A year before, while carrying hides on the coast, the assurance that in a 12-month we should see Boston made me half wild. But now that I was actually there, and in sight of home, the emotions which I had so long anticipated feeling, I did not find, and in their place was a state of very nearly entire apathy. And next morning, when all hands were called, and we were busily at work, clearing the decks, and getting everything in readiness for going up to the wharves, loading the guns for a salute, loosing the sails, and manning the windlass, mind and body seemed to wake together. About 10 o'clock, a sea breeze sprang up, and the pilot gave orders to get the ship under way. All hands manned the windlass, and the long-drawn yo-heave-ho, which we at last heard dying away among the desolate hills of San Diego, soon brought the anchor to the bows. And with a fair wind and tide, a bright sunny morning, royals and skysails set, ensign, streamer, signals, and pennant flying, and with our guns firing, we came swiftly and handsomely up to the city. Off the end of the wharf we rounded to and let go our anchor, and no sooner was it on the bottom than the decks were filled again with people. Custom-house officers, Toplift's agent to inquire for news, others inquiring for friends on board, dealers in grease besieging the galley, to make a bargain with the cook for his slush, loafers in general, and last and chief, boarding-house runners to secure their men. In fact, we could hardly get clear of them to go aloft and furl the sails. Sail after sail, for the 100th time, in fair weather and in foul, we furled now for the last time together, and came down and took the warp ashore, manned the capstan, and with the chorus which waked up half North End, and ran among the buildings in the dock, we hauled her into the wharf. The city bells were just ringing 1, when the last turn was made fast, and the crew dismissed. And in 5 minutes more, not a soul was left on board the good ship Alert, but the old shipkeeper, who had come down from the counting-house to take charge of her.